Yeah, so there was one time where my mom was sleeping and suddenly someone called my mom. The woman was like, "Why are you sleeping with my husband? Don't you know that I have his child right now?"
It's Jean Denker here, and today we've got TikTok star Kevin with us. You may know him better as Cayydences. Welcome!
Hi, that's so weird. You call me a TikTok star.
What should I call you? Should I
don't know.
call
I'm
you
not very. I don't like that label.
You don't like that label?
I don't know. It just makes me feel very like I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to think of something else for you by the end of the
TikTok
show.
personality.
TikTok personality.
Yeah.
You do have a lot of personality.
Because all stars are dead.
Oh! Right now, I'm going to introduce our psychotherapist. Her name is Melissa. So Melissa's here, and she's going to provide some mental health insights throughout the episode as well. So welcome, Melissa.
Thank you, Jean. I'm honored to be here.
Hi, Melissa. Nice to meet you.
Hi,
I feel like you get to
Kevin.
know me a lot after today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we're gonna have a lot of things to talk about here today. First things first, Kevin. I think you're absolutely hilarious on TikTok. I love your videos.
Thank you.
You are relatable. You're funny. You are open and vulnerable. Can you tell us about your journey to become a content creator? How was that like?
I think I've always like been creating content even since before TikTok. I actually have a private YouTube account where I created videos just for like my group of friends last time.
Yeah.
And it's always been like a passion and hobby for me because I think growing up, I just didn't really have that outlet to express my creativity. So I turned to like content creation a lot. Like I would like be sitting on my table, I'd be like, oh, what if I have a skit where I get angry at my dentist because she prolongs the appointment too long? That kind of, I'll just make a video about it, I'll share with my friends. And then it just so happened that like one of those videos that I made, because we used to have like some teachers that we didn't like, and I'll make videos about them. So
did they see it? Did the teachers see it?
So during graduation, one of the teachers, like one of the headmasters saw it.
Yeah.
And he came up to me and he actually told me that he found it funny.
Oh, good. Oh, wow. What an encouragement. That's pretty cool, right?
So I was like, oh, actually more people find like what I find funny.
You're so out there with your content. I absolutely love it. How do you get this like confidence? Because I think like not everybody who is in your age group has this sort of like, you know?
What happened was back in when I was 18 or 17, like my life has been on like a downhill spiral ever since, like, because it started from young, right? Then it downhill spiral all the way till I was 18, and I've been in and out of IMH a few times because it got really bad. And there was a point in time where I was incredibly suicidal and I really wanted to end my life really badly because every aspect of my life was going wrong. I was losing friends, I was losing like almost everything. And you know how like sometimes when you have like depression or anxiety, it makes a situation seem worse than it really is. So I gotten to a point where I felt like killing myself, and it was so bad to the point that I hit like the lowest I've ever been in my life, and somehow something switched on in me and I was like, I've lived my entire life fearing things, and this is where I am now. What if I just give myself 1 year where I just try everything? I just give in to every intrusive thought in a good way. Like if I want to pursue something, I just pursue it. I don't think about what if I fail, because I'm really at rock bottom. How much lower can I go, right? So I just gave myself that 1 year freedom to just explore everything I wanted to do, try everything I want, just create this new identity and embody it, even though like, you know, fake it till you make it. So I just created this identity like, okay, I'm confident, I'm strong, I'm this, I'm that. I'm like basically just changed like the perception of myself, like, which is where the self-concept aspect came in. So I just told myself that I'm this, I'm this, I'm this, I'm this. And I just embodied that no matter how much I didn't believe it for like 1 year. And then my life just changed.
Wow.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
2019.
Wow, recent.
2019, 2018. Because up to then my confidence was like terrible. And then I just spiraled a lot and my anxiety was like an all-time high.
Can you tell us a bit about this self-concept thing that you're referring to?
Oh, yeah. So self-concept is about how you perceive yourself. And I don't know whether you heard this term. It's like in the spiritual community, law of manifestation and everything, everyone around you is you pushed out. Have you heard of that before as a
The manifestation I have.
Yeah, like
I
everyone
have.
around you is you pushed out. So if I show up to an occasion thinking that everyone hates me and that I'm that will manifest. Like I always go into a relationship thinking that I will attract cheaters, then I will attract cheaters. But it's about a self-concept. So if I believe that I'm someone that is worthy of love, then I would choose actions that will in a way like confirm that I'm worthy of love. But if I wake up every day telling myself that life is shit, I'm a terrible person, I'm lazy, I'm this, I'm this, I'm that, then I will accept situations and people that will continue to affirm that. Yeah, so self-concept is in a way like how you view yourself and what do you and do you not tolerate as a person. And that's where like boundaries will come into, which is very important for me, because as someone that grew up in like a family that was very destructive, I think boundaries was something that I had to learn very later on in life. Yeah, because it was like if you don't do this, then will happen. So I felt the need to always like do something out of my comfort zone to ensure it doesn't happen.
Kevin, when I hear you speak, it's almost like you're sharing how you changed your life from the inside out.
Yeah.
Because through all the circumstances that you've been through in your life, it's almost like it creates a set of lens from which you see the world from a really young age. Like whether it's your belief about yourself, whether it's belief about how others will treat you.
Yeah.
And then that's why, it caused you to struggle with a lot of like moods and a lot of difficulties in your self-concept. But then you decided to change that. And I know, you're saying like it's a year and then you really kind of just changed it. But I want people to know that it's really very difficult to make that decision because you're making it every day. Every morning you wake up, the default like parts of your brain would kick in.
Yeah.
But then every day you got to remind yourself that, hey, now that I have the chance to make something of myself, I want to live this life that I want to live. And when you share, how confidently you manifest it, because the emotions that you experience, if you feel confident, then you're going to portray confidence. And when people see how confident you are, they react differently to you. Right?
Definitely.
And that's like a positive reciprocal feedback loop. And I'm really happy. That's worked really well for you.
So my childhood was, I would say, very destructive, but I've never really acknowledged it as destructive. I thought it was normal until like my later part in my life. So my dad is an avoidant. A terrible avoidant. Like he really avoids his issues. And the way he deals with his issues is through violence. Okay, so basically my father was a compulsive liar and cheater. So he cheated and then he gambled all the money away. So we were like financially broke for a period of time. But my mom hid it from us. And we were so broke that he gambled the money away and he had to forge my mom's signature to get money from her. Then she had to pay off the debts. But he was still broke. So he took my for our first baby shower, they always give like jewelry and everything. He took all of mine and sold it away to pay his debts. And still he was still bankrupt. Then he lost his job. And he cheated on my mom. He would always say he's on business trips, but he would so there was one time where my mom was sleeping next to him, and suddenly someone called my mom. And when my mom picked up the phone, the woman was like, "Why are you sleeping with my husband? Don't you know that I have his child right now?" Oh my god. Yeah, so apparently my dad slept with another woman outside and got her pregnant. Yeah, and the thing is, I used to sleep in between my parents. So I heard every bicker and argument because I think we didn't have a room for myself. My brother slept with my grandma and my grandpa slept alone. So I would always hear these bickers and arguments and everything. Prior to me being born, my mom got this call and she wanted to end her life. Yeah, so she wanted to end her life and she wanted to jump off a building. And she didn't even know she was conceived with me. She only knew because one day she's a teacher. So when she was climbing the stairs and she felt very lethargic, so she went to check and she realized she was pregnant. And she at that point didn't want to keep me because the marriage was on the rocks. And it was terrible. Like it was really terrible. And my dad was like abusive and everything. Then my mom just tolerated it because she wanted both my brother and I to grow up with a father figure. But this father figure was very destructive. And I think the part that blew the part that blew the cat, how does it, the part that blew the lid off the cat. Yeah, okay, you get what I mean. Yeah. So what happened was there was a night where the argument got really bad and I was studying in the living room. And because last time no one in my family spoke English other than my mother and father, so they were arguing, so they can't test me the spelling. The next day I had spelling, so I recorded me in my Walkman, that thingy, and I recorded myself giving myself spelling, and then I plugged in the earpiece, then I gave myself spelling. Then throughout the entire thing, I could hear them like shouting, and it was like really bad. The doors were closed. So my grandma, she would always send me to stop them because she had this thinking that if the youngest child went to stop them, they would stop, like out of pity or something. So that night, she sent me to stop them again. And then I would knock on the door and they didn't respond. So I just opened the door. And when I opened the door, I saw a hanger flying past. Like my dad was like throwing hangers at my mom. Then she was like at the wall and everything. And then I saw that. I was like, oh my God. So immediately I was like, I have to stop this. So I kicked my dad's leg, but that didn't stop. So after that, my mom went into the closet and started crying. Then my dad was shouting like, why are you crying to get pity from me? You're not going to get pity from me, that kind of thing. Then after that, my mom got up and then she was like still fighting my dad, right? And then after that, he went to smash the toilet door, like it broke into half. And to me, that was like normal because this happened a lot. But I just knew in my heart like, okay, this is a notch above the usual. Then after that, my grandma came to beg them to stop because I think she also knew that this was like one of the worst arguments they had. And then when it happened, she came with a glass, I think, and one of them, either my dad or my mom threw the glass on the either my dad or my grandma threw the glass on the floor and then it broke into shards. Then after that, my dad turned to my mom and was like, why are you using my mother to gain pity from me? Yeah, so they started even fighting even more and more and more. And then my grandma, I do not know why she said this, but she was like, if you guys continue fighting, I will hug me and my brother and jump off the car park. Either that or I'll put detergent in their milk and kill them or like something like that. I'll drink. I don't know why I was drinking milk at 8 years old, by the way, but I was still drinking milk at 8 years old, like per. But then like she was like, I will put like detergent in their milk and kill them and everything, or like I will hug them and jump off the car park and kill them. Yeah. So my mom was like, okay, yeah, this is too much. It was a Wednesday because I remember the next day at school. Then after that, we just knew that like it was very unsafe because my mom at that point she was staying for my father, but at that point because my grandma had threatened to kill my brother and I, she thought it was too much. So she asked me to pack my stuff and she asked my brother to pack my stuff. And I was like happily packing all the clothes and everything. She was like, Kevin, just pack the damn passport, your IC and go. Don't pack your clothes and take our school stuff and just go. So I just packed everything. Then we had to take the staircase down because we lived on the 8th floor. We were afraid that if we would take the lift, we would bump into my grandpa. So my grandpa's harmless, but we just didn't want to go through that because we really went through a lot. So we went down the staircase, like my brother and I, my mom. Then after that, we took a cab all the way to my maternal side. And my maternal, and from then on, me, my mom, and my brother shared the same room for like from 2008 all the way up to 2012. So that's like 4 years.
Wow.
Yeah, so we shared the same room for 4 to 5 years. And it's not really funny, but like it's just comical because opposite our room is my cousin who's also living there because they broke up with, like, she divorced. So like it was just like, then when our moms were out working, we would just like cross rooms, then we would play with each other and everything. But that was kind of cute, but the story behind it is not cute.
Right, it's like a household like broken relationships has caused everybody to come and stay together.
Yeah,
right?
and we had to stay in the same room for 4 years. It was a bit of like, at that point I just kind of, I don't know how I got through it, but I did. And it didn't really process in my head as something terribly bad. Only up to recently when I started listening to other people's like families and everything, then I was like, oh shit, like this is bad.
Wow, Kevin, that's a lot, man. That is I need a moment to digest that. Yeah, that was intense.
It pains me.
It pains me, and then also you're also talking about it very candidly, you know, at the same time. So it makes me feel like I want to give you a hug, and at the same time I feel like you know, like you're
it's
I
feel like I feel like I've processed the situations, but the traumas they left behind, like my abandonment issues, my anxious attachment style, that is what I have to deal with now. I don't have to deal with the memories of that because I've already overcome it. Yeah, it's more of like what it did to that child. The trauma it left behind. So I'm dealing with that right now, and I feel that's more important,
of course,
to deal with in my life right now, because the memories itself, okay, they're there, whatever, but I think it's how these traumas are affecting my life right now that I'm more concerned about.
Yeah.
Hey,
can I ask how is your family now? I mean, it's like, how's your mom?
After my dad left my mom, or actually my mom left my dad, it's very important, like my mom left my dad and they divorced and everything. I felt that my family didn't have a father figure, and for some reason I felt like this responsibility to take over and ensure that everything was okay. And I think I did it very subconsciously. I wasn't doing this consciously, that okay, I want to be the breadwinner of the family and everything. So there came a point where I shut off my emotions and I refused to be vulnerable around my family. Yeah, it just didn't sit right with me. I just can't be vulnerable around my family. I can't cry in front of my family. I can't express how I feel towards them, because I feel that that will give the illusion that not everything is not okay with me. And my friend described this term like hyper masculinity. Yeah, something. So basically, I always feel the need to like take care of a situation and do things to fix the situation. But whenever I need to take a back seat to allow things to happen, like, I'm not comfortable with that. And this has seeped into other areas in my life. I mean, in terms of career, it's fantastic because I'm very proactive. I can bump up emails. I can do this. Are we still doing this? Like, you know, very proactive in my career. But in terms of my relationship, it creates very one-sided relationships because I'm always the one that initiates, and that never gives room for people to initiate. And I never realized that it's tied to this reason. Because of my dad leaving, I felt like the need to step up to be that masculine figure in my family.
Kevin, you know, that hyper masculinity that you were sharing, it's almost like it was a way for you to survive, right?
Definitely.
It was a way for you to survive the environment that was not only physically unsafe, but emotionally, it was really, really unsafe. Witnessing all those violence, you know, being put in a place where the attachment figures that were supposed to take care of you when you were a dependent, like, did not take that role. So in that environment, showing emotions was actually threatening. So growing up like that, it's almost like to survive, you learn to just press it all down and sort of put up this guard, so to speak, so that, you know, you won't be hurt, rejected, abandoned again.
And up to now, I still have not been fully comfortable with being like taken care of or like being vulnerable. And there's only like a handful of people that I can feel like completely vulnerable around. And even up to then, I still have this like thinking in my head that, oh shit, if one day they leave me, then that's it. Like, they would have all my secrets and everything. So I'm always very closed off to like opening up to new people, and I struggle to do it a lot.
I feel like you have so much more to grow though. Like, as in, like, you know,
definitely.
I mean, you're very young, and you've kind of, I think he's actually figured out quite a lot of things already in this short space of time. So, you know, well done, man. I think, Kevin, you've come quite a long way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have. you have. Can we talk a little bit about your where you hope to take your content creation to? Where would you like to take this in the future?
I'm actually thinking of like a shift. So I want to focus less on like raunchy humor and more of like sit down talk kind of videos. I have an amazing like bunch of people that follow me, but I also have a small percentage that are very closed off to that side of me, and I don't really give a sorry, am I allowed to swear? Yeah, I don't really give a because like I present myself as who I am, but I think some of my audience, I think because of their age and everything, they're not comfortable with that. But I would say that I'm very blessed and I'm very grateful to have like my followers. They are very loving and they are very supportive. Like, even my ads, when most people will hate a content creator doing ads, my followers like would support me and love me for it. Then in the Shopee ad I was in, they were like commenting my name and like, oh my god, so proud of you, everything.
Oh,
like, it really made me feel like, yeah, I love this. I really like love them a lot, and in a way I want to give back to them by sharing parts of myself that's not very healed in a way, because I feel that I know that this generation, if there's one thing I want to impart into the younger generation, is to do what they want to, not cause they feel like it, but because do what they do because they want to do it, not cause they feel they need to. Yeah, like, don't feel the need to suppress yourself or suppress. I want them to be their own creator of their own life, and I know it's possible because I didn't grow up privileged. I didn't grow up financially privileged. I didn't grow up with a good family and everything. And people may argue and say that, oh, because you're the odd one out, blah blah blah. Okay, what makes you think you are not the odd one out too? Like, what makes you think you're not the odd one out? What makes you think you're not the one that will change your family struggles? What makes you think you'll not be the one that breaks your generation traumas? Yeah, because they took that step. They had that. They got rid of that limiting belief that you can't be the next big thing. You think Ariana Grande really sits in a room before she got famous and tell herself that she can never be big? Or like, I don't know, Taylor Swift told herself that she'll always be a country singer and she would not be big.
Yeah.
Because they believe that they could be the next one. And why can't you? That you may not be a singer or actor, but why can't you be good at what you think you can be good at?
Yeah.
But if you never try, you never know.
Totally. You can manifest whatever. Manifest
Exactly.
anything.
You can
really.
manifest. That's why you have to change your self-concept first, which is why I keep bringing back the self-concept. Because it's one thing to tell myself that I want to pursue this, right? But if my self-concept tells myself that I don't deserve it, I'll be turning away opportunities. Even if someone sends an email to me like, oh, do you want to try this new thing? You tell yourself like, oh, but I'm not ready for it.
It's like giving voice to different parts of you.
Oh, yeah.
Because to some people, maybe being a Beyonce's backup dancer, like never in their lifetime, but it's because they don't, have this connection of dance. But Kevin, you're different. So it's almost like, even though there's a part of you that maybe there's this sense of, inadequacy or, I'm not sure, but then there is another part of you that you choose to feed into it. This part that loves dance, this part that uses dance as a way to, express yourself, to really live out this different part of your life. And then it's this part that you are really choosing to manifest, to feed, and it's going to grow. Because I wonder, have the two of you heard of this term neuroplasticity before?
Oh, yeah.
A little bit. Can you tell us more?
I think this term really brings hope to people who have really undergone maybe traumatic experiences growing up, because when they talk about trauma as changing the brain fundamentally, like some of the the different connections, that's how you make decisions, how you regulate your emotions. But the positive thing is that as we grow, the brain can continually learn and rewire.
Definitely.
So when we start to develop another part of us, and like Kevin, feed into that part, really build up a whole sense of self, the brain can start to change the wirings that your history actually started.
It's like having a brand new brain.
Definitely.
Yeah.
After a while,
Definitely.
isn't it? Yeah.
It's a journey, but then I see the wiring starting already.
Yeah.
In your brain,
I feel
Kevin.
that it's incredibly important to surround yourself with people that will encourage that too. I feel that the moment I changed my perspective of who I want to surround myself with, the universe just brought me people that align with it. Like, I recently had a shift in like my social circle from people who were very not very aligned with my beliefs and morals, and when I'm around them, a lot of my traumas and anxiety will be reinforced to a group now that I really enjoy hanging out with, because I feel that our morals and beliefs, even though they are also traumatized, they also need healing. They want to put in effort to heal. They do not indulge in self-pity, and that's something that I live by. So if you're someone that wants to heal your traumas, you need to surround yourself with people that are going to encourage that behavior. You can't be surrounding yourself with people that are indulging in toxicity and then being like, okay, it's okay to not be okay, everything. I mean, sure, it's okay to not be okay, but how long more till you crumble because of that?
It's almost like you need a time frame, right? Like, okay, look, I mean, if you want to be sad and let this situation be in your brain for a little bit, it's good to have a time frame and go like, okay, after this, I'm going to stop crying about it. I'm going to get my butt out there. I'm going to do things. I'm going to try and make life happen for yourself, right? That was a really insightful and revealing and yet fun episode. Thank you so much, Kevin, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
sharing.
I feel like I learned a lot today. Not just from her, but just from sharing my experience. I feel like I learned more about myself too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and thanks for like creating this like safe space where I can share it.
Aw, thank you. And thank you, Melissa, as well, for joining us today.
Thank you for having
you.
me.
Yeah.
It's an honor.
No, it's an honor to hear from you. Thank you.
Till the next episode, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Bye.
Bye.
I'm honestly still kind of digesting everything that has happened, especially last week. Like, I mean, I was just talking to my sister yesterday, and we were just talking about like how it all started, which was at the 2015 SEA Games, right?
Yeah.
And like now look at where I am, and then we just looked at each other like. I think the news got delivered to me by one of them, I think 2 weeks later.
Did they call you or did they like...
They called me in, so
Okay,
I
okay.
saw one of them face to face, and then she told me. And then, yeah, right after I just like went to my car and I just bawled my eyes out.
God. I'm Jean Danker, very excited today because we've got Asia's fastest woman. She is Singapore's pride and joy. Let's say hello to Shanti Pereira. Everybody make some noise. Woo! I'm so enthusiastic. I'm so excited that you're here. Shanti, welcome.
Oh gosh, thank you.
I wish I had a cheerleading group right now. I mean, like, I was like looking at the crew, like, can the crew make some noise? Come on, let's come on. Shanti Pereira, come on, guys, come on. Okay. Thank you for taking the time to join us. I know your schedule is mad, crazy busy.
No, happy to be here, really.
Now, we also have our lovely Catherine Koh here, who is our psychologist, and she's going to be helping us, sort of give us some mental health and wellness tips today. Welcome, Catherine.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for being here.
Happy to be here.
And we're looking forward to, you giving us some helpful tips today, okay? So let's start with you, Shanti. Every time I do like sports news on my radio show, Cartoons, it's like, Shanti's broken this record, Shanti's broken this, that. I've lost count, to be really honest, how many records you've broken this year. It's been an amazing 2023.
It has.
Can you tell me how you're feeling about everything right now?
I'm just really thankful, for everything that has happened so far.
Yeah.
And all the opportunities that I've had this year to just run with some of the best in the continent and around the world. So I'm just...
I mean, when you just before you go off on these big competitions and all that, I mean, the pressure is, I would imagine, intense and immense. Is it more coming from the people around you, or is it more from what you give yourself?
I guess it's a bit of both.
Yeah.
That you've did all these kind of amazing results, and so you want to keep that going.
Yeah.
But also, there are tons of people just like congratulating you, seeing what else they can see from you and stuff like that. So, but I mean, the fact that there is pressure is a good thing, I guess.
Do you like the pressure? Do you thrive on the pressure? Or
I mean,
you're
I don't think anybody likes pressure, but I've just kind of accepted that it's just a part of the process.
Okay.
And it's just embracing it as much as I can. And it's something I can't really control. Yeah.
I think it's really hard to be an athlete 24/7. You're kind of like in preparation all the time, like your nutrition and your lifestyle. You can't keep too late nights. So, and mentally as well, and we were talking about this before we started rolling, mentally you kind of have to be really strong and have the good support system. Can you tell us how you deal with all that? Because I can't imagine it must be hard.
It is. It is hard, but what I found to make it a lot easier is to thrive on like routines.
Okay.
And focus on like the process more than the outcome.
Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of nods from her. I think this is like...
This is good. She's like, I'm picking up on this. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I do have to keep a pretty strict schedule on a daily basis because every decision I make ultimately contributes to my performance. So that means like what I eat, I'm on a pretty high protein diet. I don't really eat that much carbs, so I have to make sure like what I'm eating is right for me. But of course I'm still human. I still have my cheat days. Like that's completely fine. I still have my chocolates and my sweets every now and then. So
great.
Yeah, I'm human lah, like I said. So,
you're not a robot. Shanti's not a robot. Okay.
Yeah, but it's still something that I have to watch out for. Like I can't have too much of it or anything like that. It's just a bit to satisfy the sweet craving that I have every now and then.
Yeah.
It's taking time out of the day to do all these things.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, you realize like it takes up your whole day.
Yeah, exactly. I would imagine that, right?
Yeah, like you plan for all these. You have routines in the morning, routines in the afternoon, routines at night that in the end, it's really a 24/7 thing.
Yeah. So like, what is a typical day like? Like a typical recovery day like for you? What's that like?
So a typical day would be, I train twice. So I have one session in the morning. That would be like 1.5 hours.
Okay.
And one session in the afternoon, which can go up to like 4 hours.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, what? Do you just say 4 hours for
It
the
can
second
go
one?
up to 4 hours. It's like between like 2.5 to 4 hours. Depends on what I'm doing that day.
Is this every day? I'm sorry.
This is almost every day, but my recovery days are Wednesdays and Sundays. So on those days are a bit more chill. I just go for like yoga and stuff.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So I just have my breakfast. I go for training. I have my lunch, and then I try to take a nap.
Great. You need it. You need it.
Actually, I'm so glad that you were just talking about your routine. I was just kind of listening out for, stuff that you do to take care of yourself. And it seems like your self-care is part of your routine.
It is.
Yeah.
I think it's really important. Like, I just need as simple as it is, I need to find things that make me feel good, basically. And if it means like taking time out of the day to just go have coffee by myself, like it's just something that I need, you know. And if it means I have to sacrifice something else to do that, like I'm okay.
Wow.
I love it.
It's
pretty
cool,
right?
Yeah.
I love the point about napping. I resonate very hard with that. Napping is essential.
Napping is great.
You should do it every day.
And I mean, I don't nap for long. Like I nap like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes.
It's like a power nap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About right.
And you're
That's the
ready
time for a
for
nap.
I mean, like,
intense session.
Correct. And out of everyone, I do think Shanti deserves that nap every day. I mean, come on.
Absolutely.
We're all just like sitting down and like, you know, banging on a computer. I'm talking on the radio and I'm like, oh yeah, I need a nap. Actually, no, I don't need a nap. Shanti needs a nap. And let's give her a nap. My gosh. Let's talk about traveling, because you have to travel for competitions and stuff like that. Do you love it or do you hate it? I mean, it's not easy, I know.
It's a love-hate relationship, I guess.
Okay.
Like traveling is like the logistics part is the difficult thing.
Okay.
Like you have to think about what time your flight is, when you're going to get there, like if you're going to have
somebody
enough.
arrange this for you? I feel like somebody should be like your manager and go like, Shanti, just appear. We've got it all sorted.
I don't have my own manager, but I have my athletics association kind of arranges all these kind of things, like arrange my flights and everything. But I do get to choose which kind of like flight time and which area I want to stay in, which city.
So you still have to make those decisions.
Yeah, I mean, which I'm very happy to, because I don't want them to book something I completely don't want.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to be suffering the whole time. So yeah, there's a lot of like planning that goes into it, which is a bit difficult, but it's just part of it, I guess.
Is it an isolating experience? Do you find going off and doing so many competitions, you know, because your friends are not with you, or does your family travel with you so to give you some semblance of normalcy?
So when I'm in Europe, I go by myself. But for competitions that are within Asia, so for the SEA Games, my parents were there. My boyfriend was there too. And same for the Asian Championships last week. So that's really nice. But for the longer trips, I'm usually by myself, and it can get pretty lonely.
Tell us tell us about how, well, like maybe if you can recall how that lonely experience might be like, and what that's
I remember I was in New Zealand. It was my first training stint of the year this year, and I was joining this like sprint group there, and so it was just me and my coach, right? So I just like show up, and then suddenly you feel like, whoa, like I'm the outsider, you know?
Oh, right.
And they don't mean anything by it. Like they're not trying to be mean. It's just like, it's just how it is, right? Like a new person comes in, you chit chat, you small talk, but it's not like you're part of the group yet.
Correct.
So that was a bit like I miss home a bit. It's a bit hard. But then I'm honestly really glad that my coach is kind of like my best friend.
Great. Yeah.
So great. I have him through it all.
I love what you said about your coach being your best friend. I think it's also about we're finding the quality of the relationship, not so much the quantity.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter if you have like 1 million friends on Facebook. And it's really about having those close connections and people that you feel safe with. And I guess having your coach there all the time just is
it's
so
great.
Nice.
I mean, my coach is still my coach, and he can, you know,
still cracking the whip, right?
There's some things that are just like, but
but you make do.
It's like a dad. He's like my second dad. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. So you can kind of tell what a dad relationship is like sometimes. So yeah, but he's still a great person to hang out with.
So Shanti, how do you balance like the pressures of your performance when you're sprinting, and then at the same time you want to, you know, keep your scholarships, and that's in the back of your mind when you're like training and running, right?
Yeah. I guess, I don't know. I feel like my answers always lead back to the same thing. But because I was on it before and I understood the pressure that came with it, it's like a job, right? Like you're expected to succeed in like your various fields and stuff, like, and they're giving you monetary like, benefits in exchange. So it's exactly the same thing. It's easy to focus on the negatives, like the pressure points, people watching you, and expected to deliver results all the time. It's very easy to think about it. But what I try to do is I just look at it in a different perspective and just focus again on the things that I can control. All those things I cannot control. And again, it comes to the territory like it's just how it works. You know, you're part of this scholarship and that's just what people do.
Yeah.
So you can't help it lah.
You know, it's really great when you perform wonderfully at competitions, but when things don't go as planned, right? I want to find out what your headspace is like and how you get out of those situations, because I know it's possibly very hard.
Yeah, I mean, last time, like maybe, I don't know, the past 6 years or something, not this year, it takes me really, really long to come out of a bad race or even a bad training session, honestly. Like, I would just dwell on it so much and I would think like, oh my God, like this just means I'm not good already. You know, like, yeah, it was horrible lah. Like, it took me really long to get out of that space.
Okay.
But then I guess being overseas and seeing how other athletes train, I mean, social media is great also because you can kind of see like what other athletes are doing.
Yeah.
And I kind of realized that it's not just me that has bad days lah. Like, it's all of us, you know. And even world champions, like, they win gold at one competition and the next they're like doing really badly.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, it sucks to see, but it happens to everyone. And like, there's really nothing much you can do about what's happened in the past already.
Right.
So now this year, I've had a few bad races, like, I don't know, just things that didn't go as planned.
Okay.
But then I'm just like, okay lah, never mind. You know,
it's really,
like,
it's good.
Something I can't control already because it happened. Like, all I can do is listen to my coach's feedback and just see which parts I can improve on and then do it again another time.
Like, do you physically do something to get yourself out of that funk? Or you tell yourself something, or you listen to something? Is there like some people have that bit of like a trigger of like, okay, I'm just going to get myself out of it. I'm going to listen to this song and then I'll be fine. I'll get over it in 3 minutes once the song is over.
Not really. I mean, I know a lot of people that do that. They like limit the time, like they put a timer or that kind of thing. But I don't do that. I think I just like, I really feel it. Like, I want to feel it and I want to like acknowledge the fact that I'm upset because I'm allowed to be upset.
Okay.
I just want to affirm that.
That's so good.
Yeah, I think that's really
so good, Shanti.
I love this like knots I'm getting from her.
I know. You're great. It's just like you're doing everything.
Yeah. She's ticking all the boxes.
I mean, I worked with psychologists a lot.
I see. Okay.
So they really helped me like get to where I am today, especially with the part about like focusing on what I can control. It's a really big thing that clicked like recently, but it took years of like constantly trying to work on the same thing.
Yeah.
I think just like, I love what you said about, you know, just feeling it. It's totally okay to be in a funk. Everybody goes into a funk.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
It's okay to have bad days. It's okay to have multiple bad days. As long as, you know, you kind of know your triggers, you know how to kind of get out of that as well. But I am fully in agreement. Just feel it.
I want to talk about like the toughest time in your career so far. I know that in 2018, it was a pretty difficult time. You had a bit of an injury and stuff like that. Can you take us through that time?
Sure. Yeah, so from 2018 right up to like early 2022, it was a really hard time for me because in 2018, I was on the Sports Excellence Scholarship.
Okay.
I was on it from 2016. But my goal for that scholarship was to potentially medal at that Asian Games in 2018.
Okay.
Yeah, but in the start of 2018, I got pretty badly injured. And it was a grade 2 hamstring strain. So it meant that probably like a month out of training, like intensely.
Okay.
So that already puts a huge like hole into my progress, right? But then when I got back onto the track and sprinted, then I injured it again.
Oh, man.
So yeah, the minute it happened, it was during training, I was just like, nah, like it's not gonna happen really for me this year. Like, I mean, I'll try my best to get back in shape, but I didn't have enough time to do it. It was like just less than 2 months before the Asian Games and like there's just not enough time to prep.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so then I went. I still managed to go because I'm part of the relay team. So I went, but it was just horrible performances lah. Just very, very far from my best.
Okay.
Yeah, and then because I didn't hit my goal, I lost the scholarship.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
So it was just very painful time for me. And then I was also, I was in SMU at that time. I was year 2, I think. And because I have a minimum GPA to keep up.
Oh, I see.
And I couldn't hit it. So I lost that scholarship also. And it both happened like a week after each other.
Oh my God. Ouch.
So it was crazy lah. Like it was one of the hardest things I had to go through.
Yeah.
Just to find that confidence again. Yeah. So yeah, it was just hard. And then later on, like when I graduated from uni, I kind of had like an identity crisis situation because I didn't want to do what I pursued. Like,
and that was accountancy,
was
accountancy,
yeah. Okay. So I realized it's just not my thing lah. Like it's difficult, you know.
It's tough.
It's tough. I mean, so it just wasn't my thing. So there was that, and then I was just kind of going through I wasn't doing well in track also.
Okay.
So then I was just spiraling, you know, like, oh, if I don't know what I want to do with my life and I'm not a sprint queen anymore, then like, who am I?
So Shanti, you're talking about all these tough moments during that 2018 time and then the scholarships and all that. Take us through how that went down for you. Like, you know, was it like a phone call that you got or an email that you got? Like that process, what happened?
So for the sports one, I had to come in for like a review session first, and then we just kind of talk to the administrators about my progress and everything that happened.
Yeah.
And then they said that they would inform me later of whether I'm still going to be continuing in the scholarship program. And then I think the news got delivered to me by one of them, I think 2 weeks later. Yeah. So
did they call you or did they like...
They called me in. So I saw one of them face to face, and then she told me. And then, yeah, right after I just like went to my car and I just bawled my eyes out.
God.
Yeah, I had to run from like the room because it was like tears were coming out already. Then I was in Bali with my friend for a week, and then around that time was when we get our uni results.
Right.
So I saw my results and I saw the GPA didn't hit the requirement. So I was like, okay, I have to deal with this when I go back home.
Yeah.
And that was like 5 days later. Then I got food poisoning in Bali.
Oh my God. Oh
Bali belly, you know.
Bali belly. That's right.
So yeah, I mean, it was fine. I recovered pretty fast. And then I got back to Singapore, and then I had to go see the Dean of Student Affairs or something like that with my parents. Right. And then that's where they brought the news to me that I will no longer be on a scholarship with SMU anymore.
Oh God.
So then again, like, came out, and then my parents and I went to the car and I just cried.
Yeah.
You know? So it was bad. I think that trumps the 2018 thing.
Right.
Like, it was a really bad time because I would show up to training, I don't want to be there, and like I will harp on the bad training sessions.
Right. Okay.
And I'll bring that with me to competitions, and like I'll put so much pressure on it that it just doesn't turn out well, you know, because I'm just so tense all the time.
Yeah. So in comparison to all that you were feeling during that time, that difficult time, and then now you kind of like, hey, I'm doing it. How do you feel like, I don't know, vindicated? Do you feel like, I'm glad I stuck it out?
Yeah, I guess like I've just been kind of embracing every single opportunity that has come my way this year, and just being thankful that I get to go. I joined the scholarship program again, the sports scholarship, and with my coach now, we plan the season in a way where it's going to benefit me as much as possible.
Yeah.
Travel overseas, train with people overseas, and compete with them as well. So yeah, I've just been kind of embracing it. And when I think about everything that's happened, it was awful, but all of it has contributed to my experiences that I've picked up on along the years, over the years. So as bad as it was, I don't regret it. Yeah. So
are you saying that you would experience it all over again? I mean, like, that's
of
like
course not, but at least now I know better how to deal with things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's a bit of a, sigh of relief. I mean, just in comparison, like you've come a long way and, it's so nice to see the fruits of your labor sort of like being shown to the world now,
of
right?
course. I mean, I don't really call it a relief because I'm not at the end of my career yet.
Exactly.
And I know that there's bound to be tough times ahead. So I'm just happy.
That's awesome. That's
I don't really know
awesome.
how else to describe it. I'm just glad. I'm happy with where I am.
Okay.
And I'm very thankful and grateful for that.
Yeah. I mean, not everyone can sort of sit back and go, I am happy. I think that's, 3 words. Did you know what I mean? Like I'm actually pretty happy with whatever is happening right now, wherever I am
Just kind of really living in the moment, I guess. Embracing that. Again, the
Normal box. Just take another one.
Yeah.
Again, help with psychology. Like my psychologist, like they helped me with that.
Most of the comments that come is like, you're flat, you're too skinny in this video, suddenly the next video you're too fat, you have gained weight. But for the death threats, it was sent to my mom's place, and my mom didn't know. She just like, oh, here's your letter, she just passed it to me. And I read it, I was like, okay, how did this person find the address to my house and also the unit number?
Today we've got social media sensation, model and cosplayer Rurusama here with us. Ruru, welcome!
Hello guys, it's Ruru. Nice to see you guys. I'm very happy to be here today.
And right now we also have clinical psychologist Jeannie Chu here with us. Jeannie, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me today.
Yeah, so Jeannie is going to provide all kinds of insights for us, mental wellness insights for us for today as well, okay? Well, let's just dive into it. I want to find out, first of all, how you got into cosplay in the first place and what is that community like?
Actually it was just a hobby.
Yeah.
And like I really like anime. So like from young, I kind of watched like Pokemon and stuff, and then just one day I was like, maybe I want to be one of them instead. So I decided to get a costume, and then I tried to hide it from my mom. So I hid it. No, I actually like tried to like hide it inside the cupboard, like the deep end.
Really? Oh my gosh, okay.
And she found it.
Right.
But she didn't say anything. She's just like, oh, it's a cute costume. I'm like, okay. So I didn't have to hide it from her.
What was the costume of? I mean, do you still remember what it was of?
It's Ene from Kagero Project. It's a dark history. Do not pull up a picture. Thank you.
Okay,
No
do not
pictures.
pull up a picture.
Do not pull up a picture.
Warning. Thanks for the ample warning. Appreciate it.
No, but because of that, then I started cosplaying.
Okay.
Just a friend was like, hey, you want to try cosplaying?
Yeah.
It's just a fun thing.
Yeah.
I think more people think that I planned to do this.
Right.
But it's not.
Okay.
How can you plan this?
No.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you probably fall into it just like everything else, isn't it?
I think it's more of like I enjoy anime.
Okay.
That's why I enjoy doing cosplay as well, because I like makeup.
Mm.
So I was like, what better way to like
Yeah.
spend all my money on costumes and makeup
Yeah.
to be something else, to be a 2D character.
Yeah, why not? You have over, 1 million followers on TikTok, almost 1 million on Instagram. People think congratulations on all those great numbers, man. People all think it's like all fun and games and all that, but there's actual work that goes on behind it. So I want to know like how you sort of stay ahead of the curve, sort of like continue to be creative.
I think the trick to be creative, people hate to hear this, but is you just have to do it. You have to keep doing it. And basically being creative all the time means there are days where you're not going to be creative and you're just running on like just whatever you're used to.
Yeah.
So it's basically creating a habit of constantly being creative. So even on the days where you're not creative, you could be still creative. When I was really like chonging, when I was chonging, it's really every day.
Right.
Like at least you take out like 6 hours of your day just filming whatever and anything. You could take like 2 hours just to film one dance TikTok that no one cares about.
Yeah.
Because it's just how you see yourself. It's like
this take is not good, that take is not good too. So after 2 hours, you're like, oh, finally this take is good.
Yeah.
But at least you got to that part.
Exactly.
It sounds to me like actually the consistency, right, and the
Yes.
passion in what you do actually help. Is that
Yeah,
right?
I think the consistency is what helps the most. Like, you know, you can't possibly, you know, build a mountain in like a day.
And it sounds to me like the consistency somewhat make this, you know, whatever that you're doing, it becomes a habit. Is that what it is?
Oh, that's actually a perfect way to explain it. Yeah. Like it becomes a habit. So like, you know, it gets easier over the day to just do it. You're like, oh yeah, today I just wake up and have to do like 2 TikToks because it's my job.
On days when you just don't feel like doing anything, you know, how do you then perk yourself up?
By working. Actually.
Doing even more work, right? Yeah.
Actually, it's very weird, but I have days where I feel like absolute like shit, and then I just don't want to do anything. But like, I think going back to the routine of like, you know, at least making one video, I feel better about myself.
Right.
But I know sometimes it's not a really a good thing because it's like going back to work again. But I think it has greatly helped me, or it has become such a routine that I couldn't just like, let's not work today, you know. Like, let's not do this. It makes me feel uncomfortable not working.
Right.
Yeah.
So it sounds to me like doing something is better than doing nothing.
Yes. But at least that's for me. Yeah. I know some people really need some time off. I think I do need time off too, but not as often as I think that I need to actually.
I think like yeah, but also like you're super young, so I guess, you know, like you're in that mentality, right? You know how it is.
It's the energy.
Yeah, it's like that early 20 something energy. I really believe that too. You have a lot of that when you're like in your 20s. You're like, yeah, I'm just gonna go for it, and you should because you've got the energy and you've got that brain space to just like go for it and just.
So
chung,
you're saying
right?
in a couple of years I'll be like,
no, like,
I'm done with this.
At some point you'll be like, you'll taper out a little bit and go like, okay, I'm just gonna take some time for myself a little bit. Yeah. But you'll still be, you know, high. I mean, like right up there doing your thing. But I think you like take some time to relax a little bit. I was reading a little something about how you struggle with body image issues. Can you talk a little bit about that to us? Yeah, what you go through with that?
I think the biggest thing about social media is that you're putting yourself on a platform where people are open to criticize, even though I wouldn't say they have no right to, but they shouldn't be. So like, if you're a girl on the internet, some people will definitely comment on your looks, your body, how your feet looks like, how your hands look like, why do you have weird ears, why do you have weird mouth, that kind of thing. So there's a lot of like, you know, that kind of like just oddly specific comments and like that you didn't expect in a certain type of videos. It's like I could be posting like a random rant and people will be talking about, why does your hair look so ugly today? You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's totally out of the you know, the topic that I was talking about, but you know, comments like this do happen. And on days that I'm not feeling that great, of course, on days that I'm not feeling that great, it would probably affect me like quite bad. Like I think most people, I think for me, it's like most of the comments that come is like, you're flat, you're too skinny in this video, suddenly the next video, you're too fat, you have gained weight. And then your face is, I don't know who likes this face. Or like your dad didn't teach you how to act on the internet. Oh my God. Or like, I have read this comment before, which is like, I'm surprised your dad didn't rape you, or like stuff like that. It's actually quite
disturbing. Absolutely, disturbing.
I think about this kind of topic is a bit hard to talk about online, especially because my audience mostly are men, and I feel like I'm not saying that all men, but like when I say stuff like this, it becomes like I'm trying to attack a gender when I'm not. You know, so no matter what, I try not to address it. But when I don't address it, or like I don't rent it to someone, or I just keep it inside, I explode. So I just ended up crying at home for like 2 hours, and then I'm like, okay, time to make some TikToks again.
Wow.
For the same people who just destroy me 2 hours ago. But a lot of people would say that this is part and parcel of the job.
I think it's still very difficult no matter what, because we're all human anyway. I mean, it doesn't matter that we're out there putting out stuff, right? But I think that's really, really tough, and I don't know how you deal with it. I mean, like you say you cry for 2 hours, and then like, but are you really okay after that? You know, like, does it manifest in other things? I don't know. Like, does it come out, you know, in other things where you get mad at something else? You know, I mean, because I figure it's so hard. It can't be easy.
I feel like I just cry and like try to let the emotion out, and then after that try to take it as a joke. I feel like I've done that multiple times.
Yep.
Which I'm not sure at this point if it's healthy or not.
You know, one day it's gonna creep up somewhere, right, Ruru? And it's gonna be like, it's gonna come out like a monster, and then go, and then you're just gonna explode on a couple of TikToks. You know, I don't know. I'm not sure, but
yeah. I think it takes some decent self control to not just explode at someone who just comments like weird stuff on your platform.
Yeah,
and especially as a younger women on the internet, I feel like as much as like I have the audience to do it, but I'm also at a stage where like people can just criticize.
Right.
Like even if they can, they shouldn't.
Yes.
Type of comments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually quite impressed at, you know, what I'm hearing is, I was just sieving out, you know, what are the coping strategies that you actually utilize. And there was like ones. Quite a few actually.
Yeah.
It's actually emotion focused coping, if I may share. So basically she focused on what she needs, ventilation, crying.
Yeah, I need to cry.
That actually helps, right? However, I'm just wondering, do you have any other, you know, ways to cope? Like, do you talk to anybody? You know, do you, because it sounds to me like you have to suppress a lot. Right? You can't really talk about it on the media, right? So
yeah, actually, I have been on therapy since like I think a year. I think I stopped like half a year ago. But like for that year, we were concentrating on stuff like this, you know, undoing my childhood trauma, yada yada, all this kind of thing. But I think when I spoke to the therapist about this problem, they said that I should. I don't know if this is right or wrong, but like, she said that thinking about having thoughts is kind of like how to stop yourself from going to like a maniac zone is to just stop. So it sounds wrong to most people, but I think that I've adapted it quite well, which is like, I know I'm spiraling and I can feel myself spiraling. And I feel like most people do is like, you don't explode all of a sudden. There's a build up and you know it yourself. So it's basically, when can you tell yourself that this is it? I'm going to stop being so crazy right now. Let's just, you know, wash our face or like take a shower or like go to dance class or something like that. I think dance is probably one of the things that I escape to, or like kind of an escaping mechanism because like, so for example, like people like to comment on my body, right? So I would go to dance class, which is like, I like to go to those, you know, heel class or like, you know, girl style, which is, you know, you kind of feel confident, a little sexy, whatever, you know, that kind of thing. I think every woman needs that, you know, to tap into your kind of sexy energy.
Yep.
So because I go to that, and then like sometimes I will post like dance videos online, and then they would again, you know, comment about my body, but at least it's like, I know it's a secondary comment. Like they could say that my dance is shit, but that would be the first, like the primary comment to the video, right? But most people will be quite supportive. You'll be like, oh, you look so good, blah, blah, blah.
yeah.
And like, I feel like a lot of girls get empowered from like seeing other girls doing confident things. So I think that it was a good practice or a good call from me to do that.
If I may comment on that, I'm not sure whether you've seen her dance. She dances very well. She dances very well.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Not you guys watching my thing.
It is. and I really liked it there because she talked about rumination and what she actually shared, right, Ruru, is that you have very great self-awareness. You need to be aware of what your thoughts are before you can say stop, right?
Yeah.
So and you did that. And what I really like is that she also focused on something that she's doing well, you know, and the dancing is kind of like a platform where everybody can, you know, give you support. Even though there are some other comments, you can kind of push that away. You can focus on the positive ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about the stuff that you do on social media, right? Is there anybody that you compare yourself against, or do you sort of like look up to, or kind of like go like, okay, maybe that's more of what I want to do, or is there, you know, that sort of thing?
I think I feel like when I look on social media, it's just all pretty girls, you know, hot girls, sexy girls, cute girls. So I think I think the entertainment industry in itself is kind of like it's very looks focused.
Yeah.
To some degree, even though you're a personality person, you still, get surrounded by a lot of like amazing, pretty talented people all the time. So I think because being in a Korean agency before, like, I do look up to a lot of Korean idols, like just whether it's makeup or styling or body, you just end up comparing a little bit subconsciously, not even like trying to.
Yeah.
So like I feel like that's the effect of like just constantly scrolling on the internet and seeing many perfect women around the world, not only locally, everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So it's kind of tricky, isn't it, to navigate that space, especially at a young age, I feel like, because you're like, obviously impressionable, and it doesn't matter how old you get, you kind of go like, wow, that's so nice, I want that, right? I mean, it's kind of hard. I mean, no matter what age,
I think comparison is actually very normal. So I do that too. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah, we all do it.
Everyone does it.
When I look at Instagram, Facebook, I'm like, oh, how come this girl is so pretty, and I think comparison is really normal. As long as you know that comparison doesn't define you, as a person in a sense. So your self-worth is still kind of preserved in that sense. You do know that there are people better than you, but then you don't get carried away by that. And if you can actually use that as a source of motivation, right, to better improve yourself and then really create a positive image, that can be really beneficial actually.
Yeah, that's right. I'm reading about you getting like death threats and all that. I mean, I think that's just kind of crazy, really out there, and obviously frightening as well. How did you deal with that? Because I think that's even worse, than like sort of commenting on whatever the videos you put out in your body and whatever.
I think the worst part of it all is that it was sent to my mom's house. And I was living with my parents at that time. So right now I'm living alone, which is also scary because I got stalker problems. But like it's gotten better, which is after you call the police on them a few times, they just stop, And it's Singapore, so Singapore is a great country for this kind of thing. They're just relatively safe.
Yeah.
But for the death threats, it was sent to my mom's place, and my mom didn't know. She just like, oh, here's your letter. She just passed it to me, and I read it. I was like, okay, how did this person find the address to my house and also the unit number? I think it's easy to know like kind of where someone lives in Singapore, but it's not easy to know exactly which unit it is. That's why it was so scary at that point of time. But I still didn't respond. I didn't do anything about it. And then they sent a second letter to my mom's house, and then I told my mom about it, and she's just like, yeah, there's a lot of crazy people out there. I'm like,
oh, she's kind of cool, like really chill.
It's a very my mom reply. She's like, yeah, just do whatever you want. Like, just ignore it.
Right.
Like, we're gonna be fine.
Okay.
This is Singapore. She's just basically, this is Singapore.
Yeah.
What do you think you can do? And I'm like,
I mean, okay, I get that, but then like, it's kind of scary still, right? I mean, like, for somebody to sort of send stuff like that.
But this is not the scariest thing. So I had an internship in Japan, and then like I was away from the house, right? So some guy appeared to my house, like my parents' house, like at the door, and was asking, hey, where is Ruru?
Wow.
And like, it was my grandmother who opened the door at that time, so like my parents didn't know what happened. And then after a while, they realized something was wrong. Like, how can someone like, by the way, they live in a private condo estate, so like there is gated.
Yeah.
So how did he even get into the premises in the first place? So they checked security cameras, and they confirmed that there was a guy who did come up by the staircase and not the lift to get into the apartment. I think that is my main motivation to like move out of my parents' house, actually. One of it. I didn't feel like I was extremely like traumatized, but I feel it's more of like, I don't want to worry my parents over this kind of thing. Like, this is my problem. Like, why do you have to bring it to my family?
Okay,
And I feel like a lot of people on the internet like to talk about like your mother, your father.
Yeah. Let's talk about, very quickly, I think we'll wrap this up here, your support circle.
I think that I've came to a part of my life where I actually cut off a lot of people. Just purely, not because I have hard feelings, but just because we don't serve each other anymore. It's like, it's good to have a few acquaintances here and there, but like truly those who are close to me are like just really just a couple. But mostly I say my main support circle is my family. And then after that comes like maybe the people that I work with, because I spend a lot of time with them, and like they're extremely quirky, weird. I would use weird. Okay, weird people. Okay. They are very weird people that has a lot of positive input on life, which is something that I feel like I could really learn from them.
Yeah.
Like they're just like, everything is just happiness. Like everything, there's a positive thing. Everything there is, oh, at least you're doing this, I guess. You know, at least we have pizza now. Okay, let's eat. Hee hee ha ha. You know, that kind of people. Yeah. So I used to surround myself when I was younger. It's like a lot of people that are very angry, very sad, or like just like trying to ruin their lives, or like just not happy with whatever they have. And I think that I've now found a better group, or like I've narrowed down the group to the people who, you know, brings the correct energy for me. Especially when I feel like I've been talking about work this whole time, but I really do feel like, because it's my priority in life right now, I think it's so important, especially people that I work with, to have like similar mindsets as what I try to achieve, like what I want to get in my life.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, they're weirdos, but I really enjoy their company, and I get to meet a lot of crazy, talented, pretty people inside this industry too. You know, it's like I recently got invited to Conquest, which is an event in Manila, and so many talented people, crazy talent, and like very dedicated to their work, and also still somehow extremely grounded. And yeah, I think that that's the kind of people. I think I just try to surround the people that I want to become, I guess. Yeah.
I don't know for you, Gina. I mean, I could relate to her in a sense. The older I get, you know, I choose quality over quantity.
Yeah.
Right. And I choose people who have the same, like, maybe aspiration, you know, interest as me, because that's where I connect. And I like that, you know. For you kind of being selective and create that boundary again, right?
Yeah, because I think I had an experience where it wasn't a falling out, but it was an action that was done with a friend that made me feel like I have to drop this friendship now. Like, it's not what I can emotionally handle for her right now. Like, we could still be friends, but I think we need some space between us right now. And I think that I'm quite a direct person, which I feel like some people appreciate, but also it may rub off the wrong way, you know, to some more sensitive people. But I think, yeah, I'm quite direct in terms of like, okay, let's just try to work things out, or this will not work out, let's move on first. You know, we can come back to it 2 years later when we both grow up a little more.
That's pretty cool. You know, you're only 24, but man, you've got like a super grounded girl. Like really, like, you know.
Shout out to my mother, who
to your cool mom and a cool dad, man. I think
my mom would always remind me, who do you think you are?
I love that. I mean, that's a pretty cool household, right?
Along the way, I realized that, oh, you know, if I don't solve this problem on my own, there's no one else that's going to solve it for me. So I have to fix this. Yeah, so I feel that kind of builds resilience. There are things where I'm afraid that, you know, like by telling him I'll be judged for, or like, you know, it's just me. So I don't think it's like people's problem. I think it's just me. Like I take really long to open up to people.
Welcome to another episode of Are You Okay? And today we welcome Naomi Neo with us. Hey, Naomi, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. And as always, we have the very lovely Jeannie to join us as well. She's a psychologist and she's going to jump in at some points to help with whatever sort of situation. In fact, if you have questions for her, you can always ask her as well. Now, let's jump right in, Naomi. I want to know, I mean, you've been in this game for so long. You're a seasoned veteran. Tell us about how it all began as a teenage vlogger and starting at such a young age till now.
I first started everything because of I guess the fact that I didn't really have anybody to talk to. So like, in fact, I first started having a blog before I even ventured into, doing videos.
Right.
So when I first started a blog, I was only about 11.
Wow.
Yeah. So, I mean, I heard about the platform like Blogger.
Yeah.
Because of like Blogspot. Yeah.
Yes.
Like, and WordPress or like
Yeah.
Tumblr, like these platforms. I heard it because I was hanging out a lot with my seniors who were already on it. And then I started sharing more about my life because of the issues I was facing and that I didn't really have anybody to talk to as well.
Okay.
So, yeah, I guess that was how it started, and obviously it made me who I am today because of everything or every experience that I got from doing this at a young age.
Yeah.
So like, comments, like negative comments or like things that people have to say about me or the way I was being judged.
How did you deal with it then?
I don't know, like I felt like I was just coping with everything along the way. As it goes.
Yeah.
So back then we obviously didn't have like the platforms we have today to seek help. It was very limiting, the amount of things that we can learn or the knowledge or information that we can find. But I think when you talk about dealing with negativity, I wouldn't say I'm the best at dealing with it as well, because there were definitely moments where I felt like maybe this isn't for me, or like there were a lot of things that I needed to change myself for, which is why I feel like until today I still struggle with my own voice, because I feel like growing up at such a vulnerable stage where I think everything's very volatile, right? So I, without really knowing about myself back then yet, and with all these different voices telling you how you're supposed to act, how you're supposed to look, how you're supposed to be, with all these different comments, I feel like I grew up having these voices in my head that, every single time I do something, I need validation from other people on whether it's right or wrong, or whether I'm doing good enough. So I think that really affected me as a person, even until today.
I'm actually hearing a lot of self-doubt. Was that what you were experiencing?
Yes, for sure. Every single day. Like even as a parent now, I'm bringing it on as a mom. Like when I do certain things with my children, the way I bring them up or the things that I teach them, I constantly have this lack of confidence on the decisions that I make. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Obviously, back then when I even started a blog, my relationship with my parents back then was not like the best because of, I guess it was like a vicious cycle because of the things that I did. My relationship with my parents got worse. So I started doing more of what I wasn't supposed to do, like for example sharing things online, which maybe my parents were not comfortable about, so that created more tension between us as well. So it just kept growing, and then the more they didn't want to talk to me, the more they didn't want to listen to me, the more I started to talk about it online and sharing about it online. I think previously I did a couple of interviews where I shared about how I mean it's not the best thing to talk about, but like about losing my virginity at a really young age. So like that was, I think, the breakthrough in a sense, or like the reason that caused the main bulk of my problems, whether it's in school or my relationship with people and my parents as well.
You mean sharing that was the main bulk of
I think going through that and sharing that. So like the repercussions from sharing that, and then obviously the act on its own. I would say that I didn't understand the severity of like putting certain things online at that point. So for some reason it went viral. I mean in back then's context. I mean maybe today if like it goes up and like nobody cares. Maybe it's just like 10 views for example. But like back then I was just like, it felt like the whole school knew about
Correct.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's not something to be proud of. Like, and obviously I didn't put it up thinking that it was something to be proud of. It was more like, if I didn't recall wrongly, my whole purpose, or the whole purpose of putting it online, was just to clear my name because of how things were spreading around, like rumors in school. And like, I just felt misunderstood, and like the whole story was just kind of just not how it really was. Yeah, so I put it up to kind of just share my side of the story. Yeah, but without knowing it will lead to such heavy consequences. Yeah. Yep.
How is your relationship with your parents now? I mean, like, you know, from all these, after all these years.
I think it definitely improved after becoming a mom myself, because that was the moment where I started being more empathetic. I would say, like, because that's when I actually know, oh, you know, maybe my parents did this because of this, so I just try to relate to them. And I think that was kind of the bridge to our relationship where things got better. But it struggled for a really, really long time. Like, I feel like there was just I felt like it was very hard for me to be hurt by them, because it's like, when I'm trying to speak, I feel like they're not really listening back then. So like years ago, when I was still living with them, and obviously moving out also changed our relationship, because, you know, time with them is so limited, right? So whenever we get together, I think we actually spend more time focusing on each other's like catching up, rather than
quality
the flaws,
time, right?
rather than our flaws and all the negativity. So like, we don't talk about that anymore. We don't fight as much anymore. So I think that really helped with the relationship.
I'm actually just very curious, right? Like, because it seemed like you journeyed with your parents for long, and then right now the relationship is somewhat better, right? And would you actually say that they're now in your support system?
Yes and no, because I feel like they've always been there. It's just me. Like, I feel that I don't know if it's something that I don't know if it's always been me, like I've always been like that, or it's because of everything that I've been through. But I have like serious trust issues, mainly because I feel like my trust has been breached many times before. It's like, whenever I share something with someone, I feel like I don't really have a safe space where I can truly voice my thoughts and not be judged for the things I say or the things I did. I really think that maybe the issue lies with myself. I think I grew up, I remember early on when I mentioned that I'm not someone with a lot of self-confidence. I feel with that being said, I do have this tendency of not wanting to share with people my problems, because I feel like I might be burdening them with these issues. And I think we are at the age where everyone has their own issues. Everyone's struggling in a way or another. So like, why, if I can try and cope with it on my own, I feel like maybe there's no need to burden someone else with
Naomi,
it.
no, share. Oh my gosh, because it's hard. I mean, life is tough. And the stuff that you go through. I mean, as a mom, as a successful woman, my gosh, you need to let it out at some point.
So like, I would feel that maybe, you know, if I don't share about it, then I'll just go back to my usual doings, right, which is go online and talk about it when I feel like there's really something that I genuinely just want to share. And I think by sharing things online, it's not always, you know, like a bed of roses. Like, sometimes there will be days where you share certain things and you get I don't know, trashed for it. But like I mean, I try to be as safe as possible with the things I put up today as well. I think.
Are you safer now because you have kids? Is that what it is?
Mainly, and I think maybe age as well. So I feel there are a lot more responsibilities at this point. A lot more people to answer to. And a lot of more like consequences to think about as well. So I'm like relatively a lot more I would say quiet in a sense. Not because I don't have thoughts going on in my head, not because I'm not opinionated anymore, but I feel like some things are just better left unsaid, you know?
it sounds to me like, online used to be kind of like a safe space, even though you knew that you couldn't share, very openly about things, but you used to go up there to kind of, even now, you used to talk about things up there, and it did help in a way, right? And then, so your audience and the online community create that safe space for you. However, it sounds to me like it's not as safe now, right?
Yeah.
So going back to that safe space and the people, maybe people whom you can trust, right? Maybe think about what is safe to you. What will make a place or a person safe to you such that you can open up? Do you have anything in mind right now?
For sure. So like I think the person that I would think of straight away would definitely be my husband. So I mean, he's my partner for a reason. So like I feel that he's someone that I can fully trust, but at the same time, because of my trust issues, I feel like even until today, we've been together for 7 years, there are things where I'm afraid that, like by telling him I'll be judged for, or like it's just me. So I don't think it's like people's problem. I think it's just me. Like I take really long to open up to people.
Well, I think one tip that you probably can take away is that think about what makes your husband safe for you, right? You may not have the answer right now, which is fine, but think about that and see whether you can find that, that what makes him so safe for you to open up, and see where you can find that in maybe other people. So that can help to maybe expand your support system in a way. You may not want to share certain things with the husband, but you can share with some other people, right? And likewise. So maybe think about that, then that can help you to, expand a little bit, then you can spread out a little bit, and slowly over time, as you approach people, you talk to people, you start to open up, it becomes easier. Not easy, but it's easier. Yeah.
It's so funny, right? We're talking about I mean, when you're married, I guess you always think like your spouse has to be like all encompassing. Like you should be able to like, hear my thoughts and be non-judgy about it, whatever. But actually, they're human too, right?
For sure.
And there's some things that they may not be able to grasp or understand or understand from our perspective, isn't it? So it's so important to like find other avenues in other people to sort of go like, oh, I can talk to this friend about this, but I cannot talk to this friend about that, And that in itself is a gamble, because it's like, if I tell something to somebody who is not a safe space, and then you get hurt, and then you're like, oh my God, I'm just going to keep quiet, I'm not going to tell anybody anything anymore, right?
Yeah.
It's such a real thing, isn't it?
Yeah. But and I guess that's the problem as well, because by relying on one person, it puts a lot of pressure on this person as well. And that's something that I only learned about maybe in the last couple of months, because I feel like there used to be this expectation of my husband to be there to cater to all my emotional needs, and to listen to everything that I have to talk about. That's how it used to be for me as well with like past relationships. That's why I said it's very warped, in a sense where I think that to be a perfect, like to be even a boyfriend, or you need to be this, and that. And then the moment they fall short of those expectations, you think that they're not boyfriend material. But then it's not them, it's me, So like I feel it's about recognizing what you should be, what's right to expect of people as well.
Okay.
Because I feel like it started to become a bit unhealthy, like the way I was really trying to transfer all the energy onto my kids.
Right.
Like I started having these kind of expectations as well for them to be there for me, and then that was the moment I realized actually that why am I expecting my child, who's only 4 back then, to be emotionally ready for me, as in like he's not even at the age where he's capable of doing that, So why am I expecting him to understand my emotions? I should stop acting like that. So that was when I realized that there was a problem with myself, and that I had to really go out and meet people again and find connect like connect with people basically.
What I'm hearing is there's a lot of pressure for you to hold on to, your distress all by yourself, right? It sounds to me like, I cannot put it on my children. I mean, rightfully so in a sense, because like you mentioned, they're young, they might not be able to understand, they cannot hold the space for you. However, what I find, really kind of like a positive thing from there is that you talk about self-awareness. Right, this is something each time when I'm in therapy, right, I'll tell my clients, this is one thing I cannot teach you, right? Self-awareness is something that I can't teach you. You have to cultivate yourself. Correct. What I can do is to guide you, to probably give you a little bit of homework after sessions to see how you can cultivate that outside of session. So I thought that was really great because you were aware that, hey, I caught myself, maybe kind of releasing or dumping my stuff to my children, and then I stop it. Right. I think moving on is more of like, okay, then who can I, find to help support that?
Yeah.
Because yes, we all want to be superheroes, to be humans, right? And we all want to carry our own issues, but
yes,
it is not possible. And if it's possible, I think it'll be our job.
That's true. That's true. You're right, Jeannie.
So, well, I guess it is in a way helpful to then, I like that you say that you start connecting with people because that's the first step you need to take. You know.
I think that's the good thing about putting everything on myself, because like I kind of force myself to be aware of such situations as well, because you don't really have people reminding you that you're acting up again, or like so it's something that I feel I didn't really realize that I was cultivating that habit. It was more of along the way I realized that if I don't solve this problem on my own, there's no one else that's going to solve it for me, so I have to fix this. I would say my biggest step that I took this year was actually going for therapy. So that was actually I would say my biggest step forward, because that was when I realized that this is something that I really need to work on, and it's not something that I can do it on my own. So that was when I finally decided to do so, after years of like contemplating whether I should or should not do it.
How has it been treating you? Do you do this weekly, or has
I've
it been regular?
Trying to.
Okay.
I think I have really, really huge commitment issues when it comes to sharing things on a very frequent basis. So like, we do this right now. Okay, that's like hit the quota.
That's a
lot
lot already. Yeah.
That's like, I don't want to share anymore for the next half of the year. So I mean, I didn't even know myself well enough to let people understand me. And why do I not know myself well enough? Because I said that I do have like this whole identity issue and all these voices in my head since young, So it's kind of ironic in a sense, because people always say that, you're like the voice for younger girls. Like people used to tell me that. But then I don't feel so, because where's that voice coming from? It's all these people like telling me what I should or should not do. So everything is very intuitional, and in a sense where I'm just doing based on what I think is right. But I don't even know, I'm not even sure of my own values until today, which is why I felt like the need to seek help and really understand myself in the process. And the motivation behind it was actually my children. If I'm not mentally well, I really can't be there for them, and I can't be their support when they need me to.
Right.
So I think it's very important to be able, I feel like I used to put them first, and then I realized I actually have to put myself first on certain days to be able to be the best I can for them, you know what I mean? And I realized that problem because I was just not acting right, like acting well.
Yes, precisely. In a sense, that again, that self-awareness is coming out, right? This is what I'm aware. I'm aware of my behaviors, the impact that it might have on my kids, and then this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to kind of like check in. Sometimes having a therapist is helpful, is because most of the time I always have the saying, you don't know what you don't know. Sometimes, in sessions, we don't give you directions. We are not, people will say, I come to a therapist for advice. In fact, we are very non-directive. Right. So we don't give advice because we believe the answers lie in yourself, right? It's more of like, how can we get you to reach there?
Yeah.
Right. So and that again, that process is the work doesn't come from us. It's actually from the clients themselves. And from now I see Naomi. When you're working with a therapist.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I mean, good to take that first step though, recognizing that you sort of need, an outside source, right? Has it been helpful? Do you feel like it's been the best thing you've done this year?
It hasn't been that long for me to answer that yet.
Okay.
But I feel like it's very reassuring, and that's what I need as a person. Because of my lack of confidence, I feel like I constantly need a lot of like reassurance and like affirmation.
Nobody can tell, that you lack confidence, to be really honest.
Yeah. And
I
that's
mean-
the thing, because like the more I try to like put up this front, the more I have this problem. Because I feel like I need to upkeep that that image, right? Because in order to be strong for others, I feel like I have to be strong myself.
Yeah.
And then when I'm not, and then I struggle.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's when you kind of realize I've been like very quiet online. I think a lot of my followers, some of them actually noticed and asked like, oh, why is it that you don't really talk as much anymore, or like you've been quite quiet in a sense.
Yeah.
And I think that's the issue, because every time I have such struggles like with my decisions, I become this like, oh, I don't know whether I should do this, I don't know whether I should do that, and then there's so much self-doubt going on that I don't really move and progress.
Okay.
So that becomes a problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
It's like you're withdrawing, you're avoiding.
Correct.
Because you don't really know what to do.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
So like I to me that's me spiraling. So
Okay.
I've been spiraling for the last half a year, and then that was when I realized, okay, this cannot go on. Like let's
Okay.
get this fixed. Yeah.
So Naomi, I know that a couple of weeks ago you did this Q&A, and then there was like a photograph that was uploaded of you having like cut your wrist before.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, sure. So I think.
Why are you laughing? Oh my god, this is so serious, and I feel
very
like
embarrassed talking about it.
no, don't.
No, I feel embarrassed only because it's not that long ago. And I feel like because this happened around 2017.
Okay.
So back then, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Sorry, my math isn't like the best.
5 or 6 is it?
6. Yeah, 6.
Yeah, 6. Yeah.
6 years ago. So I was 21. Yeah.
Okay.
And I feel embarrassed because I feel like I was already at the age where I should not be doing such things.
No, there's no such thing as like correct age, Naomi. Oh my gosh.
I feel like I should be old enough to make the right decisions, you know what I mean? And I don't know, because I mean everyone around me was just asking me why would I do that. I think I was just in a very dark place at that period, that whole period. I got out of my first actual relationship not long before that. When I lost that 1.5 to 2 year relationship, I think there was this whole period where I felt really lost because it was the longest period of time where I had a lot of validation from my partner. You know?
Right.
So the moment he was out of my life, like out of this equation, I felt the need to seek validation from other people again, and reassurance basically. So I started going into this whole spiraling phase where I was meeting different boys every now and then,
Yeah.
and then it made the situation worse. So because of this whole vicious cycle, it was a breaking point
Yeah.
in 2017, where in that moment I felt like the only thing that was going through my mind wasn't whether this is the right thing to do or not the right thing to do. It was just more of what can temporarily, whether is it temporarily or not, just relieve me from the pain the mental distress that I was dealing with at that moment in time. Yeah, and I think that's probably that's probably something that a lot of people that I know who self-harm dealt with or are still dealing with as well.
Right.
That they just want to feel something, you know. It's
Yeah.
like whether is it to relieve from the actual pain, or whether it's just to feel something because you just feel so numb, you know, like as in,
Yeah. What did it do for you though? I mean,
it was really like a stress reliever, as in like more of just trying to put the pain somewhere else.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe it was also to be completely honest, I think maybe it was also for attention. Yeah, you know, because I feel that a lot of times, and especially thinking back about how I used to do it when I was younger, it was really a lot about how you feel like you don't really have anyone who's actually listening to your problems, or like actually realizing that there's a problem with you, and in order to for people to realize it, you do certain things to you know, like seek their attention. Yeah, so I think it was really a lot of lack of self-love and love from the people that I wanted that made me do what I did.
Yeah, sounds like that period of time was really overwhelming for you, and then that crave for maybe partly attention, you know, in a sense you need that love, you know, you couldn't get it. And what I'm hearing, the intention of that self-harming behavior seemed to be more of like, okay, I need to feel the pain, I want to cope with the pain. I used to see quite a few teenage girls who actually shared the same, they might not have the same presenting concerns, but then they kind of shared the same coping strategies that you just shared. So they actually told me that, you know, even by looking the blood oozing out, you know, and sometimes I may feel the pain, sometimes I might not, that is relieving. So the purpose is not actually to die, but the purpose is, you know, I just need to get the pain out. And by watching it ooze out of me, I literally feel like something came out. And that helped to kind of bring that overwhelming feeling and the distress out of my body. So that's kind of like the intention. Yeah. However, that can be a little bit dangerous sometimes, because over time we build up tolerance, right? Oh, this is not painful enough, I need to go deeper, I need to go longer. And eventually that can be life-threatening again, right? Maybe the intention is not suicide again. However, that can, you know, bring you to somewhere, you know, eventually you might die, right?
Yeah.
And so there's a call for concern. So usually, you know, before you keep doing this, I think sometimes it's helpful to again bring that awareness to, okay, this might be not helpful. You know, what are some of the other methods then, you know, I can replace this with? Usually when the girls see me, I wouldn't take that away immediately. You know, we will explore that, because a lot of times there's shame. Like initially when you shared this with us, you're saying like this is embarrassing, and that's normal, because I mean we're humans. We feel that this is, you know, this is something that I shouldn't have done. But again, it is important to validate, you know, your distress at the point in time, and maybe that's all you could think of, right? However, again, it's helpful to walk through with the girls. You know, what are some of the other methods that, you know, we can actually explore that similarly can take away the pain, but don't put you in a position that, you know, you might one day accidentally kill yourself. So that's really important.
Is there like an equivalent of something that, do you know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Yeah, do you manage to?
Yeah, there's somebody watching now, or like, you know, is doing self-harm. You know, can they do something right now to sort of alleviate their own pain?
Okay.
Yeah.
I may share one that a lot of girls somehow normally use. You know, we have long hairs, right? We tie with the hairbands, and usually we have hairbands here.
Yeah.
Right. Again, this is replacement. It doesn't mean it's the most appropriate, right? Just a caveat here. So what they do is they would have hairbands with them. You know, when they feel like, you know, I need that pain, pull it, pluck it. It's still kind of harming yourself, but we just try to gradually pull it down.
I see.
That eventually we can replace with a more healthier method of coping.
Yeah.
And ideally direct back to what's the source, what's the trigger, then work on that instead of really just dealing with the pain.
Yeah.
That would be
Okay.
helpful.
Yeah.
So maybe that's one way to start off with, I think. Yeah.
Did the
Okay.
girls actually progress, or just out of
Yes.
curiosity? Oh, that's great.
Most of them
That's
do.
great,
So
nice.
eventually when they receive help, however, the support system has to be there again. Right?
Yeah.
Because without support, you know, it's really hard to
I can
recover.
only imagine, because like I feel that if anything, I'm like really thankful I still had my parents there.
Yeah.
As in, although I felt like they were not the people that I wanted to seek help from, but they were there, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I still feel like I'm thankful in that way, and very lucky as well. I feel it's the people that were around me that made me realize, you know, it's
Yeah.
not just me. If
Right.
I'm gonna bring this pain on to whoever's here, and whoever really loves and cares for me. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna cry.
It's okay.
Yeah. So like I feel it's because of them that I didn't resort to that. So
Yeah.
I mean I am concerned about those people who
Right.
don't have the, you know, the
support.
yeah, correct, the support
Right.
that they need. So what happens, or like they don't even have you to speak to.
Right.
Yeah. And I think one of the main concerns when it comes to therapy is also expenses. You know
Yeah,
what I
it's
mean?
expensive.
It's not cheap. So I mean, I'm lucky to be in a position where I'm able to even have the resources, right? But what about people who don't?
Right.
Yeah, especially students who might be facing worse situations because of their age, not being able to recognize certain problems or be self-aware. Like they're just not equipped with that, right? So what happens to them?
If I may jump in here
Yes,
and share a
please.
little bit more, there have been initiatives actually to kind of build a community of support, especially for youths, right? Like I mentioned, students, they might not have money to see therapists. A private can be pretty expensive. It can range from about 200 to 250-ish a session or even more. So depending on where you go as well. So the recent years, there has been this initiative called, I'm not sure whether you heard of Care Corner Insight. So it is an initiative by Ministry of Health, Institute of Mental Health, and also the Agency of Care and Care Corners. They started this. So you can go on this website, which Care Corner Insight, just type in, just Google.
Okay.
And it's a one-stop service for youths who need help. So it can be assessment, it can be counseling services, and the counseling services are fully subsidized.
Okay.
The traditional route that people will go to is, okay, I'm not feeling too good, right? I go to my GP. You can actually get a referral letter to IMH, the Institute of Mental Health again. They also do subsidized rate of counseling services. And if you're open to even like some voluntary welfare organization or charities, I do know of some counseling centers in the community that actually offers, the rate can be like about $80 per hour. Or per session, and for students it's like half price.
I see. Okay, that's very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for more information, I think Google, or even reach out to like NCSS, all these government services website. We actually do provide.
Sorry, don't mind me cutting off. Like, cause just going back to what you mentioned earlier on, you said that there are certain things where your clients share with you, and you, like for example, if they are thinking of suicide or things like that, or self-harm, those are things that you cannot ensure confidentiality, right? So what happens if let's say today a student comes to you, she's self-harming, but she doesn't want her parents to know about it, for example. So what happens in a situation like that?
That's a very great question. And every time when my client tell me this, I'll be like, oh, because I mean, it's not just because I have to abide by my code of ethics, but more importantly, because I need to kind of preserve this person's life, right? And so a lot of times, if I have rapport, that relationship with that client, I would explain to that person, unfortunately, this is something that I really need to tell someone because I'm concerned for your safety. So and also before we even enter the first session, this is something that would be, I would actually share with my clients already. So by the time when this person share with me, he or she would already have known that, okay, there's a possibility that Jeannie needs to tell this to somebody, and I would do so.
But is there a situation, because I feel like this is bringing back a lot of memories for myself, like I feel that was where I stopped going. You know what I mean? Like, is there a case where like a student comes to you and then because of this specific need to like talk to their parents or their teachers and or like whoever their caretaker is, then they stop coming for subsequent sessions?
In my experience, no. However, I've been working with last time in other settings before where this is pretty common actually. So because you breach confidentiality, I don't trust you anymore, I cannot talk to you. That's very common. However, again, right, our first priority is client safety. If there's no safety, I don't even know whether you'll be sitting here with me the next session.
Correct.
I would rather tell someone. I would rather really focus on preserving your life first.
Correct.
The rest can come later.
The reason why, right, for me, I think it's more of not about the confidentiality part, but more on, because if you're talking about the very first session, I believe nothing is shared in that sense apart from the self-harming like whatever you see, right? So I think in terms of that, what if, let's say they have people who are taking care of them that might strongly be against what they're doing?
Yeah, again.
Like
Like calm them, is
yeah,
that
yeah,
right?
yeah. So like
Okay.
what if it's a situation like that, you know, because I feel like it might be a potential problem, right? So maybe that is the reason why they feel that, oh, you know, if there's a need for you to tell my parents or my caretakers, then oh, maybe I shouldn't come for sessions anymore because I don't want them to know about this. Yeah. So yes, I completely understand the safety part, because that's for sure very important, because you can't be with them 24/7. You don't know what's going to happen the moment they step out of your office. But like, what if their concern is something like that? You know what I mean?
But is it against safety? So because what I'm hearing is maybe the parents or the caregiver is going to kind of, you know, punish them.
Yep, correct.
So then in that case, it's also my duty in the sense to report to maybe Ministry of Social and Family Development, because it sounds to me like this is a very systemic work that I need to focus on. It's not just one-on-one.
Yeah.
The parents probably need some sort of be therapy, you know, or educational sessions to really kind of beef up their understanding of what the child is going through. And then it is a family therapy work perhaps.
Right.
So it's really depending again on what I'm hearing. So let's say if there's potential physical harm, you know, to the child, I would definitely report. Because again, safety, you know, and then we can work on the rest later. And it's not just the child who needs therapy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
for
The
sure,
parents for sure. Yeah, caregivers.
So like, I just feel that like these people need to feel safe and all, and I feel like that's what a lot of them, and even myself back then when I was going through the same
You
thing.
needed that.
Yeah, like to feel safe with someone, because you feel like you don't really have anywhere that you can feel safe. In like you don't have an environment or like an outlet to feel safe. So I think that's really important. But yeah, thanks for sharing.
Yeah, Jeannie, all we can say is that Jeannie's job is very hard because to balance everything that she's doing and trying to like maintain composure throughout it is pretty amazing. So thank you for all your insights, Jeannie.
Yeah, I think taking blame is very, very important, and like, you know, taking accountability of something that you have done wrong. In our case, maybe something that we think that we haven't done wrong, but then you know, we start by saying sorry, and then we can move on from there.
I gave him an ultimatum. I couldn't tahan really. I couldn't take it. Because I felt that if in the future, I wouldn't want to like marry him and then still have this problem ongoing if it's not solved at all.
Welcome to another episode of the Are You OK podcast. My name is Jean Danka, and today we've got very special guests. We've got Sherry and EC who are here with us, and they are top Singaporean couple content creators. They've got over 1.5 million followers on TikTok. Welcome, guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Hi. It's so great to be here. Oh my god.
I'm super excited.
And you know, we've got the expert here with us. We've got a psychologist, Catherine Koh is here.
Hi.
So Catherine's gonna help us out and, you know, ask you guys any questions. If you have any questions in between, you know, she's gonna be here for you. So don't be shy to ask her anything as well throughout the episode, okay? Okay.
Got a lot of questions for you.
Good. We like that. We like many questions. Okay, so to those who might not be familiar with you guys, tell us a little bit about yourselves.
We are a local content creator couple. We started off
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
I think because I started it off first. So it was just a diary. The account was just a diary. I started dating about 3 months in. It was TikTok. TikTok was trending. So it was during COVID, the isolation period. So we started to post like random videos and it blew. Then I was like, oh, okay, let's like continue this. And then it became what we're doing now. Yeah.
That's so cute. And it's been 3 years already.
Yeah,
and
3
a lot
years.
of success from this.
We're still learning.
Yeah, we're still learning.
Yeah, we're still learning.
But yeah.
There are a lot of things that we have not known. We are still stumbling along the way, you know.
Can I find out how you guys met and how you guys got together?
You wanna
What's
make a
the
guess?
story?
Yeah, how about you make a guess?
It's got to be something really random, I think. Like
it's actually a very I think it's a stigma.
A stigma?
Is it a stigma? Is it?
Some people believe you can meet.
Believe you can.
Some people believe you don't. Yeah.
As in, I don't know. I'm not sure. Not a dating app. I don't think so. Right?
It is a dating app. It is a dating app.
It is a dating app. That's cool. Lots of people hook up like from dating apps.
Yeah, but he was my first boyfriend and my first date from a dating app.
No way.
Like the first guy that I decided to meet in real life. Yeah.
And then you landed on somebody that you really like.
Yeah.
What? This is like, what luck is that? That's awesome.
That's why.
Yeah, so when we say this, like how we met, this whole process to some other people, they might think that it's not real. It's, there's no way that you can meet someone through a dating app
first
love. Time,
Yeah.
first love and get together and stay
Because
for so long.
I think the stigma between a dating app is like always hookup culture and all that, and like I guess the long-term relationships don't really like, it's not a common thing from dating apps.
Yeah.
But yeah, actually we're trying to change that view.
Yeah, I think you are. I mean, you're together for 3 years already, and things are looking pretty good, and you're here, and you're making content together as well, which is actually, to be honest, I find that kind of difficult, right? To work together and to be together at the same time. At the same time, you're an interracial couple, so I'm sure you guys get all kinds of comments and stuff like that.
Definitely.
I want to hear about the comments that you get. And how you deal with it. There's a list. We want to hear the list. Can we hear the list? Yeah. Where is this? Roll it out. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are many different people on the internet, and when you actually put yourself out there, you actually realize that this is not what I imagine it to be. Yeah, we saw, I mean, before we were content creators, before we were out in the internet and everything, we have watched videos of other content creators, be it locally or overseas,
getting hate.
content creators getting cancelled, getting hate. You never expect
I think
that
people are braver to say things online.
Yeah, just because it's so anonymous, right? You can see the face and all that.
Yeah. I think when we first started off content creation, the hate was mostly targeted towards me because at that point of time, interracial relationships were very, very new. Like right now, I would say it's still getting more prominent. But it was very new when we first started. And everyone was saying how I don't deserve to date him, or like we should date our own races, and just like very racist remarks about me. Yeah. And then later on, I was also surprised that he started to get hate as well.
So when you guys got that on the internet, like how did you support each other? When you're reading all that, it must have been so hard to read.
At the start, I would be lying if I say we didn't get affected by it. Yeah, it's not something that you want to read it about yourself.
Yeah.
And then slowly, we came to a conclusion that actually people that would comment these kind of things online, there are certain type of people.
They won't change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to change your personality, don't have to change your opinions because of them,
Yeah, it's not like we're gonna stop creating because of comments like that. I think the way I dealt with it, because most of the hate came towards me. At first, I do admit I did cry once.
Yeah.
That's natural.
Yeah,
That's very specific as well, just once.
Yeah, just once. And at the start, we actually like replied to these comments, trying to like step in. But then we realized that like it didn't solve anything.
It was encourages more conversation, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So we just left it. And from now on, from then on, we just ignored like these comments, and like we do step in unless it gets really out of hand, where they start like generalizing like stereotypes and all that. Then we come with like a very neutral response.
Kind of like a mediator. We don't respond to them because we are defending ourselves. I think we are defending our people.
Yeah, like interracial relationships.
Couples or
if they say something really out of hand, then we'll just like come in with
that rarely happens nowadays.
We just try to like,
Can I ask, like, I want to hear about, and I'm sorry to bring this up, but like the worst one you've read and the best one you've read about you guys.
It was targeted towards him. it was, does she taste like curry?
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Wow, that's bad.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is stereotype. So they bring in the stereotype along with the race and yeah.
I'm sure there's supporters too.
Yeah,
so
Oh my
we
god,
have-
I
Yeah.
love it because this is what happens. Okay, this was not at the start. Recently, right, we started to get like people bashing each other on our on our
in the comment
comments.
people are
section.
defending
Yeah,
you,
like and then they're like, and then that makes our video blow as well. So thank you, supporters.
engagement.
Yeah. So, but we're really thankful that we're starting to have supporters that actually stand up for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall like one of the maybe the more standout things that people have said that in support of you guys?
I think there are too many that just they just show their love. They just show
Yeah.
how even I think all over the world there will be people from Nepal or even other countries that tell us that they watch our videos and continue doing these videos because they make you smile, make you laugh. So I think that's great. And
I think also I have a lot of younger girls coming up to me. I've received DMs of them asking me how I am confident in my own skin and my race, because it's very hated upon in the social media industry. I have no idea why. But yeah, and like I think that's the most I think that makes me happy because I'm inspiring little girls to be more confident about themselves. And people ask me, oh no, I like this guy of a different race, but I'm not sure if he'll like me back because I'm this race. And just go for it. Love does not have any race.
And you know what Jean said about having these nice comments and the hate, right? Studies actually show that even at the workplace or in relationships, for every one horrible thing that you see, if you have 5 to counter that, it balances it out. So you need 5 positive for 1. But every time, right, people just focus on that one. And then it gets them down, so it's really creating and appreciating the positive as well.
But I must say that there are more positive comments than negative comments. So that's great. I mean, that's great.
I'm very happy to hear that.
That's
I
great.
mean, that's really
Amazing.
wonderful. Is it hard to content create together and be together? Because I'm thinking working and being together is just tough for anyone of any age.
This is a question that a lot of people, I think their first impression of us working together and being together, maybe they don't see it working. And also we have came up with this system structure. We call it the 3 C's.
3 C's. Okay, let's hear it. What are the 3 C's?
First thing is to comprehend.
No.
Is it comprehend second?
It's
Sorry. Oh no, I messed up my 3 C's. Restart.
It's okay.
Restart. Rewind.
Communicate.
Comprehend and compromise.
Yes.
Communicate.
Excuse me.
Thanks for saving me.
I love it. You guys are so cute. I can't deal. Oh my god.
So it's communicate, comprehend, and compromise. A lot of people stress on communication, but if you don't understand and comprehend, no point. And even if you understand and comprehend and you don't do anything about it, no point.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. How did you get so wise so fast? I mean, you guys. I mean, you're 21 and you're 24.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really young to know all that.
I think as you work together, you figure out things about each other and you figure out how to work with each other. Yeah. So we don't always follow this as well. There are times where there's certain situations where maybe we need to deviate from this structure because it's really different. But then I would say most of the time, we try to use this structure to solve any internal issues. And we always tell people we don't we separate work and business. Work and love life.
Okay,
work and love life. So
do you have a time in a day that say, okay, 2 hours, we're gonna work on this next piece we're gonna do together, and then after that we need to chill out and not talk about work anymore?
Oh, that's hard.
That's hard.
Because it's all interwoven, isn't it?
Because as content creators, you don't have a full-time job.
Yeah.
You are
It's like any time.
24 hours
we have
you are
clients
doing...
texting us at 10 p.m.
Of course.
Yeah.
And I've texted clients at 2 a.m. I'm sorry, and clients...
Okay, there's one situation that we really felt like it was quite bad. So we were out on our anniversary.
Yeah.
But we had a client video to post. Ooh. So it was in between dinner. Yeah. And like I really had to use my phone and post. And it was very sad because like we wanted that day to have no phones at all, but it's really no choice.
Yeah.
But then that's when you compromise, like you have that understanding that that's something that she needs to do.
But because we do it together, we understand.
Yeah.
I feel like if let's say if only one of us is in this like industry, right? It's gonna be hard for the other person to understand. Yeah.
I just want to affirm what you said about no phones during your couple time. I think that's so important. And what I found, right, is that even in the States, right, people check their phones every 10 to like 12 minutes. We reach for it, and they've actually found, right, that if you have the phone on the table, you don't have to be using it. It just decreases the quality of the interaction.
So don't even put it on the table.
Cannot even be on the table.
You can't. You know how it's just like when you're in a group and everybody puts their phones
exactly.
Don't even do that.
Even be on the table because you look at it, you go, oh. And even if it doesn't buzz, right, after about 10 to 12 minutes, you're like, oh, how come it didn't buzz?
Yeah.
And so it's just it decreases the quality of the interaction.
I
so
see.
if no phones, it's completely off.
So there are restaurants that actually have a bag when you enter the restaurant and when they put your phones in.
Do you guys do that? Like have time out from the phone ever?
I think it's a bit difficult for us.
Yeah, right? I find it tough too.
Yeah, it's difficult.
We have to check our phones.
But I would say mealtime we rarely use phones.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Even if it's not from clients or it's not business related, my mom will call me. Where are you? You coming home what time? Are you having dinner?
I think mom's allowed lah. Mom can get access 24/7.
Exactly.
It's fine, you know.
It's funny because if his phone doesn't ring, the mom will call me. Is he where?
So
we're always together, so my mom knows.
I love it. Now, hey, speaking of family, I want to know, was there any objections from the family? I mean, I don't know how traditional, your families are, and what was it like at the beginning?
Thankfully, no.
That's the thing.
It was easy.
People will ask us, how come you have no family issue? Your families don't object? They have been through experiences that the family, they have family issues and everything. And for us, we are very thankful.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we don't have these experiences to share with other people. We cannot tell people that, I went through this.
Right.
This is what we went through. This is what.
But I do have a friend that is also in an interracial relationship. Like she's dating someone, and it's become a very big problem for long term. It's like both of them have two very traditional families that only want to marry the same race.
I see.
So they're very nervous of introducing each other to their different families. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
And have they gotten through it ish? Are they working through it
They are working through it right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't believe you guys. I mean, you really lucked out, man, that your families are cool, because that's, in Asian families, you just don't know, right? Whether anyone holds any kind of and then you have to work through a whole bunch of things. So that's really awesome. I'm really happy to hear that.
My father, my dad thinks that the person you marry is gonna be the one you're living with for the rest of your life, not your parents. So you have to have the say of who you're gonna marry.
Yeah.
So I think the number one thing also is communication. Is one of your C's, guys. And it's really about knowing what you want, what you're prioritizing, and communicating that to your partner and working it out. And I think, so I was also watching lots of videos on these interracial couples, doing some research as well. And a lot of them also are saying it takes time and patience. And it's not just saying, accept me now. Everyone has to say yes. It's a whole process, and it's working through that. It's communicating to your family that this person makes you happy, and showing your family that, this is someone that I want, right? And it makes me happy. And I think over time, it also softens. So I would say be patient, keep communication open, and always ask, what do you need? How can I support you? So I think you guys are doing a lot of that already with your 3 C's, and I love that structure. As Jean says, you guys are showing a lot of maturity for people.
Totally.
When I was 21,
I was just like, what was I doing when I was 21? Not knowing the 3 C's, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Like, what? That's really awesome. I want to share about interracial couples. I mean, obviously this has happened for many, many years. It's just that now people can put it out on the internet like yourselves, and then you're going to be people can comment on your relationship and stuff like that. My parents are also an interracial couple, and my mom is Chinese, she's Hainanese, and my dad is Eurasian. And so, obviously during that time, it was the hardest thing ever. My mom's parents really opposed, her marrying my dad. And she was like, she went in guns blazing, right? She's like, no, I love this man, I want to marry him. And so her parents didn't even go to the wedding, right?
Oh,
and she like married my dad, and I was like, whoa, this woman is
God.
incredible.
Girl boss.
Girl boss. So I think people go through that. It's tough. And for many years, my grandfather, my mom's dad, didn't want to come over to the house and everything until my older sister was born. And then he softened and was like, oh my gosh, what a cute baby, like a cute little Eurasian baby, right? So he couldn't resist it. So that's how it came to be, And then our families like sort of integrated. So it's tough. I think it's really a real challenge, actually. And you guys are so fortunate to have not have these issues. Content creating can be pretty challenging too, and working, like we mentioned, working and being together. Has there been a point whereby you guys have gone like, oh man, this is too difficult, I just want to do solo content, I can't take it anymore? At any point?
I don't think we have thought about doing solo content, but we have thought about like how our work life really crosses into our emotional aspect. Because sometimes when we have fights out, like emotional fights, it seeps into work life. So imagine you have a client video to shoot, and you fight right before that. You don't have a choice. You have to and do it. Exactly.
How do you do it? I want to know, you compartmentalize in your head, okay, we fight later.
Yes, really. But actually, after the whole shoot, we realized that it actually gives us time to cool down.
Yes.
And then we actually don't really end up fighting really bad. We're okay, I'm sorry. Maybe we should have done this.
Okay.
So actually, I don't know if I can share this, but there's this psychologist called John Gottman, and he studied thousands of couples, okay? And he was able to predict with 94% certainty whether that couple would make it or not.
Really?
And that was and it was one of the big things, right, that predicted this was how they fight. And you actually are doing one of the things that he's saying that couples should do more of, right? Okay, so there are 4 things. The first one is stonewalling, okay? So if you notice you're fighting, right, and then you just ignore. And you just shut down.
Gosh, I'm guilty of that.
Same here. Okay,
I'm so guilty
I did it
of
with my
that.
husband too. And you just ignore the person. And so that is okay. So the things that you can do for that, right?
Okay.
And is saying, okay, maybe I'm not in a good emotional state right now. I'll come back in about 20 minutes. And it says, right, 20 minutes is the time it takes for your body to cool down, which is exactly the time it takes, or longer when you shoot, which is why you feel better after the shoot. And you're more calm, sorry, I love you, right? The second thing, and this is probably the most, the strongest predictor, is contempt. So if you fight and you put that person down and you go, like that also you don't know, wow, so stupid, rolling your eyes, okay, and just going, I'm an idiot. That is also not a very good thing to do.
We all kind of identify with that.
I know. So I was just like, shit. Sorry. I do that with my husband all the time. Just I'm an idiot, right? So contempt is another one. Another one is criticism. So the way you criticize, if you go after that characteristics, and going, you are dumb, you're stupid, you're selfish, rather than I was really upset about what you did. So focusing it on the behavior. And the last one is defensiveness. Okay, and again, I'm guilty of this as well. But when you fight and you did something wrong, but you're not ready to admit it, and you go, but last night you also did this to me, what? Or you victimize yourself, right?
Right.
Or you just go but I was tired. Don't you think I forgot because I was tired? You know, and like, you just kind of victimize. And so they say the antidote to that is to pause and go, okay, maybe I do have some fault here, and just say sorry lah.
Yeah.
You know, take blame for the stuff that you made the mistake for, and then
Yeah, I think taking blame is very, very important, and like, you know, taking accountability of something that you have done wrong.
Yeah.
In our case, maybe something that we think that we haven't done wrong, but then you know, we start by saying sorry, and then we can move on from there.
Yeah.
Are you guys identifying with the stuff that she just
actually,
said?
right, I got something to admit.
Yeah.
So when I apologize, right, then I will make him apologize also. As long as I'm apologizing, he has to apologize also. So like I'll be like, okay, I'm sorry for doing this, but then you shouldn't shout at me also.
Right.
Then I'll make him apologize. So it's even.
So how do you feel about that, Izzy?
Well, I mean, I'm okay with apology because when we fight, there are sometimes that both of us have been at fault at certain places. Like what she said, maybe when I'm telling her that she's at fault, I use a louder tone, or I use like, certain languages that is not so nice. Yeah.
Do you have like advice for, you know, couples out there, young couples who are maybe also content creating, trying to be just like you guys, you know, and how they can be half as put together as y'all? Because I feel like you guys are on the right track, I think, for sure.
I
think for every couple you have your own dynamics and your own way of doing things. I wouldn't say be like us, but more of like try and understand your own dynamics. And if you are a couple that's looking towards content creation or being out there on the internet, then you need to figure out your own
like what works for you. I feel that one important thing is what works for a different couple might not work for you. Like everybody has different needs and wants, different boundaries. I feel like this is very important.
Yeah.
My friends have a different boundary compared to me and like my relationship. So that's like normal. As long as like you and your partner are like have a clear established boundary on what's okay and what's not okay, then that's, if it works for you, if it works for you. But other people should have their own like discussed boundaries as well.
Hey guys, speaking of boundaries, right, do you guys have boundaries when it comes to like having friends of the opposite sex?
When our relationship first started, because back in poly days or back in my secondary school days, I have more friends of the opposite sex. And when I first met her, I think that was a boundary that I had to set, but I didn't really set it well in terms of the fact that
like what is okay and what's not okay to do.
Because for me is I have known them for so long, you know, I wouldn't want to give up, or rather I wouldn't want to like draw the line. I'm not a confrontational person. If everything can be settled, that will be best.
And I would say, I think at the start, it was very hard for me to communicate as well. Because I had this like expectation, you should know why you like that, you know, that kind of thing. And then like, I didn't tell him like what I need from him. I just, upset.
Exactly.
Like, oh, you do this, well, you don't know I'm angry. That kind of thing, you know? Then it doesn't solve anything.
Exactly. I think that's a very common issue in a lot of couples as well, where they expect their partner to be a mind reader. You know? You should have known. Like, you see my face already, you know already, right? And they're like, what did I do? Like, I'm not sure. And then they start guessing and they start ruminating. And I love that you pointed it out. And it's important, and it's also your responsibility to communicate your boundaries and your feelings as well. It goes both ways.
Yeah, but I think at the point in time, when she communicated her feelings towards me, I think I was caught in the middle. I was caught in more of like should I go and, you know, cut off my friendship, or should I go and like, because at that point in time, to me is, I don't, you know, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I don't, you know, cross the line. I don't cross the line with my friends. And to her, maybe she don't see that. And
I think
to me, it became very confusing.
Rather, we have different views on what is okay and what's not okay.
Yep.
So what I think that is not okay, he thinks that it's totally fine, and I can do it as well. So for me, I wouldn't do it. Like, it's not okay for me and for him either. So maybe it was hard for us to understand each other at the start. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It was very difficult for us to actually come onto the same page and have. So this was actually brought up many different times, and each time, like you mentioned just now, we will say that time you also like that time, bring up the past and everything, and that leads and that escalates to a certain situation.
How did you guys resolve that situation? Is it resolved, or is it
Well, I think for now, not for now, as in
It's resolved
decided,
right
it's
now.
resolved already, and I decided to, I got to step up and handle it properly lah.
Yeah.
So, say that, okay, so when I introduce her to my friends, I say that, let's say we have a gathering or whatever, I'll bring her, and everybody can get to know each other. I think that's the most cordial way we can settle this. Yeah. And then,
So was it like a turning point where you thought to yourself, okay, you know what, I need to prioritize my relationship as opposed to my female friendships? Was there a point?
I think for
Actually, I gave him an ultimatum. I couldn't tahan really. I couldn't take it. Because I felt that if in the future, I wouldn't want to like marry him and then still have this problem ongoing if it's not solved at all. Yeah, so I told him like, this is not gonna work if you're not gonna do anything about it.
Yeah.
And like I don't see us long term if this is gonna be a long term problem.
Which actually, that was a kind of like a good, it knocked some sense into me lah. Because before that, it was kind of this whole issue has been dragging. This whole issue has been coming up many times, and I would say this is our biggest issue. We don't really have other.
We don't really fight
big,
about other stuff.
Big issues. So to have her kind of tell me this, made me realize that actually, hey, it's time to make a certain decision. Not say who do I want to choose, but more of who's more
action you have to take
important.
action.
And who's the priority lah. I mean, that's when we think of how can we solve this and how can we come to a compromisation. And it took me a very long time to actually think about it, because ultimately you still want to keep that friendship with your friends. And I would say I've never cut off my friends. I've never cut off my friends. We're still in contact, we're still friends. And
I'm friends with them.
And she's friends with them. So ultimately, the only big decision I have to make was to draw the line, was to make the line clearer. In terms of what I can do and what I can't do.
And what your friends can do also.
So I guess that was the main thing, and that was the main issue. So I also want to say that as much as we show our lovey-dovey moments online, on the internet, it's not all smooth sailing. Yes, usual. Everyone has their own problems. We have I mean, this is also like a sort of a message to the people that like us out there. We are not always like this. We have our own problems, and we really just want to show that we're
like
still
any
humans.
Other couple. We have problems. It's not always like happy, Like but it's how you solve it and how you like grow stronger from it. Very cliche, but yes.
Yeah, but because some of them really see us as, hey, you two are so good together. You two are so compatible. You two are literally I don't know.
Like got people say match made in heaven and all that.
But we just want to let them know that this isn't always the case. Ultimately, I think it's more important to educate people on the things that can happen in the relationship and the problems that can arise, than to have them think that, hey, smooth sailing one is okay. It's okay,
And like some people think, if it's not smooth sailing, this is not the partner for me. That's not the case. You have to like solve the problem. Because there are audiences that are young, much younger, and when they look at us, they say, wow, these two so smooth sailing,
But
then they have the expectation that like all relationships, like good ones, are all smooth sailing. But that's not true.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, definitely not.
Like we will be having our own mental space.
Okay.
Up to wherever she's ready. Like imagine she'll be using her phone, right? Then she's ready, right? Then the moment she's done with her phone, then she's like, is it you don't love me anymore? You don't talk to me. I'm like, let's see eh. The moment you done, then I don't love you. Quarrel to the extent whereby I was driving halfway, then she'll say, you stop the car now. Then I'll say, no, you want you jump. that kind.
And then what happened? Welcome to another episode of the Are You OK podcast. My name is Jean Danka, and today's guest is very well known for making funny videos on social media. He's also a fantastic entrepreneur as well. Please say hello to Kelvin, otherwise known as Mayiduo. Hi, Kelvin.
Hello. Very honored to be here.
Thank you for taking the time to join us. Before we continue chatting, we also want to welcome, of course, Jeannie, who's our clinical psychologist as well. She's going to help us navigate today's session. Welcome, Jeannie.
Thank you.
Jeannie's going to be super helpful to us, and half the time she's always like also giving me tips on how to better manage my mental health. So I think we'll have some fun today, okay? Anyway, so Kelvin, I want to ask, why is your moniker Mayiduo? You know, I was thinking like when I saw it in like English, right? It looked like Mayiduo. I was like, what is this? So what's Mayiduo?
It originated from a Mandarin joke I found online. Yeah, so I tagged it to my persona, the Abing persona. That was like, I think 4 or 5 years back. Yeah, then that video went super viral and people started calling me that.
I see.
Yeah, so I didn't choose this name. This name chose me. Yeah.
The name chose you.
Correct.
I love it. I love it. I know that you started making videos since you were 18 years old. And then, yes. And then you also, of course, you know, started like doing a lot of things business-wise, even when you were in school. So can you tell me a little bit about how all that began for you, the journey?
Yeah, we started... Okay, so, you know, back in secondary school days, we will have class t-shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah, those type that you print every year, then them ugly one. Yeah. Yeah. So I found it as a business opportunity back in secondary school. So I actually started accepting jobs. Yeah, then I outsourced to printers to print. So I became like the supplier. Wow. Yeah, like of this class, that class. Yeah. So I started doing that back in secondary school. And partly because I figured that to actually make money, you won't get super rich from working.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to path your way out lah, in a way. So doing business is one of it. So back in secondary school, that is one way that I actually figured out to make extra money lah. So that started back in 14, 15. Then went all the way until NS.
Wow.
Correct.
Okay.
Then along the way, media has always been a passion. That's why I started making videos at the age of 18.
Yeah.
With my other friends. So we shot and produced, I think, 3 skits. Then until now, I'm still waiting for the video to be edited.
What happened?
Hey, where my video edited? we had this idea that we could make skits about daily lives.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we get our friends together to act. Then I directed, I scripted. Then one of our friends was supposed to edit lah, but I think he got too busy lah.
So you never edited it since.
Yeah, but now he's still in the media line. Yeah, maybe he's too busy, huh?
Get it together. Come on, man. Let's do the video. It's never too late to edit the video. So I want to know why you started your printing business so young. Is it because like you had a family situation that you need to take care of? You thought you'd like earn some extra money as well, pocket money?
No leh. It's more of when I was in primary school.
Yeah.
Okay, my family situation isn't like, say, well-to-do. We are probably average or below average. But this thing struck me back in primary school when I want to buy something. I say, Mommy, I want to buy a PlayStation 1 or PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
Then she'll say, no lah, got no money. This kind of thing, the standard line lah, the standard line. But I took that very hard as a kid. I will go and think, why you say something that's $200, $300 very expensive? Yeah, then my parents will tell me things like, hey, you should study hard, you get a degree, then you can be like our neighbor who live on the 10th floor, you know, that uni 18, that kind. Oh, she work at the bank, earn a lot of money. Yeah, then you say, wow, she earned $3,000. Okay, back in that era, 3,000 is a lot. Lah.
Yeah.
So I'll go and count. So when I was in primary school, I asked my mom, actually, why not you can take up a store in the canteen? You see, then I calculate for her. Like, got how many primary school students, how many teachers.
Yeah.
You technically need to sell how many bowls of things to make how much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was in primary school.
Yeah.
So at that point, it occurred to me that actually, if you can do your own business, right, your earning potential on the upside is uncapped. But when you go and work for people, right, it's capped.
Yes.
So that's why in secondary school, when I had a bit more money, a bit more resources, I tried something out. Lor. Yeah, I tried something out. But then, of course, I failed some also. Lah.
Yeah.
We started importing bags from China to sell also.
Wow.
Yeah, before Taobao. Yeah, then cannot, I really cannot. Cannot. Imagine you import a Dior, right, then come out, it's like another brand.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, or got spelling error. Right?
You know, Kelvin, you've gone through quite a bit of ups and downs. In 2015, I know I think you were trying to do a business in Malaysia. You kind of lost quite a bit of money. Can you take us through that period?
Okay, so 2015, I went to partnership with another guy. So 2015, we made money. So we went to start a factory in Malaysia.
See.
Yeah, because to me, it makes perfect sense. Okay, I did the numbers. I pay for manpower in Malaysia. I pay for rent in Malaysia. So my factory was like 8,000 square feet. And it cost like 4K RM. Yeah. So on average, my staff are like 1.5 to 2.5K RM.
Okay.
So I have like 40 of them. So to me, I pay for Malaysia overheads. I earn Sing dollars.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah. I mean, on paper, it really makes sense.
Correct. So we
Yeah.
went on with the factory.
Okay.
Yeah, but we encountered a lot of issues lah. So in 1 year, including the setup, we lost about 200 plus thousand. Yeah, and that was all the money I had on me that time.
Right.
Yeah, I was 25.
Wow.
25.
Okay, so how do you deal with that situation? What happened?
So that at that point was very, very bad because that was all of my money at the time. Then after paying all the salaries, all the things that we need to pay, right, we didn't have enough money to pay suppliers.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was a very stressful situation. And I was still quite young at the point of time. Then you don't really know how to handle. Yeah, so I actually sat at the staircase of my office in Singapore. I sat there and smoked for 7 days. Like really, I reach office at 10 a.m. Then I'll sit there, then I'll just chain smoke until like 5 p.m. Then I will go back home for 7 days. I was just internalizing like how to handle and how to deal with the loss and the situation.
Correct. You need to process the whole situation anyway, because sometimes it's so massive. I mean, it's your livelihood.
Yeah.
And did it help you though? Did it clear out some things or give you clarity as to what you had to do next in those 7 days where you were chain smoking?
Yes. Not good for your health, but that is the way I cope.
Okay.
Yeah, cause at that corner, nobody disturbed me.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody disturbed me. I will just have that time to myself.
Yeah.
Then I'll just smoke and think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what did you come up with during that time? Like, was there a feasible solution that you came up with during that 7
There was
days?
a few possible tracks that I could work on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I reorged the company a little bit. Then we shifted our focus. So in the past, we have a department for design, a department for sales, a department for production. Yeah. So I shifted everybody to sales.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because to me, a company have to survive by having sales first.
Yes, that's the most important thing. I mean,
Correct.
that's
So
number
in
one.
last time we want to do everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to have a design department, sales department, production department. All these departments still make you money, but nothing beats having a very strong sales team. Yeah. So I reorged to that. Then after that, I went to speak to all my suppliers lah. But very luckily, because I'm a very good paymaster, I don't like to owe money, man. Yeah. So when I really encounter something like that, right, they were very willing to help.
Okay.
Yeah, they will say, it's fine, we understand. This one put aside first, you slowly return. Yeah. Then they continue supplying me lah.
So from what I heard, right, basically he's using emotion-focused coping, right? You really just you need that space, right? You need that space to be alone, to think, to process, like what you said earlier.
Yeah.
So what I actually pick up from there, right, the coping skill that he's utilizing, right, is not just the mere fact of smoking. Right, it's not the behavior of smoking. It's actually he needed that space. He needed kind of a quiet time to process. So I'm wondering whether that was that for you. Or do you think that smoking help? Yeah, share with me. How does it make you feel, when you're smoking?
Make me feel my lungs very clear.
Okay.
I still think it's more of the space thing. Cause I realize whenever I have a very, very big occasion or a big incident in my life, right? Other than finding a space for myself, right? The first thing I will do is I'll go and sleep first. I will just become suddenly very tired.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like if I have a big quarrel with my wife, maybe to the extent, no, after we got married, no. Like before we got married, right? If we have a very, very big quarrel that she want to break off the engagement kind or very, very big situation, right? I become very tired. Then I want to sleep. Yeah.
So and then you sleep like long time or just naps?
I don't know. I will just switch off my phone. I throw
that.
Then I just knock out.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll just knock out. So that is my coping mechanism lah. Yeah, which my wife don't understand lah.
That's great though. Is that a normal thing?
Yeah, that's actually definitely more helpful than smoking. Straight for 7 days.
Because when I'm sleeping, I cannot smoke.
Correct. Is that a thing though? The sleeping thing, like your exhaustion taking over?
Yes, because it sounds like you're mentally and emotionally exhausted, and some people really cope by sleeping. It's just that if you're kind of overdoing it, so especially for people who are depressed, they tend to sleep a lot. They couldn't get out of bed. If you become dysfunctional, then that becomes an issue. Do you have problem getting out of bed?
Morning, yes.
Okay.
Morning, but because I sleep very late. Yeah, I work at night. Then like yesterday, I slept at like 5 plus a.m.
Okay. Oh my god.
Like, it's quite a daily thing.
Okay.
So recently, I took a break to Perth to reset my entire scheduling. Cause my wife is complaining already. Cause like when I wake up, I go for a lot of meetings.
Yeah.
Then I pick my son up about 6, 7. Then I play with him a little bit. Then when he sleeps, right, I'll start work already. Yeah. Then from 10 p.m. I'll work until like 3, 4 a.m., 5 a.m.
Oh,
then
I
I
see.
sleep.
Okay.
Yeah. So she said it's not healthy for me and the relationship.
While we're talking about your wife, I know that you guys have been like almost childhood sweetheart. I know she helps out with your business now and all that. How was it like in the beginning? Is she as business minded as you from the beginning or not at all?
No.
Totally different type of person.
Totally different type of person. Yeah, totally different.
Yeah, so tell us a bit about that beginning when you guys got together and.
So I met her when I repeated my Sec 3. Then we spoke lah. We had some mutual friends. We were in some mutual classes together. Then we tried going out lah. Yeah. Then from then until now lor. Yeah. So at the start it was very typical lah. Secondary school, what you want to talk about? You just talk about love, but correct or not?
Correct.
Nothing else important. Like you like her, she like you, then settle already. Yeah. So the differences came about. I think the big difference lah was after NS, cause I wanted to have a career already mah. So I started my business, and I went to learn all the skills. Then I roped her in. So it was very, very tough at the start, especially the first 1 or 2 years. Because we were young, we don't know how to do business, we were just figuring our way out. So we can be working from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. kind, both of us.
Yeah.
Then we will be making like 1K each a month.
Ooh.
That kind.
Yeah, okay.
So this lasted for a while. Then we had a big argument because she thinks that, hey, I'm working like dog. Then I only get like 1K a month. I might as well go outside and work. Yeah. But in my belief is, if we can tahan this and build this up, right, then I will have more income with the flexibility of time as a business owner.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So at the start, there was a lot of conflict on this because she wanted to go and work. Then I told her, no, if you really tahan, then you pull this through, then it'll be much better. So at that point, this kind of situation, it happens a lot. It happens a lot. We will quarrel to the extent whereby I was driving halfway, then she'll say, you stop the car now. Then I'll say, no, you jump. that kind.
And then what happened?
Then she don't dare lah. She don't dare.
right.
Yeah, she hamji. Yeah,
Wow.
that kind of situation lah.
Okay.
Then it became more apparent when business pick up. Then we were anchoring different side of the business.
Okay.
Like the factory one.
Yes.
Okay, so when we opened the factory, right, I was heading Malaysia side.
Yeah.
That was the production. She was heading Singapore. That was the
see.
sales. It's hand in hand one. So if production don't deliver on time, sales cannot answer to the client.
Correct.
Yeah. So we having a lot of problem in the factory mah. So a lot of times maybe 1 or 2 orders will get delayed. Then she'll be unhappy. Then she will put the anger onto me. Nothing wrong with that, cause my department didn't do well mah.
Okay.
But she'll bring this emotion back home. Even as your girlfriend. So it's all jumbled up together already.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's all jumbled up together. Nowadays, she just do her thing. I just do my thing.
Yeah.
Then For the printing business, right? I just go there and sign check only.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't do anything else. Maybe some advices here and there.
Yeah. I think there was an investment opportunity in around 2018. You told her like if it worked, if this took off, then okay. But if it doesn't take off, then you never get involved in like this part of the business ever again.
Best thing that happened.
That's like a true ultimatum. Can you tell us about that whole thing?
We don't see eye to eye on business thing, man.
Okay.
We totally don't see. I want to
even till today. Like,
even till today.
I see.
Yeah, I was just having a discussion with her on printing company.
Okay.
Because she wanted to ask me something. In 2018, my friend chose me to do a F&B business.
Yeah,
restaurant in Geylang. So I didn't want to do it because I just sold off my previous business. I sold off a durian business. Then I was very tired. I wanted to take a break. Yeah, maybe for like half a year, 1 year to re-sort out my business plans. Then she said, hey, this one good opportunity leh. We should try. Yeah, F&B can make a lot of money. Then very unwillingly, I went ahead lah, but with the condition lah.
Yeah.
So I told her I didn't want to do this. Okay. So if you want to do this, right, I will go ahead and I will do it to the best of my capacity. Okay. Although I'm quite a sleeping partner lah, but I map things out for my partners.
Yes.
They follow lah.
Yeah.
Then she said yes, confirm make money one. I said okay, if that's what you think so we will try. But if this business fail all my future business, right, you tiam. Yeah.
You tiam.
I don't want to hear anything from you. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It means next time I throw 500k, I lose 500k is my problem.
Yeah.
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 You tiam.
Okay.
Yeah. And she said, okay, we try.
Wow.
Yeah. So we went to do up the restaurant. Then I did the strategies for them. Then it didn't work out.
And how long did it last?
It lasted for only 6 months.
Ooh.
Then I burned my share. I burned through about 70 to 80k.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And so what did she say? I want to know, like, when it was like falling apart, what did she say to you? Like, okay, you're right. Sorry.
No.
Nothing. It was just like, okay.
They're just like, she will say these kind of things maybe 2-3 years down the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She likes to let the things settle down first. Then she'll say, actually, you're right. That kind of thing.
So you're saying earlier on that this was like the best thing that ever happened.
Yeah, this one is 70-80k, well paid. Well paid. I'll do it all over again. Because last time she's jointly involved in all my decisions.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I don't like that because I don't see eye to eye with her on business side of things.
Yeah.
Then anything I want to do, she say no you shouldn't do it like that. Yeah, but you see, if she's not around, I do my thing. I will just do what I think is right.
Yes.
And what I think is logical. She's more emotional. Then she'll come in and say, no you cannot do it like that. Not like that. What I tell you. Yeah. But from that, it's either on. Okay, nowadays she might still banter a bit lah, but I don't really care. I will just do what I want to do.
Yes.
Work out very well.
I'm actually very curious because just now Kevin was saying that even up to today, both of you still disagree on many business items,
fully.
right?
Fully.
But I'm also curious, right? Then how did both of you manage things for so long? There must be something that is working.
I think on the relationship side of things, right, we are both very different.
Okay.
But that's what attract lah. Yeah, like she brings some excitement into my life. I bring some logic into her life. On the relationship side of things. Yeah. Then on business end, it's more of how we handle the situation as it arises. Then this is the best arrangement that we could have. Like for now, right, amongst all my business, she handled the printing. I handle the rest of my business myself. Yeah, so she doesn't get involved. Yeah, so this is to fully avoid conflict. Yeah, even if I see something at the printing end that I might think is not right, I will try to tell her. Yeah, but that's if she want to sit down and discuss. I try to get involved. Like to me, money can make again, but marriage is still need to safeguard lah.
Yes, and I think a lot of couples, when they work together, that's when all the disagreement surface. And actually, Dad himself, he actually said a solution already. So one solution that I usually work with my clients, if the couple comes to me, is role clarity. You know, we really need to establish, you know, what are the roles. And then what I'm hearing now is, okay, I'm just going to deal with certain things and she's going to deal with certain things. I'm just going to keep it clean in that sense. So boundaries again, you know, coming back to drawing clear boundaries, understanding your roles, you know, and yeah, there might be certain things you might see, you know, but at the end of the day, what can be helpful is also whatever that happens on the business end, we try not to take it back home, which is actually challenging.
It's so hard.
That is the challenge.
Yes.
How, right? How do you
That
even
is the
stop there?
challenge.
I don't know how to do that. That's just really difficult.
It's difficult. So some little things might help. So a lot of the couples, when they come to me, when they're doing business together, right, they would say they need that mental space. So the mental space of being together in the same space, right? But just keeping quiet, you know, for a while at the end of the day. And sometimes directing that focus to something externally like the children or an activity that they can do together that can help as well. But again, it's really easy.
It's tough,
harder
right?
than it's.
Because you must be very disciplined for that. You must be like, okay, when I go home, I'm gonna like keep quiet for a while. But sometimes you're like, you have so many things in your brain that you want to just like spill out. You want to say to your partner or whatever, or like tell them like, no, you shouldn't be doing this, blah blah blah, whatever. Right? Especially if you're working together, it's really tough, right? I mean, like how do you do that when you go home and all that?
Nowadays?
Yeah.
Well, nowadays we work separately.
Oh,
yeah, like now she's in office, then I'm doing my own thing.
oh, and then because you primarily work at night as well. I mean, is that right? Like,
Yeah.
so you
I'm
don't
trying to
really-
shift that lah. I'm trying to shift that lah.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But because of problem also, because at night she want to talk to me.
yeah.
Yeah. Like we will be having our own mental space up to wherever she's ready. Like imagine she'll be using her phone, right? And she's ready, right? Then the moment she's done with her phone, then she's like, is it you don't love me anymore? You don't talk to me. I'm like, let's see the moment you done, then I don't love you. Yeah.
The moment she's like not distracted from her phone, right?
Yeah.
She's like, still love me now.
Yeah, then I will do that. Sometimes she very engrossed with her phone, right? Then I'll look at my phone, then I'll look at her. Hey, is it you don't love me anymore? But that kind of thing happens lah.
Yeah. I think obviously they found a way to work with it as well, right? I mean, like, you know, how long have you guys been together? I mean, that is like
15 years.
Wow.
15 years.
So has there ever been a thought where you're like, okay, I can't handle this anymore? Like,
a lot of times.
You know, a lot of times. Yeah.
A lot of times.
What makes you like go like, no, I'm gonna stick it out, you know?
Like throughout the entire journey, I think it's especially tough because we didn't meet each other when we are more formed as a person. Yeah. We literally grew up with each other. Like from our teenage years to our young adult years to now still young adult. But you know, especially in your 20s to your 30s, there's a lot of self-development, self-realization. So we went through that together. A lot of times we say, you boy song then swa lah. Yeah. Like even after we got married, we were like, boy gam when arguments get heated, you will try to throw out, you tend to throw out all these kind of not nice things lah. Yeah. But when we actually cool down, we just make peace with each other then.
That's good though.
Yeah.
That's good. Means there's like real love there, right? Yeah. I feel like there's real
Because
love.
we got too many things. We went through too many things together already.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
So
can't.
I think the argument part of it and maybe like the harsh words is it's not nice lah, but it's part of the process lah.
Yeah.
Part of the process. But eventually we still stay on lah.
Okay.
Hopefully this age well.
Now do you have one or two kids?
One
kid.
But we are planning for a second one.
I see.
Yeah, because now he look a bit bored at home.
Oh yeah. How old's your kid now?
3 years old.
Okay.
Yeah. Starts to talk, start to play.
Wow. Has that changed the dynamic of the relationship or made it actually more challenging, you know, actually?
Wow. It's both leh. Like, it completed the family, but at the same time, right, it brings new challenges. Yeah, cause some things that the kid do, they only look for the mother. Like at night when he wants to sleep, right, he only look for the mother. Like I want to help, but he don't want me. Yeah, then it becomes very stressful for my wife when he takes 2 to 3 hours to sleep.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah. Then when it happens every night, right, then she becomes very stressed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then she will throw her anger onto me. Yeah. Then I also angry because I want to help, but he don't want, nothing I can do. Yeah, this kind of thing.
So do you have any advice for that?
So instead of saying, oh, it is your fault, or it's my fault, or it's the kid's fault because the kid doesn't want us, let's look at it, like just put it outside, right? And see what is the nature of this issue, right? So now the kid is not just wants mommy, right? So maybe let's say if mommy might think that, oh, why are you not helping, right? Can we kind of really externalize this issue? So put it aside first, then brainstorm about what can help. But again, if the kid specifically wants just mommy during sleeping time, right, then mommy has to be available then. Yeah. But let's free up mommy's resources for other time, right? So that can help balance out in that way. So, and then if I can ask you, right, so when will be the time that then you step in to help? You know, how can you offer to offload, you know, whatever that your wife...
and she shop for me in the bedroom. So like, Dada! Now I'll go walk in there. Then she'll tell me, I can't already. Give me 10 minutes break. Yeah. Then I'll go in and talk to the kid. Yeah. So then I'll tell him like, oh, mommy's very tired. Yeah. But we'll just wait here for her. Yeah. Then he'll banter with me. Yeah. But I think so the trick is I think to sleep train your kid. We didn't sleep train our kid.
I see.
Yeah.
To like sleep fully overnight, is that right?
No, sleep training involve like you keep them enclosed in a space for like when they're very young.
Okay, so that they're used to like falling asleep by themselves. Correct, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
We didn't do that. No, I attempted, but everybody scolded me because you can't do very jialat. Yeah, but to me it's part and parcel. You need to go through this. You need to go through this.
Correct.
Then I lock him in the room. Then try to let him sleep. And my mother scold me. My father scold me. Her mother scold me. Her father scold me. But
that's what I hear people do, right? You're supposed to like really steal your heart and just like even the child cries until like the whole house wants to come down already, right? You just gotta let the kid quiet out.
I close the door and go and watch TikTok. Everybody come and scold me. Then my mom come out. 没有人这样做爸爸的啦. I'm just doing training. Yeah. But now it's like recently, like really recently, like 1 week ago only. My wife managed to find a game that my kid like to play before he falls asleep.
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
It used to take 2-3 hours. Now like 10 minutes.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah.
A significant decrease.
Yeah. Just randomly out of nowhere one. So with regards to what you mentioned, right, I think the solution is finding why this thing occur. Like why he don't want to go to sleep. Is it the method is wrong?
It can be the method, right?
Correct. Or find out why he don't want to sleep. Yeah, so you need to try and find solutions to that.
It seems like you take on like stresses and you compartmentalize in your head very, very well, I feel. And I think you're the sort of person that doesn't quite show like to your staff and all that, like, you know, if you're struggling and all that. But do you think that yourself and like other business owners kind of go through quite a bit mentally, like, you know, with how you deal with everything, because you've got to manage your emotions plus your staff's emotions and all that. Yeah,
I think all business owners they have to put up a strong front, because imagine your boss come and tell you, I'm very depressed, I don't know what to do. Wow.
Yeah.
How will you feel?
Correct. You feel like nervous, right? Like, oh my gosh, yeah.
My boss beside. Yeah. So no matter what the boss is going through, normally he or she will still put up a strong front. Yeah, then they will try to internalize the solutions themselves. But I feel that most, if not all bosses, right, at some point, they are just high-functioning depression people.
True.
I feel I feel like maybe now I have a bit of depression, but I don't know. Maybe because we are just too used to stress. Right. Yeah, maybe we are just too used to stress and problems. Then when it comes to us, we resolve. But maybe all this kind of thing takes up our mental health.
But then, I mean, what Kevin and Chip pointed out is something that's very, very real. You know, like because like the nature for businessmen, entrepreneurs, right? The one thing that they definitely will face is uncertainty. Right? And for every uncertain situations, it's very normal to feel anxious, right? And sometimes you get depressed because things don't turn out the way you want. Yeah. So I wouldn't say, I mean, as of now, as we are chatting, you know, if I really kind of need to diagnose you, I don't think you are, you know, you're clinically depressed because, I mean, the mere fact that you can function, you know, you still make your way here today. So in that sense, I wouldn't say that you are clinically depressed. It's normal to kind of feel depressed or anxious at some point in time. So yes, I want to kind of normalize that. But again, for how long, right? Is it chronic? Do you not get out of bed for 2 weeks? So there's kind of like a cutoff, but you need to talk to maybe a therapist, find out a little bit more. So as long as you're functioning, some sort of you feel depressed or anxious at some point in time, that's perfectly normal. It's how you deal with it that a lot of people, if they can't cope with it, then it becomes a problem. Over time, if it's chronic, right, you can be clinically depressed or anxious.
So what do you recommend to people or business owners that they cannot find a solution, yet they don't want to see a therapist because they scared their staff find out? Because they cannot let their staff find out, and they're like, hey, our boss, want go see therapist, yeah. So what happens to that group of people that they cannot internalize, they want to seek help, but they cannot. Or they say they cannot, they are not willing. What do you recommend for them?
So I think for a great start, right, is to establish their own social support, right? Who you can reach out to. It might not be a therapist, for a start. It can be, your wife. If you can talk to your wife,
That will become more depressed.
Well, yes, which is why you need to identify someone you can trust and you can open up to, right? Okay, maybe not your wife, maybe your friends, or whoever you can start talking to. Sometimes it's hard because the stigma of like seeking help is real. Some people like the first thing you said down here today, I'm not xiao, I don't want to see a therapist. But more and more so often now, right? Actually, people do see therapists even when they're not depressed, even when they just need to manage stress. Or it can be just, talking to a counselor. It might not be a therapist. Because some people might think, okay, counselor is better in that sense. Opening up to people, that's definitely one. Or seeking avenue to offload their stress. It can be emotion-focused coping, like you talk about sleeping, that's fine, as long as you don't overdo it. Smoking, not exactly. We need to pick those that are not maladaptive. So that's not really harmful to yourself, your health and all. So start off with that. I would still advise talking to people that can help.
I guess changing the mindset of people is a bit hard, right? Because people like your staff may not understand or feel like therapy is normal, like for everyone, right? So I guess that's kind of tough. But maybe the business owners could secretly go see therapists.
Actually, is there like anonymous online consultations?
Yes, I'm sure there are, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there are.
So there are private therapists you can look out to. You don't even need to go to a clinic now, right? Because now after COVID, right, actually a lot are available online. You can just Zoom.
Teleconsultation.
Consultation. They even have apps for that.
Yes.
Yeah. So you can actually go and Google and then you'll find a lot of apps.
Many people will think that it's very expensive. Is it very expensive?
For a private session, it ranges from about 220, 250.
Per hour?
So it can be, yes, per hour. However, there are some that are cheaper, and if you look for counseling, it's probably cheaper as well. Yes, and I'm not sure some insurance cover that because now even health insurance, they extend it to mental health as well. So you can check out your policies.
Interesting. No, I don't need.
So how do you? I want to ask, so how do you cope now? I mean, like when you have stresses and all that.
Nowadays nowadays are very chill one.
Really?
Today you tell me the company lose 1 million. Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Really? Not because I'm very rich, because I learned how to take things as it comes.
How come? How do you learn? I mean, where did you,
During renovation. So I got a renovation company, So the more you do renovation, you can plan everything 100% sui, right? But some things are just out of your control. Yeah. Your house gonna complete already, the bugger call you, hey, sorry boss, I accidentally drew on the water pipe. I scold him, got no use what?
Yeah, happened already. So
very common. Brother, you help me go down, fix the water pipe, help me redo the towel.
Wow.
Yeah, there's no point getting flustered or getting anxious. Right?
Yeah.
Especially in renovation, I learned a lot. The more calm you are, the more calm your clients will be. Let's say you drill the water pipe, then you panic. Then you call a client, hey, sorry, my guys are drilling the water pipe. Then the client will like, what happened to my house? Yeah, but you just call the client, he accidentally drilled the water pipe. It happens, but I start sorting it out for you now. But one day, that kind.
Wow.
Yeah, so you really learn to take things as it comes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You reach like Zen master level
Zen.
already. Yeah.
Zen. Nowadays, my wife scold me, I also Zen.
What?
Zen one, really. But I want to say, like, I got a lot of conflicts with my wife, but we still love each other. We have our own connections, and she has been with me from the very, very start. Yeah. So I think it's really important to work out the differences. Like me and my wife, we are very, very different. But we try to fix she do her thing, I do my thing. Yeah, so don't overlap the business and personal.
That's awesome though. If you had any like advice for your younger self, what would you tell your younger self now?
Believe in whatever you are doing and believe in your journey. Cause when I was younger, there was a lot of self-doubt. Yeah, especially my family don't do business. That I want to do business. Then when I started business, all my friends are still schooling in university. Then your future is very uncertain. Yeah, it's very, very uncertain. So you will go and think that, hey, is it right that I'm making this decision? Yeah. Is it true that maybe I should go and work for a stable life? That kind of thing. Yeah, but given all that I have today, then if I meet my younger self again, then I say believe in the journey. Yeah. Cause it's not the end result. It's the journey that make you this person you are today.
So are you happy with where you're at now?
Emotionally, mentally, yes. But career-wise, I want to test how far I can go.
How far do you want to go? What's next?
I really don't know. But I got set a target for myself when I reached 30 lah. I got hit lah. Yeah. So I'm setting a target for my 40s. Yeah. Then I really want to see if I can, I don't know, I want to see how big I can build my career empire too.
Can you share anything about what you're hoping for when you reach 40?
Internally, I set 100 million net worth lah. Yeah, internally lah.
Nice.
Which I think might be possible.
I think it's possible.
Might be possible.
That's the thing. Yeah. Anything is possible, guys.
Must believe in the journey.
Believe in the journey.
Yes.
Anyway, thank you so much, Kelvin, for being here, for sharing.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and thank you, Jeannie, for being here as always. Thank you for watching, guys. Till the next time. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, and that's my question for you. I mean, I'm just looking at you and like you're keeping it together and doing
barely
and doing everything at the top of your game. So, maybe why the hustle? Firstly, like why are you doing so much? Yeah.
Even though I wrote about them, they probably do not know. That's why they're like sharing along with the song, right?
Right.
But the ones who are just staring at me like, they know.
Hi, this is Jean Danka, and welcome to another episode of the Are You OK podcast. Today we've got actor, singer, fashion boy, Glenn Yong is here with us, guys. Hi, Glenn.
Hi Jean. Hi, Catherine.
And yes, I'd like to introduce Catherine as well. Catherine is our psychologist, so she's going to jump in and help us today and sort of give like mental health notes for us and tips as well, okay? Welcome, Catherine.
Thanks for having me.
Glenn, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you. I'm super shy by your introduction.
Really? But don't you feel you do so many things? I feel like I can't say one thing to describe the person that you are. Before we even get to that, also just want to say that we met properly at Kim Lim's birthday party in Bangkok.
Yeah, like a month
or two ago.
Back. Yeah,
and it was the funniest thing ever because we hadn't met properly, and amidst this glitz and glamour of a party, we were having this, what I felt was like a heart-to-heart, genuine conversation.
Oh, yeah. Well, everyone was like drinking.
I know. And I thought like, this is so strange, but you know, I really appreciated that conversation. And that was when, of course, I was like, hey, would you come on to this podcast, you know, and share? Because I saw a side of you that I thought, you know, the viewers should see, the listeners of this podcast should see as well. So tell us a little bit about what you've been up to since then. I know you've been filming, you've also been like doing a lot of performing on stage, and then there's a lot of the traveling as well for fashion shows and all that. Please update us.
Oh man, so I kind of just touched down recently from Bangkok. So I just flew to New York Fashion Week, came back to Singapore, and then one day later I flew to Bangkok to meet up with some of my music friends. So I've just been doing a lot of music stuff, fashion related stuff, and I just finished filming my movie, And Not Stupid 3. Yeah, so that ended like 1.5 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah, so that took up, I would say, my entire June, July to August.
Okay.
Yeah, around like 3 months.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's been crazy, like balancing acting, music, fashion, and also like social media at the same time.
Yeah. And that's my question for you. I mean, I'm just looking at you and like you're keeping it together and doing
Barely.
and doing everything at the top of your game. So maybe why the hustle firstly? Like why are you doing so much? Yeah.
I think there's a few reasons. I think it starts off with like a dream. Okay. Like in my early 20s, I always have a dream to, you know, do movies in Singapore, to act in dramas, or like even do fashion, because I mean I really love fashion, right?
Yeah.
Like when you're young, you watch like together with my mom, we watch like fashion TV, and then like you watch like the Milan Fashion Week, Paris Fashion Week, like the models walking the runway, and you'll be like, oh man, that's cool. Like what if one day I actually get to see all of this live, you know? Yeah. So I guess all those kind of ambitions and like desires kind of like started when I was young, because I saw all these movies. Even I'm Not Stupid, I was actually inspired by that movie to become an actor.
Right.
Yeah, because when I actually watched the movie, I remember it was the second movie. I was still in primary school then.
Yeah.
I actually cried in the cinema for the first time.
Oh, cute.
I was 10. Yeah, I was 10 years old. And I actually cried. And I was so shocked because that was the first time a film impacted me in a great way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I told myself then when I was young, it was just like a random thought that like, hey, if like one day I become an actor, I want to like do shows like this where I can impact the audience and people who are watching the show. So I guess all these things kind of like built up when I was young. Yeah, but it was only in my early 20s that it became like a real like goal.
Yeah.
That hey, this is actually something that might be possible.
Yeah.
And then I started to work on it.
So was the acting thing the first thing that you wanted to do in the entertainment industry? Was that kind of like, okay, I really want to be an actor?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Okay, before the actor, there's also another context, which is when I was young, I wanted to be an activist as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for what causes? I mean, when I was young, I didn't know what causes I want to stand up for.
Yeah.
But I just knew I wanted to be someone that stood up for causes, you know, like be a voice for people.
Yeah.
So of course, when I grew older, I started to know what are the things that I feel strongly for. Like, for example, right now, I'm an activist for youth, for young people, youth empowerment, and also for cancer, to raise cancer awareness to people so they know what they can do to prevent cancer and all. So I guess all these things started, like I said, when I was young. So for actor, it's really because I want to have a platform. Yeah, like what I say, I want to be an activist, right? You want to be a voice for people. Of course, I do enjoy it. It's my passion.
Yeah.
But it is really at the end of the day for the platform so that I can advocate for the causes.
Do you feel like you had to sacrifice a lot to get to your dreams? And what are these sacrifices?
Expectations. Oh yeah, sorry. So let me get to the point. So like, because there was nothing to lose for me in a sense to go for my dream, so I just went for it, right? So I would say right now I'm 26 and I'm really blessed and lucky because at this point I felt like I have already achieved most of my dreams that I have in my early 20s. Yeah, even when I was a youth, you know. So I'm really blessed in that sense. But also what I didn't realize is that, okay, now that I'm in this position where I'm at and who I am, many times when I meet people for the first time, to me it is a fresh meeting, right? Because I do not know them.
Yeah.
But when I meet them, I would feel a sense of expectation because they already know who I am. So sometimes when I'm a bit more human, when I'm around them, they will get like surprised, they'll get shocked. And then that's when I'll realize, hey, actually, why would they get shocked? Like I'm just a normal human being. Like why would they get shocked by me doing like normal human being stuff? You know, like for example, let's say if I sneeze or I cough. Yeah, so
what?
Yeah, they're like, oh, I never seen that sound. I'm like, bro, like, what do you mean? Like, I'm a human, I cough.
That's why I'm not a robot.
Yeah, I'm not a robot. Like, I don't look good all the time as well. You know? Or
geez.
like, sometimes when they see like me appearing like in my home clothes, like in a meeting, they're like, oh, I've never seen you like this side of you before, and they're not used to it, you know. So that's when I realized, okay, like I think I'm a little bit different. Like my life is a bit different now.
Correct.
Like they always have this expectation that I have to always look my best or be at my best all the time. Yeah.
One of the things I remember that we talked about was, you know, you fulfilling your dreams now in your 20s, you know, all the stuff that you wanted to do.
Oh, yes.
You know, you've done all this but what really is next for you? What is the next step in your 30s? You know, and you don't have time to slow down now.
That is a question I'm asking myself now.
Right? Yeah. So, I mean, is that stressing you out at the moment, or are you kind of like, where's your headspace with that right now? Like, what's next for you? Because you have achieved quite a bit that you've already set out to do.
I think I remember I shared with you this when I was when we were in Bangkok.
Yep.
Like, I think the scary thing for me recently was because I've already set out to do what I wanted to do, and I'm only in my 20s right now, but yet I feel like I do not know what's next. And for someone like me who is really ambitious and, you know, I'm always having like a goal or like a bucket list to chase after, all of a sudden I have nothing to look forward to. That scared me a little bit, to a point whereby I no longer feel like I have something to look forward to in life. And that is scary, because that wasn't the case for me the past 3 to 4 years when I started out in the industry. You know, I was like this super idealistic, super passionate guy that like I just want to like chase after my dream. Every day I'm like motivated. But right now, I felt like I lost my fire. Like I'm just going through the motions, and it no longer felt like I was fully enjoying the whole process, because it just felt like I'm doing everything to maintain whatever I have right now. You know, rather than, oh, I'm trying to gain new grounds, I'm trying to have a breakthrough. So cost me a lot of sleepless nights, and I don't know how to say, like you just feel unenergized. Yeah, and that was something that I wasn't used to.
Now that you've achieved all these things, are you happy with your life?
I have been embarking on a journey of self-love and self-care, because I realized the past 2 to 3 years I've been working so hard that I never took breaks. And I never did anything to love myself. Like maybe I lacked social life, and I lacked people around me that I could just talk nonsense with. Or like just not do anything, you know, just like be around each other and just chill. I think that is what helped me to appreciate life more. Because the funny thing is, after I achieved like all my dreams and on my bucket list, I realized what I look forward to most is not even about like the next breakthrough anymore, or like the next big thing to do, but what I look forward to now is dinners with my family and my friends. You know, like it became like the simple things in life that I am looking forward to, rather than the big things. And I think that's funny, because I think life really has a way of like humbling you. You know, like you thought all the big things that you're doing right now could make you happy, but that kind of doesn't define like everything that you are. It is, at the end of the day, the relationships and who's around you that matters.
I don't know if I can share this, but what you just said was actually a lot of this work this researcher was doing called Sean Aker. And he was saying that, you know, okay, not just in Singapore, but in Singapore it's quite prevalent. There's this mantra, right? You work hard, you get all these things, then you be happy. You just suffer now. And then they just drill that into you your whole life, you know. But he says that it's actually the reverse. And the minute you tie your happiness to your achievements, once you achieve that, you're happy, but it evaporates after. And you're like,
I experienced that.
Right, exactly. And it's like, where is it gone? So what do I have to achieve now? And I think that's a lot of what you were feeling when you were lost, when you said like, now I've achieved all of this at such a young age. What is next, right? And so, I'm really glad that you're reaching out to your family and you've got that down. I think it's important.
It's only very recent, like I would say the past 1-2 months. But I mean, when I met Jean, at the point of time, I was still kind of like struggling. I'm trying to find like, how can I get out of this rut? How can I get out of this depressed mood, you know? Because the scary thing for me is how do I share this with my friends? How do I share this with people? Because to them, you have everything. You have everything you wanted. Like, what is there to be unhappy about, you know? So that creates a fear in me that, oh no, I can't share this with anyone, because if I share with them, they will think that I'm ungrateful or unappreciative of what I have. You know, and that really makes it harder. And of course, I'm also afraid, what if I share with them and they feel bad about their life? You know, they're like, hey, come on, like, and then they start to think about their life, and they're like, I don't even have anything, and this guy is like this. So I also didn't want to affect anyone in a bad way. That's why I didn't know how I can share with people about problems like this. And I think it kind of sucks for me, because I think I'm a really sensitive person, in a sense. I enter a room, I can feel the vibe really quickly. And I can tell, oh, this person likes this person doesn't like this person, even without them like really interacting with one another. And in the same way, when I talk to people, I can feel their sincerity and like if they're genuine or not. So because of this sensitive part about me, it's hard for me to make friends because I can sniff out like bullshit
Yeah, right
really quickly. Yeah, and that is bad because
Why? That's a good thing.
sometimes
That's
I
actually a
wish that I'm like more ignorant. You know, ignorance is bliss, right? Like
Yeah.
at least I can enjoy like, oh, this person is like being nice to me, and I do not know that person is being fake. I can just like, oh yeah, but I know, so I
Yeah.
can't just like smile and like, oh,
Yeah.
you know, because I know that it's not genuine.
So how do you respond when someone is not being genuine with
Yeah.
you?
No, I mean I just stay like professional. I wouldn't be rude to them,
Okay.
but I would just end the conversation pretty quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll move on because to me is I don't want to waste time. Like if I know you're not sincere or like genuine, but maybe you have to talk to me because it's your job, you know, or like it's your work. Maybe like it's a crew or like it's like a PR person or like anyone. Like maybe they have to talk to me because they have to.
Yeah.
Like I will save them the trouble by ending the conversation earlier for you, since I can feel that you don't really want to talk as well, you know.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, but I won't be rude, you know. I'll just
Yeah.
like I'll still reply the questions and I'll still answer like genuinely, but I just wouldn't maintain that conversation
Yeah.
long. Yeah.
Can I ask how you deal with the haters out there? I mean, you know, people look at you and they have a general impression of you, like you were talking about this earlier on as well. Like, okay, this guy has everything. He rose so fast. He's out there doing everything, you know, and successfully and very well at the same time. And we were only human. I think it's difficult to deal with people saying bad shit about you in any way, shape, or form on social media pages or whatever. How do you deal with it? Is it something you're good at dealing with now? Have you learned better, or I don't know?
Now, yes. Now, yeah, I think I'm dealing with it pretty well. But when I first started, no. Because when I first started, I didn't have any like backing. Like none of my friends or like family members were from the entertainment industry. So you kind of like start off like with nothing. You know, no connections, nothing. It's pure hard work and like passion. So of course at the start when I did it, there were a lot of people that they weren't supportive because they just felt it was impossible. And of course it didn't help that because I'm so idealistic, right? So at a point of time, anyone that I meet, I will share with them about my dreams. Like, oh, I wanna like go fashion week. I wanna like do it a movie. I wanna be a male lead. I wanna be the top star like of like Singapore, and all like I'll say dreams like this, like really idealistic, you know, like without any bad intention. And then these people will be like, they look at me and be like, are you serious? Like, are you sure? Yeah,
I
like
love that you would do that. You know what I mean? Like sort of getting in there and visualizing your future. I mean,
Yeah.
that's really awesome.
I
A
think
dream of
maybe it's the
yours.
otaku side of me because like I mean I watch a lot of anime.
Yeah.
So like Naruto, One Piece, and all this anime, the main characters, they all have big dreams.
Yeah.
You know, they all and they are unashamed of like their dreams and sharing their dreams with people.
Yep.
So I thought the real world is the same, you know, like I could just be like a Naruto or like a Luffy, like, oh, I want to be king of pirates or like, I want to be like Hokage kind of like stuff. But I realized when I shared something like this, people weren't as receptive.
You come from a
Like-
pure place though, you know?
Yeah.
Right. It's a pure place.
Yeah, but then the real world hit me hard, you know,
Right.
and that's when I learned how to
Okay.
navigate through like everything. So honestly, I think I'm still the same.
Yeah.
Like I'm still at the same heart, but it's just I learned how to express myself differently, because not everyone is as receptive to that, you know.
Okay.
So it really depends on the environment that you're in. But
Yeah.
anyways, back to that, like because I was like this, so a lot of people started to hate on me and kind of like destroy like my dreams to tell me it's impossible. Even like I wouldn't drop names, but even veterans from the industry or like professionals, people who has done it all, they would tell me to like stop like dreaming or like it's not possible in Singapore. Yeah, and they will give like a list of like examples in Singapore and I see none of them made it. So you know, like you
Right.
should
Yeah.
be more realistic and all. So I would say that was like my first wave of haters. And then secondly is when I started to make progress. And then people saw, hey, like, sheesh, this guy is actually like doing what he said he wants to do. Then they start to like, you know, like, oh, he's a wannabe. He wants to, he's trying really hard. You know, like, he's just a Singaporean. Why is he trying to act like he's like an international? You know, like kind of stuff. Like, why is he
yeah.
trying to look international? He's just local. To me, first of all, it's like what do you mean like act local? So do you mean like our local stars are bad? Like
Yeah.
that is the impression you have?
Yeah.
You know? then that reflects a lot on how they view like our local entertainment scene, you know, because to me, I believe Singaporeans have a lot to offer, like Singaporean artists and anyone in the scene. We can be on a global stage as well. That has always been my belief since day one. But these haters, it feels like they always have a bad impression of local artists. That's why they try to compare like us with like, you know, international people and always put like local people down. So that's not what I think and believe. So I have to deal with that stigma and that hatred. And then lastly is when you finally made it, some of them will still say, like it's luck, or like he probably like he did some stuff that to get like some under table stuff, you know, to get to where he is at today. They're just like in this disbelief mode. So I realized something, which is you can never please all these people and you can never get all these haters out. Like it will always be there. So I learned to dance with them, you know, like in a sense, like, yeah, I mean, you're not gonna get rid of them, so might as well make the best out of like all of these things, right? So how I dealt with it was I wrote songs about my haters.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have like 2 rap songs that I released over the past 1-2 years. One is called Up Up, and another one is called Break Out. So if you look at the lyrics, it's pretty fierce. It is things that I can never talk about on interviews, because people will be like, "Oh, that's intense." You're like, "Oh, like who hurt him, man?"
Yeah.
Like, you know?
Oh my god.
Yeah. So like,
okay.
I can't really talk about these things in interviews because it's just too heavy and like serious. But when I do it in a form of like rap or a song, nobody can fault it. Nobody can say anything because it is a song. Yeah. So that is in a sense my form of therapy, to express all the hurts and the pain and the hate that I received in my life. I felt like that was a way for me to take everything, put it in a song and push it back out to the crowd. And in this way, it is fun for me because ever since I wrote the songs, I've performed it countless of times, even in front of the very people that I wrote the song about. Yeah, and like it is fun because like,
wait, do they know this?
I think some of them they know. Okay, this, right? You know how I tell if they know?
How?
Like, so in a crowd, right? Like perform at festivals and all, the people that really cheered, even though I wrote about them, they probably do not know. That's why they're like cheering along with the song, right?
Right.
But the ones who are like, just staring at me like, they know. Yeah. And like,
you feel it.
Yeah,
you
and
feel
I know
the
they know.
energy.
So
like,
I'm just looking
you know.
at that corner. I'm looking at those bunch of people, and I'm just like you know, like singing. And it feels good for me because like, like all these people are like cheering along with the song, right? And it's actually about them. Wow. So yeah, it's pretty funny. And they can't say anything because I'm not outrightly scolding them. Like I'm just performing.
Yeah.
You know. But if you feel it's about you, then you know you've done shit to me and you deserve it. You know. You get what I mean? Like then, like you shouldn't destroy someone's dreams. You shouldn't try to discourage someone and put someone down, especially when they have not done anything to you. So to me, it is also, okay, this is a lesson for you to learn, you know, like never put anyone down because you never know like what they might do or who they might become in the future, you know. And that's also my mantra, which is you treat everyone the same. You know, the funny thing is a lot of opportunities that I've gotten today in my career were given to me by people who, when we were all nothing, I was nothing, they were nothing, we were friends. And we didn't judge each other. Like I was helping them, they were helping me. So they remembered that. And when they came into a position of power or influence, they remembered me. And they came to me and like, hey, I want to give you this opportunity. Maybe like 5 or 6 out of 10 of my opportunities were given to me by people whom I have worked with or have interacted with before we became where we were today. Yeah, so that to me was like, wow, okay, I'm so glad that like I maintain this heart, you know, like to treat everyone the same way with respect. And that is how, you know, goodness can come back to you in your life.
Correct.
Yeah, so that was pretty special for me.
You know, you mentioned earlier about like some veteran artists who, you know, sort of like said not so nice things and just kind of like, you know, shot you down in all your dreams and all that. Without naming any names, could you tell us maybe one example of like what a said person said to you that was really damaging, that maybe it appeared on your song or something?
So they'll say stuff like, you'll never be a male lead in your life. You're not a male lead material. So that, to me, at the beginning of my career, obviously every actor, your dream is to act in a show where you can be a male lead, right? Or be like a main character, so you can fully experience the show. But that was said to me before I even started like my career, and it is by someone that I kind of respect at that point of time. Obviously the respect was gone after that, right? It hit me a lot. It's like the people that you watch on TV telling you that, you know, before you even started, you're like, oh, how do you swallow that? How do you like deal with that, you know? So that was tough. And of course there were like another veteran that would say things to me like, you have no money, you have no connections, like who do you think you are? Like, you think you're gonna like make it in this? And I was shocked because this person seemed nice.
Yeah.
You know, like in all my years of watching this person. But when we had our private conversations, these were the things that were said to me. And I'm not exaggerating, by the way. It's like true story. Wow. So, it's like, how, like, and then they would like even point out like, oh, your family, like your parents. At the point in time, it was COVID. So like they would say like, oh, because my dad was a tour guide, but because of COVID he can't bring tours, right? So he's like driving Grab and all. So he was like, this person would say like, oh, your dad is just a Grab driver, your mom just like does like home bakery and stuff, like what can they do for you?
Oh my god.
Like I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Right in front of my face, like because it's a older person, right? So I can't scream or like fight back, you know, I just have to like listen and like swallow it, you know, like okay, like whatever, like whatever you say. But I do remember all of these things, so it's tough. Like I mean, these are like the most severe stuff. A lot of it is just because maybe some of the veterans they have never ventured overseas, but my dream has always been to I mean, I hope that I can be in Hollywood one day.
Yeah.
You know, like why not, right?
Why
like
not?
Right now, especially like there's so many Asians in Hollywood. So it is my dream to be in Hollywood one day, or even to be in China to act in the dramas there, because I mean, for the Mandarin speaking world, China is the biggest in terms of the drama and the movies. So when I tell that to the veterans, some of them would tell me that it is not possible. Like, I mean, they've tried and it doesn't work, and it is them. So it's you. You think you can make it? Like they were like make comparisons like this. I was like, why would you say such stuff? But like,
yeah. People you idolize and watch on the telly, that's really tough.
Yeah. So I mean, they're not just random uncle aunties.
Yeah.
You know, they are like, veterans. So I won't name drop, but it's just like this. Okay. So it is tough. It is tough. I would say the industry is not all like fun and like nice. I'm not sure if you've been through like your fair share of like experiences like this when you were like starting out, but these are things that I had to deal with. Yeah. So as crazy as it sounds, it is reality. This is the real world. Yeah.
I'm sorry you went through that though.
It's okay. It gave me a lot of motivation. I mean, I thank God for them because they gave me so much motivation to work even harder, to write even more songs. And if not for these experiences, I may not even have my songs. I may not even be able to perform at festivals, or like have a chip on my shoulder to, you know, work even harder, or feel like my back is against the wall. So thank you to all of you who have done this to me. Really, you guys made me who I am today, so thank you.
That's really nice. I think maintaining the goodness of your heart in a harsh environment like the entertainment industry is something very, very difficult to achieve. So I think you've really stuck to your guns, and that's really awesome, Glenn.
Yeah.
That's really awesome.
Yeah, that's great. Has there ever been a time where you believed some of the hate and it took a toll on you and your mental health?
Believe? To be honest, yes, I do. That's why I say like nowadays I'm doing better, but in the past it affected me a lot. So much so that I even wrote a song, right? I mean, that's because I remember everything they say. Yeah, that's how I even got to write the lyrics. So at the start, or like even in the middle point of my career, like I always have a lot of self-doubts. Like at a certain point in my life, I have to take in the what ifs, you know, like what if what they're saying is true? Like what if I really cannot make it? What if I really do not have these qualities, or it's just not possible? So I think those hit me quite a lot. So beyond all the success and the dreamer side of me, there's also a side of me where a lot of people don't see, which is I actually break down a lot. Like at events, I'll usually go to the toilet halfway through and I'll like just cry and be like, oh, I can't do this.
No, are you serious?
Yeah, really. Yeah, like,
oh no.
Because I will feel inadequate about myself. Like, wow, I don't think I'm good enough for this. So there's two types, you know, like first is when I haven't achieved it, I will doubt myself. I'll feel bad. I'll feel like, oh, I can't do this. But the next day, somehow, maybe it's my character. Like, I'll still just push it through because I always have the underdog mentality. So when people tell me I can't, yes, I'll like cry and then break down, be sad. But somehow when I'm sad, a part of me will be like, hey, wake up, man. Like, like your back is against the wall. Like, all the more these people say you can't, and maybe you really can't. But that's how you know you need to work on all these areas. And then from there, I'll like work hard in all these things that people say I can't do or like I'm not good in. Yeah. And that helped me to improve and grow, you know. But the second part of that this discouragement is when I'm at this stage right now in my life where it feels like, okay, like I'm at the top of my game. But then sometimes there is an imposter syndrome, you know, where you know you're not feeling your best that day, or you know all these other people around you are way better in their skills or in their experience, but you're in a position where you're higher than them. I would doubt myself. Yeah, so it's really weird, like mindsets and thoughts like, oh, I don't belong here, or I don't deserve to be here. Like, for example, music. Like over the past 1 year, I was performing at like festivals, New Year's Eve countdown, like big music shows in Singapore. Like, it is a dream come true, but many times when I perform on those shows, I look at all the other artists, I start to feel like I don't deserve to be here. Because these people have been doing music for like 8 years, 9 years, 10 years. They have been in the game for such a long time, but yet I only started music for a year plus, you know, and I'm on stage, like the same stage as them, or sometimes even worse, like I'm like the final act. Yeah. They're like before me. But then I look at them like, oh man, like these people, they sing for such a long time. They're like such great vocalists, powerhouse vocalists. And to me, I don't even think I'm there, you know. I feel like I have so much more to improve and work on.
Do you still feel this way now?
Sometimes, honestly, I still struggle with that. That's why like my team is really sweet. They always like try to hype me up. They're like my hype man. So like, you got this. Yeah. You got this. Before I go like on events or like meet and greets, I'll feel really down. Oh god. Yeah. Like it is something that I can't control. I'll feel really down. I'll feel really like low energy, and they can sense it. They're like, come on, you can do it. You deserve this. You deserve the fans that are standing outside. You deserve the scream and cheers. Come on, like, you're like, you are the Glenn Young. So like, they're just like hype man, you know, like,
that's great.
Really, I'm very glad for that, because if they don't do that, then I'll just wallow like in like very low energy and like imposter syndrome. I'm like, oh, like I don't deserve all this crowd and fans and like people screaming, or like I'm just not good to be here, not good enough to be here.
A downward spiral.
Yeah, on a downward spiral. So yeah, this is something that I'm dealing with, that is new to me, because I've always been an underdog like mentality, right? But now that I feel like I've gotten to a certain level, it is the opposite, where I feel like I don't deserve to be here. Last time it was like, I deserve to be here, even though like, you know, like all these people are like veterans. I'm going to show them like a new generation can make it as well. A young person can make it as well. Yeah. But now it's like the opposite. Yeah. It's so weird.
How do we deal with that? Like the imposter syndrome. How do you... are there ways to deal with that? I mean,
there are lots, and there are different types of characteristics that are displayed. But that sounds like quite classic imposter syndrome. Definitely. I think a lot of what people do is number one, reframing. I know that's a very common thing, but it's really asking yourself, what are the facts here, and do I believe it or not? Right? So is it an opinion, or is it a fact? And really being conscious about that and going, okay, this is what they are saying and this is what I've done, right? Other people like to look at things that they already have done to show that this is actually not true. And it's really actively challenging that mindset again and again, and it's exhausting. But it takes practice. It's like a muscle. And the more you use it, the stronger it gets. And just, I guess, believing in yourself. And being kind to yourself, because oftentimes the person that we are the most unkind to is ourselves. And I'm so sorry to hear that you've been crying in the toilets. That sounds rough.
Yeah.
Really rough.
It's like I said, I don't know how to share this with people, because they'll be thinking, what the heck?
But you see, everybody has like different troubles, right? Now, we
absolutely.
all have a different set of troubles, but it doesn't mean one is more or less than the other, because they're huge, because they're your troubles, right? So I guess there's no comparison with troubles, and I think we find that difficult to deal with when people tell us, like for example, you're afraid that because you have so much success, like people are gonna go like, why are you feeling sad and all that? You should enjoy in it, but it's your troubles and it's big to you, and this is what you're dealing with. So people often, I find, compare what goes on in their head, but we should try to stop doing that, isn't it?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. And I think, Jean, I just want to validate you for validating him and saying that his troubles are real, right? And they're valid, right? And I would like to encourage you to speak about them. Don't bottle it in, because it'll hurt you in the long run. I do feel.
Yeah. Speaking of family and all that, how hard is it for you to date? I'm assuming it's like the worst thing ever. I'm sure you're no short of suitors, Glenn, but like actually dating somebody that you really like is tough.
I really, really want to date. Yeah. Okay. I really want to have.
How can we help you? Like, how can we put a word out right now? I don't know. Can we help you with this?
Yes. I feel lonely, to be honest. Many times, like when I'm performing or like when I'm having a great time, I always be like, man, I wish like I have someone that I can share all of these things with. Like when I travel to like different countries for work and you get to see all the exciting stuff, many times I'll be like, oh man, I wish like I have a girlfriend or like I have like a wife that I can like share these moments with. But I don't, so it is always like, okay, I'm gonna keep all this in like a bucket list, so that next time when I'm actually attached, I can like bring my girlfriend or my wife to all these places or like all this exciting stuff. So it does get lonely. Right now, it is just almost impossible because first of all, I don't meet new people as often. Contrary to popular belief. Yeah, like I'm always with my team. I'm always with the same few group of people that I'm shooting with, working with. And secondly, the people that I meet at work, it's hard for me to connect because, like I said, new people that I meet nowadays, they already knew like who I am, or like they've seen my stuff, or they've read interviews about me. So they always come with preconceived ideas or impression of who I am, how I'm like. So when I talk to them, it doesn't feel fresh.
Right.
Yeah, because like when I talk to them, I realize, hey, they know that about me already.
Right.
Or like they already form a certain impression. So it's just hard to connect with someone from scratch, And I actually miss that connection.
I mean, it's really hard to form like genuine connections, I feel. It
is.
Generally in person already, I think it's quite hard to form like genuine connections, right?
For sure.
Especially if you're like already doing stuff that everybody knows about, has read about, or seen you do stuff. It's like, oh my gosh, like how do I know you're in it because you like me for me? Like, how are you going to get to that point?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So I did try to like date, even though like these people, they kind of know about me, but it never end in a like, okay, I would say it ended in a good way. Like it wasn't like, oh, they hate me or I hate them. Yeah. But it never works out. It just never works out like well. So
is that because they already know stuff about you, or
yeah, okay, like a few examples, okay, like because they already knew about me, so I think the impression they have of me, or like they maybe already put me on a pedestal.
Okay.
So when you actually date someone, you get to know them better, you get to live life with them for a little bit, spend time. They get to see your flaws as well, right? So that veil kind of like is taken away. And because they have such high expectations unknowingly, I don't blame them, but maybe because of like my position and who I am, they have such high expectations of who I am. When they actually see the flaws in my life, they get disappointed. Or like, like it's easier for them to get disappointed because the expectation is there. Yeah, and I have to deal with that disappointment that they have. Or like sometimes they will try to hide it, but I can feel it as well, So it's tough because it feels like I haven't found someone that loves me for who I am, for Glenn, not the Glenn Yong that they see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
no,
yeah,
the right person is going to love all that about you.
I know, but I just haven't met that right person yet.
And you're 26, you got time, my friend.
Lots of time.
I think so too. So I don't think you have to worry about that. I mean, I understand it's a lonely process, especially when you're hustling hard to get to your dreams. But sometimes I think going to get to your dreams, you need to have like that solo path to like get it, done, right? I feel like, I think you're on the right path, so I think it's gonna happen for you. And the right chick will
manifesting.
be the right chick watching right now will fall on your lap when the time is right, okay? Well, thank you so much, Glenn, for sharing today. And thank you, Catherine, for being here as well. Thanks, guys, for watching.
And they came down to the funeral, and like some were more tactful, some were less tactful, but the gist of it is that all of them were asking like, when are you coming back to work? They came down to the funeral, and like some were more tactful, some were less tactful, but the gist of it is that all of them were asking like, when are you coming back to work?
Hi, this is Jean Danka, and welcome to another episode of the Are You OK podcast. And today we've got Chanel Yui here with us. She is a former teacher turned content creator and OnlyFans creator. She's here with us today. Hello, Chanel. We're so excited to have you. And of course, you've got the very lovely clinical psychologist Jeannie Chu here with us to share her insights throughout the entire episode. Hi, Jeannie.
Hi, Jean. Hi, Chanel.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you so much for joining us here today, Chanel. Really lovely to have you. First things first, I want to know when you got started with teaching. Tell us all about it from the beginning.
From the beginning, right? I took my A-levels.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I was deciding where to go for further studies. But I wasn't from a very rich family. Yeah. In fact, we were quite struggling.
Okay.
So to further my studies, right, I could only take scholarships. And I applied for a few scholarships and I got accepted a few. But one of them was like MOE.
Okay.
Yeah. And I took up their offer to teach art. So I got a scholarship to go to NTU ADM. And after that, I went to NIE. Then I started teaching from there.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So did you taught art? Was there any other subject that you taught as well?
Yeah. I had to teach 2 subjects. So my first subject is art and my second subject is math.
Wow. Okay. Very brainy already. I already know she's like super brainy because math is like the last thing that I was ever.
Teach lower math. Just lower math.
Did you enjoy the time teaching? Tell us a little bit about it. Like when you first started, I'm sure it was something fun for you.
Yeah, I really like teaching. In fact, like the whole experience with being with the kids and teaching them skills, watching them grow like from like level 0 to level 100. It's like, woo. Like how some people like to watch speed runs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, especially in secondary school, because it's the point where like a kid turns into an adult.
Yeah.
So you kind of watch the speed run in 4 years kind of thing.
I bet you enjoyed the teaching part of it, the students part of it. But I know that you ran into some issues with the fellow teachers who, I guess, made life a little bit difficult for you. It wasn't as fun in that respect. Can you tell us a bit about that journey, maybe?
I always tell people that in teaching, there's 2 types of people.
Yeah.
The kids and the adults. And the adults are always the ones that are more difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
I mean, kids can be difficult, but it's like, 1 out of 100 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. But adults in general, it's like, it's not just the teachers. I mean, there's management, there's like staff, there is parents, things like that. Just the general culture, because the adults are the ones that make the culture of the place.
Yeah.
I think the main issue for me is that like I don't really fit the mold of like the regular Singaporean teacher kind of image, you know, like you must be super role model, wholesome, have BTO, 2 kids. Yeah, so I'm not that type of person. And when you don't fit the mold, people will tend to pick on the stuff that you do that's like not within their acceptable zone, kind of thing. Yeah, so because I had hobbies, I had activities that I like to do. I have friends who like to party. They're in the nightlife scene, you know, and some of my friends are in the media industry, fashion industry, and I would spend my free time and weekends doing things like that, like partying, attending fashion events, doing photo shoots, cosplay, fashion walks, this kind of thing, and these are the things that interested me. And I also ran a public account, like Instagram account, but that was for my digital creations. So because I'm from the art scene, right? I'm an art teacher, so I consider my work like digital art, you know. So I created the Instagram account to kind of have an online presence, but also to publish my digital content. Yeah, which at that point of time was just like digital artworks. It was me with like fashion stuff, and then with a lot of like digital edits, things like that. And I like those kind of things. It's like very funky, you know. But of course it's not very role model-y. It's not like the Singaporean dream kind of like.
And so what problems did you run in with that? Was it the students, you know, I don't know, telling their parents like, hey, look at our funky teacher? Or is it like mainly the other teachers and the principal and the staffs of going like, you know, Chanel, you can't be doing this, blah, blah, blah?
So with every batch of students, right, like every year you get new faces and all, and like new people, these new kids, like maybe 20% of them will kind of find out that, oh yeah, this teacher has this thing, and she's like doing these things outside. It looks so funky. And usually the kids are very excited.
Yes,
and
I would imagine.
Like, oh my god, it looks so cool, kind of thing. And of course they will talk about it with their friends and with their form teachers or whatever. That's when the problem comes in. Then they're like, oh no, this is not appropriate. This is not what we want the kids to know, or like this is not what we want to portray. You're not fitting the image, kind of thing. So I got into trouble actually. For the stuff that I posted online. So when they first got wind of my account, it was pretty long ago, and they were already trying to ask me to like take it down, like, you know, it's not very appropriate. That's the usual phrase that they're gonna use. And after questioning, I'm like, oh, why? Which part of it is not, kind of thing. They can't really answer. So then after a few weeks, they will drop it. Then like 1 year or 2 years later, they'll bring it up again. They'll find something new that I posted or something that can be picked on, and then they'll talk about it again. And it becomes like very tiring, because like, why are you adding so much more management kind of problems for me to deal with?
So at which point did you decide like, okay, you know what, this is tough. I'm going through a lot of challenges with my teaching career. As much as I love the kids and all that, I'm just gonna switch out, do something else. And what led you to that point?
I think there were quite a few factors. First of all, like the daily teacher routine is very, very hard to keep up, I think. For a teacher, right, I mean, you have lessons daily. You have to appear at the school around 7. Or earlier. I mean, if you appear at 7, people are like... And then...
Really at 7? I thought school starts like...
7:20.
7:20.
If because I take bus, right? And I take same bus as the kids. So I reach same time as the kids. But you can't reach same time as the kids. Because if you reach same time as the kids, then they're like, why are you coming in with the kids? Why are you not there when the kids arrive? But I'm taking the same bus as the kids.
Yep, I understand. Okay.
And then lessons start at 8 all the way until maybe 2 or 3, depending on your school.
Yeah.
And then after that, the afternoon time, usually you'll have like CCA, committee meetings, contact time meetings.
Right.
If you have graduating classes, you have like coursework classes, remedial classes, all this kind of things. So there is not very often that you can go back at 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like there's only 5 days in a week.
Yeah.
And if like out of these 5 days you have CCA, contact meeting, committee meeting, remedial class, coursework class, then the whole week you don't go back early. Yeah. And then most of the time these classes run till like 5, 6. Yeah. And sometimes all the way until 7. Then you reach home at like 8, 9.
Yeah.
You have 2 hours of free time. Then you need to sleep.
Yeah.
If not, you got not enough time to you're permanently sleep deprived.
Were there any other push factors? I hear that your mom wasn't very well at some point as well.
Yes. So on top of that daily routine, right? So at some point of time, my mom fell sick and she passed away last year, May.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so sorry to hear.
It's fine. She's in a better place, I believe. She got lung cancer, and lung cancer spreads very quickly to the brain and stuff. Yeah. So a few years in, it affected like her speech and things like that, her ability to do things, because it was in the brain, right? Yeah. So she needed a lot more help at home, and at that there was a point where like I even needed to like between my classes I needed to go home to check on my mother, because that point it was my home situation was quite messy. My siblings were between jobs, or taking part-time kind of thing, and like there was not many people at home to take care of my mom. So I had to go home between classes to like check if she had anything to eat, because she couldn't order food, and she couldn't say where she was, kind of thing.
Oh my god, it sounds like a hard time.
It was. So that became like a very stressful period, and that was one of the things that made me feel like I should maybe take a break or have a change in my routine, kind of thing.
Sounds like it's a burnout.
It was. Yeah, definitely. Also at the point of time, it was like COVID and just after COVID.
Right.
Yeah. During COVID, it was very tough already, because you're at home, but you have to work like 24 hours kind of thing. You have to be online, you have to conduct classes, you have to like revamp the whole syllabus kind of thing. And then after COVID, it's even worse. And on top of that, I had like stuff to deal with at home with my mom and stuff.
This must be hard for you. So it sounds like it's the job demand, right? Because long hours and it's quite tedious, coupled with the fact that you need to like take additional time to take care of your mom. And that's like physically exhausting. I'm wondering for emotional exhaustion, I mean, are you that?
At that point of time, yes, definitely. Yes.
The reason why I ask is because burnout has actually 3 components. So one is actually emotional exhaustion, which can also be contributed by physical exhaustion as well. There's also cynicism. So basically you're skeptical about work. You're not really into work. You just keep thinking about negative thoughts about work. And then the last one is also professional efficacy. So it actually affects, your competency at work. I'm wondering whether for that, do you experience that?
Yes. So I did experience that, and I was pretty aware of it, but it came to a point where I became not very functional. So that was the point where I sought help. Yeah, and how I identified it was that like at that point my mom was in the terminal stages of her illness, like. They were giving her like maybe a few months left, and I was facing a lot of stresses at work as well, because at that point in time, my management decided to pick a fight about my Instagram stuff again.
Oh gosh, okay.
And it was very stressful because it was a matter that I cared a lot about as well, because what they picked on at that point of time was I received like some sexual harassment posts, DMs in my Instagram. I have a lot of content creator friends that also face the same problems. And I was quite like stressed up at the moment also, like, I have a lot of things going on. Why are you giving me this kind of thing? So I screenshot it.
Yeah.
And I put it on my IG story. You know, who is this? Like, can you don't do this? I was like trying to stand up for this kind of like sexual harassment thing. Like, can you don't do this to like creators and things like that? Yeah. And at that point, how I realized that I was not functional anymore was that I was conducting my classes like as usual, but when I enter a class, it's like, you know, I switch on the mode.
Yes.
And you know, I'm my usual muscle memory and interactive and very engaging. But once the students leave, then it becomes a switch off mode, and I turn off all the lights in the classroom and I just sit there for like an hour or however long the break is.
Wow.
Yeah, and I just sat in the darkness for however long the break was. It could be like 2 hours until the next class, and then I switch on the lights and conducted again. Yeah, that was what was happening to me.
During those 2 hours, like, are you thinking about anything, or are you conscious, or is just you're completely zoning out, or like you're feeling like it's an out of body experience, or?
It was more like zoning out. Like, I would have my laptop and my handphone and my worksheets and whatever with me. I would thumb through the papers. I would open, close the laptop. I would open, close all the apps. But I wasn't looking at anything.
Right.
Like, I just needed to have something moving. And then I'll just sit there and like that for
I'm curious.
What is that,
Yeah,
Jeannie?
I'm curious. Actually, I want to ask Chanel, you know, is that your way of coping? Is that, I mean, were you trying to detach away from work, or were you like lost interest? I mean, did you like lose interest in work at a point in time?
I think at that point I lost interest in life. Like, I was going through the motion. I was doing everything that was necessary by muscle memory only.
How about like your usual hobby, you know, weekend, you were like going out for photo shoots and stuff. Do you still engage in those?
No, at that point of time, no. So that was when I realized that, like, if I'm spending my free time just, you know, making things move and fidgeting, then that's not functional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And was this the reason, the catalyst for like, okay, I'm done with this. I can't do this anymore, and then finding to do other things and doing your content creator things?
I don't think the switch was that sudden.
Okay.
But that was the point where I knew that I needed help and that I needed a change in whatever I was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was when I went to seek help from IMH. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
and what kind of help did you get there, and for how long anyway?
I asked my close colleagues, who one of them was like, you know, counselor trained, and she gave me information on like how to get to IMH, you know, you get the referral letters and things like that. And she talked me through the process, and I went to IMH. I got diagnosed. I had clinical depression. Not surprising. Yeah, and I got my meds, and I used that to apply for no pay leave. Yeah, which finally got approved. So I told the school that I needed to take care of my mom. I needed a break to take care of my mom and to help her pass on, which is true. Yeah, and actually I actually tried to take no pay leave before. I tried to request for it, but it was always kind of like discouraged until I got like diagnosed. Yeah. then they couldn't refuse the leave anymore. Oh, and then the last straw on the camel's back was that so I took my no pay leave about in March, halfway through the year kind of thing. And my mom passed on in about May. I took 6 months no pay leave though. So when my mom passed on, we had a funeral and all. My colleagues came down, like different groups of like colleagues, management, things like that. And they came down to the funeral, and like some were more tactful, some were less tactful. But the gist of it is that all of them were asking like, when are you coming back to work? At my mom's funeral.
Oh God.
I mean, I was a bit too shocked, you know. I mean, with the whole death and all, to kind of react properly. So I just like kind of laughed it off, brushed it aside. But after a few days of like processing and stuff, then I realized that that wasn't appropriate.
Yep.
There's no empathy at all.
Yeah.
Right?
No.
And that was when I decided that probably I'm not going back.
So Chanel, like, why did you decide to do OnlyFans? And was it a quick decision that you wanted to get into it, or I don't know?
No, it wasn't a very quick decision. It was like because after I quit my job, right? I was trying to find like different sources of income to do to earn money, to do stuff and all. And a lot of my friend circle are in the media industry and also content creation and things like that. So they were already doing all these things.
Yep.
And actually I had like a foot in already, because like during COVID I started live streaming. I was also running my own like public Instagram account, content creation kind of things on a smaller scale. So I already had like senpais in the industry. So they were telling me like, oh, if you want to do this, you can join me, or I can show you how to like set up the stuff.
Okay.
So I was going around and learning a little bit of everything from everyone kind of thing. So it was like just gradually I started opening more platforms, taking content creation more seriously, taking up little like gigs, like little sponsorships or little paid ads, this kind of things. And I quite enjoyed doing all these things. So one of the things that and OnlyFans was only one of the things that what I tried out. Which is quite natural actually, because what happened is that all along I was doing photo shoots, fashion shoots, boudoir shoots, these were my interests, but I never ever took money for it. Even when I did modeling, or even when I went on magazines and things like that. So my friend was like, that's like a source of income that you're wasting, you're putting yourself out there, but you're not taking any money for it.
You should make some money out of it actually.
These are all work.
Yes.
So they were trying to teach me how to monetize what I was doing already. So they're like, oh, since you're doing fashion, you can reach out for sponsors, you can do advertisements, you can do modeling, paid modeling, paid photo shoots. And then after that they were like, oh, since you're doing boudoir, you can also sell the sets on these platforms. So that's when OnlyFans came in. So it wasn't really a very big change for me. It was just more of opening an account and putting the things there.
Okay. And how does your family feel about it? Are they open-minded? Are they encouraging? Are they like, or like, are they, no, don't do this? I don't know.
I'm very thankful to have very loving and supportive siblings.
Great.
They support what I do. I think they can also see that I'm much happier now. In fact, I stopped taking my antidepressants. I'm off them already, and I'm like doing much better.
Great.
Than I was last year at this point of time. 2 years ago.
Okay, that's
I mean, my older sister would be more practical. She would hit me with the real questions like, oh, how long can you do this for? How much money are you earning? Is it putting food on the table? She would ask the more practical questions, but it's of like concern for me.
OnlyFans has a negative connotation for most conservative people out there. How do you feel about people feeling that way about what you do? Do you know what I mean? How do you balance that? Or do you actually have filters in your head that go like, you know what, this is what I enjoy doing, so literally I don't care. Yeah.
It's just another social media platform. It just has like a smelly name to it. Yeah. When I read the comments up front, I do feel a bit like, oh man, that's so sad. Like, why do they think of me like that? Then after that, after I digest it, then I realize that actually they don't really know what they're talking about, kind of thing.
I'm curious, what does it mean to you then, OnlyFans? Like what is it? So other people don't really understand it. How do you understand this platform?
I think OnlyFans is actually very similar to Facebook. It's just that it has a paywall and it has like monetization kind of thing. Like directly you can buy stuff from people on OnlyFans. So OnlyFans is like literally opening a Facebook page. You post stuff there and it's almost like Facebook. It looks like Facebook. And some posts are locked, some pages are locked, and some messages are locked.
Right.
So you pay money to access those. Yeah. And if you're a fan of that person and you want to see that particular content, then you pay money for it. And what they post online might not be porn.
Yeah.
It's just that, yeah, there are people who do post porn on that. Like a lot of people post porn on it. But there are also people who use OnlyFans just as a fan page. Like to post things that maybe they can't post on Instagram or TikTok or whatever.
Do your students reach out to you now and go like, I don't know, find out how you are and all that?
Ex-students, they do come and contact me. Current students, they do contact me, but I try not to reply.
Right.
Yeah, because I don't want to get people into trouble. I also don't want to get myself into trouble because I know what I'm doing right now is like in the M18, these kids that are still not 18. I don't want to get them into trouble or get myself into trouble kind of thing.
Yeah.
Even though we're not talking about anything that's like age restricted.
Okay.
It's just a precaution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And are there any other sorts of like precautions that you take in order to, I don't know, just to keep things safe for you in any way, shape or form with regards to OnlyFans or all the other content creation that you do?
Of course.
Yeah.
With every content creation platform and stuff, we follow very strictly to like the platform's rules, and also because we're Singaporeans, we follow Singapore law as well. Like there's no pornography, no nudity, no non-artistic nudity kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So if it's like nudity, it has to be like artwork.
Do you think like now kids go through a lot of like mental health issues as well? Do you feel that way? And did you have experience of them sharing their mental health issues with you as well?
Definitely. Because I talk to the kids a lot. I'm somebody who likes to like, engage in conversations outside of my lesson.
Yeah.
Basically I detract a lot. But I find it easier to relate to the kids like that and get them interested.
Yeah.
Like if you are interested in them, then they realize that, oh, I matter to this and I can apply myself to this.
Yeah.
And then they will respond better as well. So that's what I do. I talk to the kids and they will tell me the problems and things like that. And I find that nowadays children, because of the internet and things like that, kids are way more knowledgeable than we were, the previous generation were when we were kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are very informed of mental health, mental illnesses, the stresses that other people face, kind of thing. I mean, there's always two sides lah. There's the very ignorant and then there's the very knowledgeable. But I think most kids nowadays, majority are very much more knowledgeable than we were. There's like tons of like listicles online that tell you like, oh, if you have these symptoms, you know, then you probably have this and that, or like online quizzes for you to take.
And Jeannie is like, don't believe any of them.
I'm like, oh,
no.
Yes.
Well, that can be a guide, because I mean now we Google everything, right?
Yes.
So and that can be helpful, right? Because it's the first like platform where we go to take information.
Correct.
Right? However, it can be quite dangerous in the sense, if you don't really know like where the limits are, then you just diagnose yourself. Right? And that is really a risk that like the children are doing now. Even sometimes we ourselves, we do that.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So like, oh, I'm depressed, you know, for how long? Let's go online and see what are the criteria. Oh, tick. Right?
How do you scare yourself right now?
Oh no, I have this and this and this. That's right. So again, I guess my advice is always seek professional help, because I mean there are certain criteria. We don't just look at the criteria. We need to take into the wider context. You know, what's happening. You know, what are some of the triggers. You know, what you have been going through. Like if I can share with you, for example, let's say pass on of a loved one. It's natural for us to get depressed, and let's say if we are diagnosed with clinical depression, then that's kind of normal in a sense, right? However, let's say if you are like this, with nothing major happening, and then you're just continuously like that, then you might really want to seek help. That can be really more than that. So it's better to always talk to somebody rather than to go through that and diagnose yourself.
Yeah. So there's like two sides. There are kids that know all these things from the internet, and they realize their problems, or they are more sensitive to people because of that.
Right.
Yeah, so that's a good part. And then of course there's the other side where you're like, oh yeah, I got ADHD, I got depression, I got this and that,
right.
I got that other one is called ADD or something like that.
Yeah, and all these labels are kind of thrown around, right? So, don't be OCD, when you just try to like be tidy a little bit. So we try to refrain from using labels like this unnecessarily, right? In fact, just describe that behavior. Yeah. Because over time, people might pick up the wrong things and basically, oh, that means I'm OCD, or that means I'm ADHD, right? So we refrain from labeling.
Chanel, have you ever thought about going back to teaching full time?
I do enjoy teaching, and if there was a chance, like when I'm much older and I've done whatever bucket list things that I want to do, I don't mind going back teaching.
Yeah. What else is on your bucket list? I'm curious.
What else?
Yeah. What do you want to do? What else do you want to do that you haven't done yet?
I mean, traveling, definitely.
Yeah.
I want to grow a few pets.
Grow a few pets, meaning like have some pets and what do you mean by grow a few pets?
It's a weird thing to say, right?
Yeah.
But try to grow a few animals.
Okay.
That's like not the usual cat and dog.
Okay. Like what kind of pets?
Like a gecko.
A gecko.
It's so cute.
Yeah.
But it's not allowed in Singapore. Maybe I'll grow it overseas.
Have a gecko farm. I don't know. Have more than one gecko.
Yeah, the leopard gecko is so cute.
Oh my gosh.
I heard they scream at you sometimes.
No, really?
Yeah, it's super cute.
Can we please superimpose a screaming gecko right here, right beside my head right now? Thank you so much for sharing. I mean, what an eye-opening experience chatting with you, and thank you for being so open and sharing your life with us, a slice of your life with us. We wish you the best with everything, and and hope you stay well. And if there's anything, you can always ask Jeannie. Jeannie will help you out in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, thank you so much, Chanel.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for watching.
Quite viral, and my phone was under investigation, so I didn't have a phone, and I already started my TikTok journey. So the first thing when she bailed me out, I came out the police station and asked her, hey, what to do now? It was my first thing in my life that I got something to look forward, my content. First thing I came out, I download all the dating app. Yes. Because after separation, then in and out of prison, then the moment I came out, I went to a halfway house. I lonely ma.
Hi, this is Jean Danker and welcome to another episode of the Are You OK podcast. Today we have ex-convict, recovering addict, entrepreneur, video content creator. Please welcome SimonBoy. Hi, Simon.
Hello. Wow, so many titles.
You are. And of course, we've also got Jeannie Chu, our clinical psychologist, who's gonna give us some tips on mental wellness. Yes, Jeannie?
Yes. Hi.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
First thing, I know you're a video content creator. You also got a lot of clients right now. I just want to know what you've been busy with lately.
No, we got a lot of clients. I'm still looking for a lot of sponsorship. So recently, I'm just trying to really hustle and just trying to take care of my mom.
How is your mom? I heard she had a stroke recently.
On June, she had a stroke. She had a fall. Then, so she suddenly, she just stopped working and right now she's recuperating quite well. Okay. She can walk and but I told her it's time to retire don't work anymore. So my brother and I are taking care of her right now.
How old's your mom right now?
68.
And she's okay with letting you guys take over and take care of her and all that?
She's a very hyperactive person. So she loves working and she's very active. So right now she's trying to adjust her mental, emotional, all this. She sometimes she still throw tantrums, all this. Because every day she sit at home, watch TV. From working every day to sitting down every day, she's trying to adjust.
A bit hard, right? Now, I love your content on TikTok, Instagram. You're very, very motivational, I feel. I feel like, all the stuff that you talk about, you're very open about your past. Being an ex-convict and all that. I want to know what happened in the first place. How did you land up in prison in the first place?
My first imprisonment was 2015. It was a assaulting case.
Okay.
So back then I was very high on drugs, and under the influence of drug I was pretty violent. So I mean, most of us, I would say, we all have a temper inside, a demon inside, and when we are on drugs, we just couldn't control at all. So, and to think back, I feel that it's because I was quite aimless in my direction in life. So I have nothing to look forward, and I feel that this is the root of why I was always quite angsty. I'm never satisfied with life, angry person. So I was under influence of drugs, and even if it's a small thing, I will flew into a rage. So I assaulted the victim, and I feel that it was one of my regret in life, to be honest, because the consequence, the injury was pretty bad.
Okay. And I mean, fast forward, at some point, I think you were in and out of prison for a bit, right? For a couple of years.
So 2015 I went in, 2016 I came out, 2017 I went in, 2019 I came out, and I relapsed. So 2019 I went straight to a Christian halfway house. I was trying to stop drugs because during then I was going through a separation, and I knew that drug is the reason of why I'm going through a second divorce separation.
Okay.
So I hate this drug so much, but yet I'm so addicted. I cannot stop. And every single time when I go and take, I feel very, very depressed. Right? I really hated myself. So I went to a suicidal phase during then. So I thought, wow, how come nothing can help me? Until I remember this testimony about Jesus. So it's a drug addict recovery process. So he shared about Jesus. Then I thought, is Jesus real or not? I come and test you. Is Jesus? Then I really receive a lot of comfort.
Wow.
Even though so doesn't mean you believe in Jesus, you don't need to go prison. You still go to prison after when you go and make mistakes. So 2016, I believe in Jesus. Yes, amen. 2017, I go prison.
I'm actually curious, what made you take drugs in the first place? Because what I'm hearing, I mean, there were phases of ups and downs, right? So there's this depressed period, and then there was suicidal thoughts. So I believe there's some sort of hopelessness that got you to kind of maybe connect with God. But like at the very beginning, what made you turn to drugs?
I think it's so during when I was 16, I left school. So I feel that back then I was very immature. I was thinking, I'm 16 I still got a lot of time, still got 18 years old, then I need to go NS, so I can play. So I go and try drugs. Then the moment I try this, to me, all the drugs is the same. There's no soft drug, hard drugs. So the moment I try, I fall all the way spiraling down into drugs. Yeah.
So it was out of curiosity, and then you kind of felt that you want to play around.
Yep.
Was that what started it? And then subsequently, you know, as you got hooked onto it, right? Like what made it hard to
to be honest, I feel that maybe many people may think it's a bit long to realize that when I was an addict, when I'm an addict, it was about 23 to 24 years old. Then I realized that, I think 24 to 25. So from 16 to 24, 25, about 8 to 9 years. Then I realized, oh shit, I'm an addict.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I couldn't turn back really. I really couldn't turn back really. And when I was still 20 plus, I feel that maybe I was still young. I mean, back in my head, I got this feeling. I didn't really go and think about it, but it didn't really concern me. That, you know, I'm old already, you know. Until this recent year, I feel, hey, I'm really old already. So the moment when I tried to want to quit, I couldn't make it really. Yeah.
Can I ask about how the time was at the halfway house? Was that a difficult time?
I went into the halfway house with a broken soul, basically. You know, before I went to the halfway house, I actually went through a suicidal phase for maybe 1 to 2 months. Every single day I was thinking of dying. So every time I walk past a high level or even the overhead bridge, I will look down. I will try to tell myself, hey, can I jump down from here and things like that. Yeah, it's very unhealthy lah. So I honestly, I have height phobia. Thank God, you know, I have height phobia. So I didn't dare to jump down. But one day I went to the toilet and I saw this bleach that my mother used to wash the floor, and I took the bleach out and I drank a lot.
Oh my God.
And I assumed that you would die, you know, because you watch show and movie, you know. So keep on gobbling down and I keep on vomiting. So bleach is so disgusting lah, you know. When the moment you drink it, right, you swallow and you will definitely puke it out yourself. And then it was after about 5 to 6 months of every single day on drugs. So my body is already physically very weak.
Yeah.
And I vomit. So I went to my room and I was so tired and told myself, maybe I can go and sleep. And I will just pass away like a few of my friends who pass away in their sleep on drugs. Yeah.
Simon, oh my God, so sad.
Yeah, I really went through a quite broken phase lah. But so I really did make a prayer. Why am I so quite staunch in God is because I really made a prayer during then. I say, Jesus, I know taking my own life is a sin lah, so please forgive me, I don't want to go to hell. And amazingly, 2 hours later, I woke up feeling nothing, no discomfort at all.
Wow.
Then I share with my church friend and they say, Simon, you really need to save your life. You need to go to a halfway house. So I checked myself into a halfway house and everybody was so welcoming. You know, because we are on drugs, every single time we call friend, hey, you got $20, you got $50. Everybody is scared. Everybody is like, wow, this guy called, don't pick up already. And if not, you will flew into a rage towards them, even when they did nothing wrong. So basically, I have not much friends. And when I went to a halfway house, everybody is like, hey, welcome, brother. You know, hey, come, let me pray for you. Hey, brother, you got pants or not? You got shorts or not? You got t-shirt or not? You see this one you can wear or not? So straight away, I received the love of God lah. Yeah, from a broken soul with no friends, going in, 40 to 50 brothers coming and pray for you, give you t-shirt. Simon, we cannot give you money because you're still not very stable, but we'll buy you food. What do you want to eat and things like that? Yeah.
It sounds like the support system actually helped.
Very strong.
Right. I'm also wondering, right, besides the support that you get when you got into halfway house, what else did you like get out there that helped you?
So, like I shared just now, my whole life, honestly, I didn't have an aim or direction in life. And when I wanted to have a change in life, it was 30 plus years old, and I feel that it's a bit slower and lag behind already. So, I couldn't study anymore because I really couldn't catch up really. Not that I don't want to go and study, but I really couldn't catch up. Like, when I tried to study, I didn't understand it at all already. And I feel that I want to change, but there's no way that I can change. I don't know my direction. I didn't have a mentor journeying with me and things like that. So the moment when I went in, after 1 to 2 months, I was starting to recover mentally. And my mentor actually shared with me, Simon, what do you want to do in life? I said, I don't know. So they sat me down and they really work out my life with me, with a plan. They say, what is your desire and things like that. I say, maybe I would I love to do meaningful stuff lah, because I feel that I couldn't earn money already. But I need a meaningful job at least. So they sat me down and they say, how about social work? Because it seems like you are quite, how to say, you can speak to people lah.
Yeah.
So I thought, hey, wow, so good idea. Then they are planning to send me to all these courses. Yeah.
So there's like a clear purpose that you kind of found, and then there's also established steps that you could take to achieve, you know, whatever that you wanted to achieve.
So this is the very beginning phase, the moment when I enter. So it gives me a reason to continue staying on.
Right.
Yeah, because staying in a halfway house, I mean, it's a non-profit organization. The salary for us is not high at all. So it's also another struggle lah. Yeah.
Yeah. How long were you there for?
For 2 years.
2 years. Okay.
Yeah.
And then when you came out, what was the first thing you did, or did you try to find a job? Or?
First thing I came out, I download all the dating app. Yes. Because after separation, then you know, in and out of prison. Then the moment I came out, I went to a halfway house. You know, I lonely ma. I'm a broken.
No, it's real.
I'm a broken soul so the first thing I go and download all the app. It's not sponsored, but I download Tinder, OkCupid, Coffee Meet Bagels, Bumble.
Did you go on a lot of dates? Like right immediately?
Guys, this is very funny. I actually met a secondary school teacher and a kindergarten teacher. Then the third person I met is my current girlfriend.
So Simon Girl.
Yeah, Simon Girl, yes.
That's your girlfriend. Well, tell us, she was quite instrumental, I think, in helping you set up your social media thing and all that. Can you tell us a bit about that?
So when I met her, everybody know I was riding my bicycle, doing food delivery. I have only $50 in my bank, to be honest. And she stick with me. And she's also working a very normal job, like normal salary. And she trusted in me, she trusts me. So the moment when I started, so we were together about 2-3 months before I started my social media. She basically, she was really with me all the way since even nobody know me. When I walk on the road, nobody give a shit about me and things like that. So slowly we journey together, and I told her my plans. You know, I only promised her one thing. I said I will work really hard given an opportunity. And then we started my merge together, Chance, and even the website she didn't know how to do, but she go and Google and learn step by step to set up.
So she helped you with that as well.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. So I merged is my first business, and I didn't have capital, and I told her, I said, hey baby, can you lend me money to do this t-shirt? And because she's very thrifty she don't spend money, and when I asked to borrow money from her, she didn't hesitate. She said yes. And then the next day she still reminded me. She said, hey baby, if let's say we didn't make it, it's okay. So in another word, she's telling me, if let's say we don't make back the money or we don't earn, you don't have to return me in a nice way. Because she's know I'm quite man is quite egoistic so I don't, so all along I don't like to use her money even when we are very broke. So I will tell her, hey, we go and have hawker food every day. Yeah.
That's really sweet, man. That's someone you know, like, okay she's got my back, man. You know?
So that's why no choice, I have to start with her really.
Do you guys also do content together as well?
Yeah. So at the very beginning phase, you know, when I'm recording at home, I'm also quite awkward. I don't know why because it's just. Yeah. When I'm recording myself, the first few videos is very awkward. So even when I ask her, hey baby, can you help me to record some video? Then you can see she's also like very awkward. But now no. Well, now she will tell me, hey baby, no, we do like that. Wow. Then she got the action.
That's what it is.
She helped me shoot a lot of videos.
Yeah.
So it sounds like, again, that I think that it sounds like support is important to you. And what you're receiving from your current girlfriend is unconditional support.
Yeah.
That's very different from conditional support.
Yeah. Like, no matter what happens, you know, it's okay. Like, she's
it's okay.
She's
still there. There's that trust. I'm very curious because she was willing to lend you money the first 2 to 3 months, right?
Yep.
Like, where did that trust come from? What do you think?
I think it's a build up trust and a relationship, because since the beginning, I always ask her to eat hawker food. We really literally eat hawker food for many months, and it's really cai peng every single day. And sometimes she's bored so she said, hey baby, can we go and eat like can be any restaurant, you know, Din Tai Fung or anything. I say no lah. She say, never mind, I can pay. I say don't want. I say I cannot let a woman pay for my food. You understand? Not? So even when we are broke, but we are still prideful. You understand? Not? Yeah. So she know that I don't spend her money on. Yeah. The good thing is that my merch really sold out in one night.
Wow!
Yeah, 12 hours.
Awesome.
And I think it started to grow from there, and I remember this first. It's really not a lot of money. You know, the profit is 2,000 plus, but we were so happy. You know, it really. So I started my bank. That was my first time I have money in my bank, and we really rolling from there. And even my phone. So back then I got into a TP case. 2021, it was quite viral. And my phone was under investigation. So I didn't have a phone, and I already started my TikTok journey. So the first thing when she bailed me out, I came out of the police station and asked her, hey, what to do now? You know, it was my first thing in my life that I got something to look forward, my content. I said, it's okay, we'll go and buy a phone. Yeah, and she signed a phone for me. I told her, I don't want you to pay lah. You sign for me on credit term, then I will pay. So I think the trust built from there, and I always pay her.
That's solid. That's really great. You have a solid support system in her.
Yeah.
I mean, that's God sent, I think.
Amen.
Yes. Can I ask how this? I mean, I know that you had 2 divorces before.
Yep.
And in comparison, like, what do you think is the difference in the way you're handling this relationship and those other 2? Was there a marked difference?
Very different. Back then, I was very immature, and I think that, you know, I love her. Well, we can get married, you know, but things are not so simple. A real relationship doesn't work just because you both love each other. You know, there's a lot of things to consider: finance, plans, goals, and mindset. You know, the direction in life. So this time around, I'm very careful. Like at the very beginning phase when we were together, I have a lot of temptation for drugs. A lot of temptation, especially before I started my content journey. And I always remember her. I like, hey, because I'm looking for marriage lah. You know, I want to have kids again. I want to have a healthy family. I will remind myself, hey, I cannot go through the 3rd time divorce or losing a very good relationship lah. So I really did. There's a very 2 to 3 times very, very strong temptation, and I told myself, hey, I have her already, I cannot disappoint her. Yeah. She really trusts me lah. I mean, honestly, she know my background. In and out of prison, 16 years on drugs, 2 divorce, $50 in my bank. She still stick with me.
So now, right, when you have the temptation to go to drug, right, what's the intention? What's the purpose or the reason?
The temptation, because
are you trying to cope with some stressful situations?
I think a long time addict is not about all this anymore. No, it's really just you are just addicted. It's just that simple only.
Right.
You want that, you enjoy that kind of high and things like that. But every single time you take, you relapse, the high is just different really.
I see.
And
do you think it's because like your body remembers it, or like there's irreparable damage from just taking drugs for that long
correct.
amount of time?
So short-term abuser and long-term abuser, I feel that it's very different really. You know, that kind of high, and the kind of high is different, and the kind of hangover is also very different.
Okay.
So for short-term, maybe you don't get that hangover that much, that withdrawal, but for long-term abuser, the moment when you relapse, the high is little, but the hangover is so much.
Oh, I see.
It might be because of tolerance level. So long-term user might need more to get that satisfaction level.
Right.
So which is why the more you take, right, basically it's like hangover, right? So the more you take, and the worse the hangover is in that sense. So it sounds like it starts from that craving. The body kind of, you know, adapts to that high, and it just constantly crave for it. So which is why I think is sometimes you get that temptation, right?
Yep. And I'm very addicted to methamphetamine, like they call ice, and cough syrup. So to be honest, I feel that methamphetamine is really a devil's drug. It really twisted your mind in a very bad way. Yeah.
How often you get the temptation to, you know, fall back into taking drugs, and what do you do to stop yourself?
The moment I started my TikTok journey, I received a lot of encouragement after I share my life story. And I really remember all these comments that they share with me. Simon, I believe in you. You know, you're going to make it. Don't disappoint us. We all support you. You know, things like that. We are so happy for you. All these messages keep playing in my mind. Yeah. And I feel that I don't want to disappoint so many people. And maybe last time I feel that not much people are supporting me. I feel lah, but of course my family, they are supporting me. So I easily gave in to the temptation, and maybe I also took advantage of my mom's and my family's trust and things like that and love. But when I realized that, hey, how come all these strangers, they are supporting me, you know? And I always kick it away with all these messages.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? Because a lot of people always say, like, you know, social media sometimes is like so negative, right? But in a sense that it really helped you, you know, it really sort of saved you in a way, right?
Yeah, I of course there are a lot of haters lah, you know, but out of 100 messages, maybe there are 3 to 5 haters.
Okay.
And sometimes we are so affected by that 3 or 5.
Yeah.
But we've forgotten about the 95.
Correct.
Encouragement from the public. So I always remember this thought, and the moment when I started my videos, I told myself I will never ever reply to all these hate messages.
Yes, I was just gonna ask, like, do you reply? Do you engage with them? No, right?
Not
you shouldn't.
at all.
Yeah. That's the way to handle it for sure.
Any form of engagement is reinforcing that behavior.
Yeah.
So the best is
and it also shows that you are very affected.
Correct.
But to be honest, everyone will be affected.
Only humans, you're going to be affected.
Yeah, I feel like every single one, they will be affected. And all these haters, like, they just enjoy doing that, no? But I also don't understand. I feel that they are not really happy with their own life.
Yeah.
That's what I feel.
It comes from somewhere. I mean, it's always a reflection on the person, not on you, right? The person that's saying all these things online or into your face is usually a reflection of what they are going through, isn't it? I want to ask a little bit about Luke. I know you and Lukey used to do content together, and then recently you guys are not doing content together. Is there a reason why?
We broke up.
Yeah, what happened? Is it amicable split or no?
What is amicable?
Amicable, like both okay, like okay, bye-bye, okay, not like good split, not fighting type, you know, like at the end.
We started, you know, very close friends, and we started to do that videos together, Bluebird, and we receive a lot of support, no? Like when we pair together, you know, we have a lot of love from the public and our followers. But after journeying a few months, I feel that, so I keep on exploring, because I really need to monetize.
Yeah.
Because this is my full-time career, right? So I explore until Hokkien skits and Chinese videos. And it worked for me. It worked really well. And I share openly to Luke why I decided to leave Bluebird first. And I say that I really need to take care of this rice bowl, because my mom is old. And I told him my plans, and he also said that Simon, your Hokkien videos are doing really well. You really need to go and explore. And he gave me his blessing.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he really gave me, I can tell you honestly, Luke is a very, very good friend. Yeah, he's a naughty boy, but he's a very, very good friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And every single time, right now, whenever I see him, he always casually tell me like, Simon, I see you doing well. I'm very, very happy.
Wow.
And you really can sense it.
He's a really brother for life.
Yeah, really.
That's great. Will you all ever work together again? I don't know, in the future maybe?
So our podcast is the thing that worked really well. And I did told him, I said, hey, maybe 1 to 2 years later, we should make a comeback.
Yeah, why not?
But why 1 to 2 years? Keep your wait a while, then you're excited. So when we come back, you're like, boom! Understand or not? Yeah.
I want to ask, like, what is next for you? What are you working towards right now? And is there anything else that you would like to do?
I'm honestly, my biggest worry is content is never stable.
Okay.
This year you can be doing very well, but next year maybe there's no job. So I need to take care of my family. I mean, I'm the caregiver right now, so I'm trying to explore into other business. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I'm looking into other business, maybe start from something small.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask about your tattoos?
Yep. So actually I did all my tattoo when I'm on drugs also. So the planning and the thoughts of it, the consideration wasn't there. And back then I just want to have tattoo, you know, because like sat ma. So people always ask me, hey, why you do tattoo? I say, because of sat lor, there's no reason one. What's the meaning of tattoo? Because sat lor, like that. So until I do, then I got bored of my old tattoo, so I go and cover everything black.
Whoa. Yeah. Okay, did that hurt?
Hurt crazy. As I grow older, I cannot really take all these tattoo pins anymore. Yeah.
Is it full all the way up?
Yeah, it's full, but here I haven't completed.
Okay. Yeah. And do you are you fully tatted as well?
Like sticker book lah, very ugly. All my tattoo all very, very jialat one really. So they always ask me, hey Simon, what's your nicest tattoo? I say my neck. Thank God my neck is the nicest.
That's really nice. Can I see that? What is that?
But the rest is all rubbish.
Oh man. Would we ever consider like lasering all of it? Cannot. Too painful, right?
I did laser my forehead tattoo. Yeah, so I have a lot of stars here. I did when I was on drugs. Right. And then I was so high, I couldn't really remember the tattoo procedure. But the moment I wake up, I look in the mirror, hey, what the hell is this? I was like so sad already, no choice.
Yeah.
You didn't remember the pain or like
No, I don't really remember much really.
Wow. Okay.
That's crazy, yeah. So SimonBoy and Simon Girl, things are going very well. So is there going to be a Simon wedding soon or something?
Simon baby, Simon baby. I'm 36 already. So if next year I get married, it's 37, and if we have a kid, pregnant, 38, give birth, then maybe rest 1-2 years, we have to have a second one maybe. So
you have it all planned already.
Next year. Okay, I don't want to say so much. Next year, okay? Yes, correct.
Next year, really planning
I
already.
haven't proposed. I you don't want to marry me.
It can happen here now. You can do the.
But no, I think she can't want to marry because now I got work already ma. Now I got something already ma. You don't want then don't want right or not? Next year I really planning is next.
Okay.
My own planning. Okay. I haven't proposed. Yeah.
Okay. But of course, if there's like, somebody who wants to sponsor a wedding, please go ahead and get in touch with Simon and I could have a really nice wedding.
Yeah, the small one no need, but the wedding banquet, if you all can sponsor.
Yeah.
But wait, let me ask Jin and Jenny, you will come to my wedding or not?
If we're
you tell the followers now.
Why not?
If we're invited, yes.
If you all never come, I will trend you all.
Wow.
Yes.
No, I will be there. If you say we're invited, we are going to be there for sure.
Okay,
100%,
yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Yeah, you have it here on video.
Yes, I will cut this part out.
So I hear that you're very much into feet. Is that your thing? Is that your thing?
Hey. Sorry, the camera is on. I cannot really look. Yeah, it's normal. I mean, feet are okay. Yes. I like
what
feet.
is it? What is it about feet? I want to know.
Hey, I realize it's the most searched category.
Really?
Right.
See, I'm wearing transparent one for you.
Okay, I just see for y'all so I can go into this topic. Yeah, I don't know since young.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's a thing.
It's a big thing.
So when you meet a girl, the first thing you look at is her feet.
Wow, really very important. Yeah. So if I would prefer a normal looking girl with a very nice feet than a very, very hot girl but the feet like.
Are you serious?
Yeah, serious.
Okay, I have to ask. I want to know what is like nice feet. I
don't know. I think
what do you like? What is a preference?
The toenails
must be manicured, is it?
Sexy. So there's a lot of category lah. I mean, what color is different category? Neon color, highlighter green, highlighter yellow, highlighter. So all this is a very sexy color. So ladies, if you want to seduce guys, you must use this nail polish. Okay.
Neon green, I
just giving you all some tips. Okay. Yeah, you all don't have to thank me lah.
I love that.
But I never go and touch all these. So last year I see a lot of news, all the feet crime, Last year, yeah.
Oh, is it? There was a lot of feet crime.
It's a feet crime, yeah.
Oh my God.
Last year. Didn't know why also.
Yeah. I love that. That's really funny.
But Jin, your feet quite nice. Yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay,
wow.
Thanks. I purposely wore transparent for you so you can see.
I never see it.
Interesting. Yeah.
Wait, let's find out a little bit about is feet fetishes like a thing and
It's normal, right?
It
Jin,
is.
Yes.
It is. Normal or not, it's not up to me to say.
Okay.
Right? But yes, there are people with like foot fetishes, and then so the brain has kind of like a map. Okay, so different parts of the body are mapped onto the brain.
Okay.
Right? And feet is actually just beside genitals. So sometimes, when there's kind of firing of like electric signals to the brain, and then it fires into the genital or the feet part, it can cross.
Oh, because it's so
close. It's so close. So
that's why.
Maybe that's why. Maybe. I'm not sure. For you,
So I'm normal. I'm not sick.
No, you're not.
I'm not here to judge.
You're not.
But she don't dare to say no.
But as long as some people like it. Some people liked it, and it's common to have it's common in the sense I do see people with foot fetish.
Is it a guy thing for the girls, or do girls also like to look at feet? Do you know what I mean? I don't know.
That's a very good question,
right?
But from my experience, most of them are men. I wonder whether there's
No, because the girls, they don't dare to be honest. They always tell lies. Correct.
Maybe. Well, I don't know. I don't know about feet. Jeannie, feet naturally is not my thing. But I do like nice forearms.
Yeah.
Like forearms are kind of like a nice thing, right? You see, so...
Yeah.
But y'all do pedicure because y'all think it's nice, what? So it's the same thing, correct? Not?
The reason might be different. Maybe we just want to cover the like all the nails and all
but
this.
y'all can tell Jean to stop moving her legs. I cannot really focus.
I didn't even realize I was doing that. I'll stop right now. Well, thank you so much, Simon, for coming on, being open with us. We wish you all the best for everything.
Thank you. I will continue to do my best and I won't disappoint y'all.
All right. Thank you for being on today.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for watching.
Thank you.
She could tell the story for me.
Yeah, she would take 10 minutes to do it. So I'll summarize it quickly.
It gets annoying, yeah. So I've seen comments like point blank on pictures or on videos that I've posted like, oh, I want to fuck you.
Oh my God. Wow. Hi, this is Jean Danka and welcome to another episode of the Are You OK podcast. And today I'm so excited to have my fellow colleagues in the hot seats with me. I would like to welcome Jermaine from 987, as well as Azura from Ria 897.
Hello.
Hi, Jean.
Hi.
You look great.
You girls are the cutest things ever. Looking like twins as well.
Jean, are you okay?
I don't know, after so many episodes, I feel like we should switch seats. Anyway, we've got to introduce Jeannie.
Hi, Jeannie.
Yes, Jeannie is our clinical psychologist, and if you have any questions throughout the episode, you want to just ask her about anything.
Hey, free therapy.
Exactly. Even like makeup tips or whatever, because she's really like...
Where do you do your hair?
I think I need to ask you guys instead.
So Jeannie's going to be here answering any of our questions and guiding us along if there's anything that you all want to ask about, okay? So ladies, this is a mental wellness podcast, as you know. So I just want to know where your headspace is at right now. Jermaine, do you want to start?
Are we mentally well?
Are you?
In my whole 28 years of life, this year I've been the most mentally well. I'll say that.
Great.
Yes.
That's very nice.
I've been the most balanced and stable.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, and what do you attribute that to? At the moment,
good and healthy lifestyle, not drinking so much, sleeping enough hours, a lot of things, a combination of like meditation and yoga and working out. It's just, it takes a village to keep yourself healthy.
Yes, and I can tell, like, you're smiling a lot.
She's glowing.
I was just gonna say she's glowing,
No, but this year's the first year that I text Jermaine at like 10 p.m. for example, and she's like, I'm in bed.
Ooh, I'm like, wow. On the weekend. Yes.
I'm
in bed, sorry.
That's crazy.
You're on your own.
I love it. Okay, what about for you, Azura? Where are we finding you at a mental headspace right now?
I feel like I always am happy. I do struggle.
Yeah.
And I think something I always struggle with is that the voices in my head is always very loud.
What kind of voice?
Always having a conversation.
A few people in there.
A few people in there.
Wow, interesting.
Let's talk about diagnosis. Let's talk about it.
I'm actually curious. What are the conversations about?
Okay, let's say I'm thinking about something.
Okay.
All of this different angles and narratives that would come in, but it doesn't feel like it's coming from one person.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, so let's say if it's like a work situation.
Okay.
And then you're going like, you're troubled by, let's say, a work situation.
Right.
So you're trying to solve this problem. So you know that there's you in there trying to solve that problem. But then you're saying you also hear like other opinions. Is that right? Is that what it is?
To put it loosely, yeah.
Wow.
Can I say those are kind of like your perceptions, like the different perspectives of how you take on that situation? Is that what it is?
I guess.
Okay.
I guess it's me thinking, okay, this is what's happening right now.
Okay.
But that's also, okay, maybe this person's doing this because this. And then maybe it's coming from this point. And because life, you're not just dealing one thing at each time, right?
Yeah. Yes.
It gets a little bit noisy.
Okay. I would say there's more logical thinking, which is fine, because I was for a moment I was like, is that hallucination? So hallucination. You're like hearing things that aren't there. You're seeing things that aren't there. So I mean, that is something that I want to pick up. If I see a client who tells me that, I was like, I'm very curious.
Yeah.
But it sounds to me like that's basically the logical thinking is kicking in. You're just exploring the situation from different angles. I think that's actually okay. Yeah.
You're okay.
You're
alright.
okay.
You are okay.
Okay.
All right. So don't worry. Have those convos. I think it's fine. So, girls, let's talk about social media. I want to know, I mean, it's stuff that you guys are involved with heavily. How is that affecting you? Do you stop yourself from doing social media after like a couple of weeks? I don't know.
I try to put a screen time, but when I try to limit myself to a time, right?
Yeah.
I want it more.
Yes.
It's like...
It's funny, right? When you give yourself a cutoff, right? It doesn't work that way.
It's like when you tell a kid, no more candy, they're like, I want the candy.
Yeah.
So I try my best because I know that so much social media is just not that good for you. I try to follow things like good news movement on social media. So I see a bit more positive things.
Yeah.
But social media brings about this comparison. My life versus your life, how I look versus how you look, and it gets a bit too much sometimes.
Yeah, of course. Azura, what about for you? How do you manage the whole social media thing, man?
I've never been a social media person. I think we all know this. I struggle with it because I'm very private.
Okay.
I do like to be present a lot. So it's very tough for me. It's not natural or normal for me to whip my phone out. In settings, situations, to...
I see.
Yeah.
Her boss begs her to go on social media.
I was just gonna say, you must get pressure from everywhere. Like, please, Azura, you're such a cute girl. Put some pictures of yourself now on Instagram, please.
I do. Sometimes I feel like this comes from a place where growing up with, like a mixed heritage, for a while, I think growing up, it felt like I'm never this enough or I'm never that enough. Sometimes it feels like society imposes their expectations or, they project their beliefs on you, right? So that's also a little bit, strange for me because we always see like a different version of someone on social media, right?
Correct.
But I think especially in the past year, I've gone through this journey of which I've just grown into myself. I feel very liberated because I feel like I've embraced that I'm this person.
Yes.
And I just want to do that. And it's very hard for me to sort of hide that or shield that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, just for our viewers and people who are watching, so your dad is Chinese, is that right?
My dad's Chinese.
Okay.
My mom is Chindian.
Okay.
But she's on a Malay radio station.
But I'm on a Malay radio
you can
station.
Figure,
Wow.
So it always feels like there always are questions because of the last name that I carry.
Right. And that's Go.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it was always a little bit confusing. You always feel like,
yeah, you don't fit into a box, right? Not a clear-cut box. And sometimes that's hard for people to place you, and therefore they get uncomfortable or they don't know what to do with you or whatever, right?
Yeah, I think sometimes people are scared of what they don't understand. But I also had to understand that I don't have to be in a box. Who said I had to?
Absolutely, yeah. Do you feel like more comfortable in your own skin now?
I do.
Yeah. That's really good.
So happy for her.
Yeah.
It was a journey for her to get to this point.
I'm sure. I'm sure it's not easy.
How do you like my spokesperson?
How much you pay her?
Yeah, for all inquiries, please email.
That's right.
Yeah. But social media is tough, you know. I've had friends who have had to quit social media because of how damaging it was to their mental health.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I always get people commenting about armpits.
Oh,
like, people have armpit fetishes. Why though?
One time I posted a selfie where it was like this, right? And you can see obviously my whole armpit. And I was reposted on an SG Armpits Instagram page of just girls with their armpits out.
Oh my god!
And I'm just like, what the fuck?
Oh my god! I love that.
How do you find it? Did someone send you?
Tag me.
I love that. Oh my gosh!
I don't know what's this obsession with armpits.
I mean, we were having like a really candid conversation about armpits, and honestly, I don't get, because we had a previous guest who was really into feet, and so I just was talking about like armpits, right? You know, and I'm like, all the comments I get about are my armpits. I'm like, what is so attractive about armpits?
What do they say about your armpits?
Sexy armpits. Ooh, look at those armpits.
Sorry, what?
And I'm like, these things. I'm like, these things. I mean, they're sweaty and icky when I'm, in the sun. Why are they attractive? I don't get it. Yeah,
I don't get it either.
But I mean, what kind of like, I don't know, stuff do you guys get? I mean, you're young, cute girls. I'm sure you get like stuff,
Actually, I got this guy one time. He's not even a stranger. Right? He's just an acquaintance.
Okay.
Oh. This was a couple of years back, and I was dressed...
like, you didn't tell me about this.
I was dressed in a bodycon dress.
Okay.
You know about this. And at this time, I was living in America. I was eating really good. I put on a few kilograms, obviously. And this guy replies to my story, and he says, "I think it's time to hit the gym, Jermaine."
Woo!
Yeah.
Wow.
I was like,
okay.
I was like,
no.
Yeah. I told him off actually. And
Great.
he apologized because he was like, oh, I didn't realize that it was rude.
There's more than like, I mean, the thing is, it's a very common thing, to be honest, that people like to comment, especially about girls' weight, right? Whether or not you're too skinny or put on a bit of weight, right? They're just like, oh my gosh, they really love to like just put it on us.
Yeah.
I mean, do y'all respond to it? I mean, I know you responded and got a good...
that was an acquaintance.
Oh, an acquaintance,
But
okay.
other comments, like people would comment about me and my partner saying like, when he's twice your age, but financially stable.
Oh my gosh.
Is
age even a thing anymore, to be
who knows,
honest?
right? I just take it in good stride. I just
Yeah.
think sometimes it's funny to look at it. Just don't take it to heart.
Yeah.
Don't take it to heart.
Yeah. What about for you, Azura? I mean, like, like the weirdest
The weird
stuff.
shit.
I think I get very uncomfortable. I don't like it when I get these like sexual comments.
What do they say?
I think it's a little bit better if you DM it, but still like don't. But sometimes they comment on pictures like where it's out there in the open for everybody to see. I especially don't like it when they're done on my station's page.
Oh,
yeah. Or when I go live on the station's account, for example, and these comments are coming in real time.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
And because I do read them out or I do address them, right? So when these things come in, I can ignore 1, 2, 3. After a while, it gets very...
Of course.
It gets uncomfortable, right?
It's annoying, yeah.
It gets annoying, yeah.
Yeah.
So I've seen comments like point blank on pictures or on videos that I've posted like, oh, I want to you.
Oh my god. Wow. And then let's see, like, you're on let's say, I don't know, TikTok
I'll be
live
like,
or something, and then...
Okay, everybody does, honey. Like, you don't stand a chance.
But do you respond like that, though?
No, I just ignore it.
Oh, gosh. Can you respond like that, though? Okay. I would love that. I mean, I would love that. Because, yeah, you're right. How do you, in a live especially, how do you constantly, like, ignore it?
Yeah.
It's going to show a little bit on your face. You know what I mean? A little bit, right?
And I think that's been a couple of times. Sometimes I get a bit feisty. And I have actually, okay, so there was once. I had a listener who would text in every day. And eventually started saying uncomfortable things. I got very irritated, and so I went live and I read it out, and I said, "Is this the same mouth that you used to speak to your wife?"
Woo! I love that. Oh my gosh.
But it always feels like, can I do that? Should I do that? And then nowadays, like, on these live streams and whatever, after a while, if they keep going at it, I'll just I think someone the other day said something like, I was just wearing a t-shirt and maybe it was a little bit wide neck, that sort of thing. And they commented and said something. And I was like, see someone. Come.
Badass.
Badass.
Yeah.
In your 20s, you're just hustling. And I remember when I was in my 20s, that's all I did. I worked all the time. Well, Zura's though bumped up to like favorite guest ever. No, I mean, the hustle is real, and I can see you guys working really, really hard and also keeping it together at the same time. I know it's tough. You want to talk us through a little bit of that? You know, maybe
biggest struggle right now probably. I think it's stress management and time management. I just feel that there's not enough hours in a day, and it's very easy to feel burnt out.
Yeah,
right? There's no amount of caffeine that can solve that. I'm in fact trying to cut caffeine because it makes me very irritable.
How many cups do you all have?
You don't do straight up coffee, do you?
I do now because I have no choice, right? Because I have to keep myself awake for work and things like that. So now I'm trying to cut completely.
Ooh, completely.
Yeah, I haven't had a drop today.
Oh, wow.
So I'm struggling a little bit on the
I don't know. Can't tell though.
Yeah, I'm about to drink Jean's coffee.
I was just gonna say it's right
calling
there.
out to me. Yeah, so stress and time management is something that really weighs very heavy on my shoulders these days.
And how do you manage it? I mean, do you have coping mechanisms or?
So I actually started seeing a psychologist as well, right? To try and figure out what I can do. And she told me, she said, but you only have so many hours in a day. You have to dedicate some of that to yourself. You are deserving of your own time. And she told me that. I started crying.
Hey.
Yeah. I was like, I am.
You are.
I am. But nobody tells us that.
Yeah.
And we are not, you know, you give your time to people, right?
Yeah. I know you just got back from Japan. Like you just zipped back.
Konnichiwa.
And you know, I know like this year has been great for you. I know that you have a new relationship and you are like blissfully in love. I mean, I'm so happy to see all those pics on IG. I mean, I love it. I love it, Jermaine.
He has been very important in keeping me balanced. I try not to be too codependent because I've had that in the past, right? You know, the strange thing is that my mom, she actually lost her dad when she was about 9 years old. So she never had a strong male figure in her life growing up. And I now see that maybe that's where I got my codependency from, right? A bit from her. But in a subconscious way, it's strange, There are a lot of things that if you don't reflect on yourself, it's hard to know.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can tell he's a good influence on you.
He is a good influence. You know what the funny thing is? When I first told my dad about him, my dad had the worst impression of him.
Why?
He was like, this guy runs a club? Like, does he smoke? Does he have tattoos? Is he a gangster? I was like, Dad, he wakes up at 6 every day to meditate. I don't think he's much of a gangster. Like, you know? Like,
and run and exercise and cycle.
Yeah, he's the opposite of what you would assume. Of I think, him, and he's been a very good influence.
Fantastic. So is that where you picked up the meditating and all that?
Yes.
Okay.
It was.
That's amazing. I don't know how to meditate. I mean, I always find that it's like, I don't know, Zura, can you meditate? Do you know how to do it?
Noisy.
Yeah, right? I get what you're saying. I know. Like, how on earth do you get to a space to like, you know, just clear your mind? I mean, how do you clear your mind? Azura, how do we clear our minds?
You know what my biggest fear is? Those floating pots. I would die.
Yes. Have you ever done it?
No, I would never. I have claustrophobia, so I wouldn't. But meditation is great.
Okay, so like, how do you get to that space? Let's hear.
Well, it's tough at the start, right? But you really have to engage your senses. So your sense of hearing, right? Hear what's around you. Your sense of like, you know, touch, right? Like you're sitting on this, you feel your weight in the chair. And really just take deep breaths, count the breaths 1 to 10, 1 to 10.
Are you doing this like in the morning, at night, in
Mornings
the quiet?
are usually better because then it focuses my head and I don't hear that many noises. So you should try it. And then you focus and then you're just a bit more focused for the rest of your day. And not so much is going on. Because I've had that where it gets so loud.
It's chaotic.
It is.
Chaos in my head a lot.
It is.
But in that 10 minutes, what are you focusing on?
My breath, how my body feels, how I feel today, what my mood is. things I'm grateful for, you know? Yeah.
Let's do one right now. I mean, it's quiet. Let's try to meditate. Can we do it? Okay, Jermaine, you want to take us through?
Okay. It's a guided meditation?
Whatever you...
Sure. Okay, sure.
All right.
A guided meditation by Jermaine.
Thank you. Okay, listen to 987. All right, everyone, close your eyes. Okay, soft, gentle.
I'm freaking out already.
Close your eyes. Keep quiet. Okay, take a deep cleansing breath in and out. Okay. What do you hear around you?
Azura's voices in her head.
Oh, damn it. They're really loud, Azura. Turn it
I have
down.
so many comments right now.
Switch the station. How is your body feeling today?
Damn heavy, man.
Oh, man. Oh, that's tough. I don't know if I can help you.
Answer out loud.
And just think of something that you're grateful for today.
I'm grateful for the girls coming on to my pod.
Yeah! You did it! That's meditation. That's pretty much it. Oh, Jeannie's eyes are still... Jeannie, we're good. We're good.
Jeannie's like, man, I'm
She's
in it.
into it.
Yeah.
She was into it. Maybe
awesome.
I'm quitting my job.
I love it.
I'm going to go into
you can
guided
do
meditation.
this.
I think you should do it.
Thank you.
Your voice is very calming.
It is.
Except when I'm nagging at her. It's not
But that's why I always call you when I'm in a panic.
Oh. Okay.
I love it.
Actually, this
fun.
is what we call mindfulness. So meditation is part of mindfulness, and as I know, it's like a lot of noises. The more you should do it actually. So the whole idea is to really focus on like what you just shared. It was really lovely. So really focus on the breath, making use of 5 senses, and when the thoughts come in, when the chit chattering comes in, it's to let it go and come back to pay the attention back to that. Whatever that you're doing, be it breath, be it focusing on the theme of gratitude, so that can be a starting point. Yeah,
It was good.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Is
Amazing.
Wusa today going to be inspired by this?
I think so. I love Wusa. Wusa is like my mantra. Yeah.
My little Wusa moment. Yeah, 6:15 Wusa. So girls, has there been any point in your life or something that happened in your life that sort of changed the trajectory of things for you?
You know, I was just discussing this with a friend the other day about who we haven't lost anyone in our lives that have been really have broke us, right? I haven't lost someone in my immediate family that has really changed my life that much. The person that I lost in my life was actually a friend, and I got the call while I was on air at Class 95. And I got a call in between talk sets from a mutual friend who basically said like, "Oh, she's gone. Like she's gone. It's done." And she had committed suicide, and she struggled for many years. But the reason why I felt so broken about it is I felt guilt because I had tried to save her. I tried to help her. I gave her a place to stay. I took care of her for like months,
God.
and I still couldn't save her.
Right.
And it took me very long to understand that you're not responsible for anyone's life.
Yeah.
But it's hard because when it's your friend, you want to help,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right. And if you think about helping, I mean, just now you name a few of the things that you did that actually you're just lending her the support, right? And that in itself is helping. But of course, it's hard because I guess it's still your friend, right? And also, I'm wondering also for you, how did it land on you when you picked up that call and when you received that?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't even know how I went back on air. I think it was really just a survival, it was just an instinct thing. But I was just sitting on our dirty carpet and just it just hit me like a truck and it didn't feel real at the start. But once you go through the whole processions, then you realize there's no reversing this, you know. Like once it's done, it's done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It must have been really hard for you as well. And I'm wondering, did you notice any signs or symptoms, prior to her attempting?
So she had posted very suicidal thoughts on social media. That's how I even reached out to her in the first place. So social media, you never know. Sometimes people use it as a call for help.
Yes.
And I was there. I wanted to help her. And she seemed like she had improved over 6 months. She was feeling better. She got a job and all that. Went back to work. And then 3 months later, I just got the call. It had no lead up to it. Yeah. So
do you still struggle with feeling guilty about it, or have you processed it enough maybe with your psychologist and stuff like that? the feelings?
Yeah, it's been quite a number of years. I think it's been about 8 years already. So by now, you know, when she comes into my mind, I just honor that memory of her.
Yeah.
Right. And I move on with my day. I think time is actually the best way to heal a lot of very deep hurt in your life. Yeah.
Do you have experience of like friends now who maybe are in a bad place and you feel like, should I also still help them or try to help them because you have this experience in the past and that was kind of scary?
I do have friends in a similar situation, and it's tough, right? Like when someone comes to you, because I've been on both sides of the situation. Like if someone comes to you and they say, I don't want to live anymore, what do you tell them?
Yeah.
It's hard to say like, oh, you have so much to live for. They're not hearing it.
No.
Yeah. What can you support them with?
Yeah. What's the first thing?
That's a great question, and we got that a lot. So, well, be a friend. So what do you do then, right? Look out for, like what you did earlier, look out for signs and symptoms, right? And you may not be in a position to help them, but you can look at what are the signs, you can listen to them, right? Really, and see how you can empathize with them. You might not be able to, you're not there to solve their problems. And a lot of times we can't, and we're not there to give advice either. But can we then eventually link them to somebody who can actually support them better? So just remember the acronyms, 3 L's. So look, listen, and link.
Listen and link.
Yes. Link to resources. So resources like maybe even SOS or IMH, which is our Institute of Mental Health. So see whether you can be there for that person, because sometimes they might not want to seek like a mental health professional straight away.
Yeah.
And because like if I ask you a question right now, right? If you have an issue or problem, who you go to first? A psychologist or your friend?
Your friend.
Yeah,
you
talk to each other first, right?
Yeah.
So you be there to support them, but advocate for them and tell them there are resources out there that can support you, and see how we can support them to seek help. So can I accompany you? You know, just your presence might help already.
Yeah.
Right.
I have a question. So as much as nobody likes like unsolicited advice, right? But I think in a situation like that, when a friend comes to you and says these things to you, I think it's also human nature for us to immediately say like, oh, you know, you have so much to live for, or there's so many people who love you. But is that what they want to hear at that point in time?
It can come across as dismissive, right? Or you are, or kind of like, oh, you're not really understanding. You don't actually understand how I feel. So it can come across as, oh, you're not empathizing with me. And that can shut that person down. So sometimes it can be helpful to just listen. Yes, you can probably insert a suggestion after some time, right? And gently remind them in your way, because they are your friends. You know how to reach out to them. Gently remind them that yes, you have all these things and we are here for you. You can just lay it out for them. But when they are talking about our feelings, you know, when you quickly jump into those, it can come off as very dismissive. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tricky thing to handle, isn't it? Right? Yeah, you kind of want to be there for your friend, but at the same time, it's like you might not be in the right headspace to say the right words.
Yeah. We're not professionals.
Yeah. I think at that very point when like if Jermaine's friends like going like, I want to kill myself, you know, like that, I mean, like, should you take that seriously? Should you, you know, when someone says that, do they mean it? I mean, I don't know. Like, how do you even tell?
That's a great question, and a lot of times we can't tell. Like Jermaine was sharing that, oh, this friend actually became functional, right? She got a job, she went back to work, and all these are things that, oh, maybe she's fine, right? Just check in with this person, right? And so my own mantra is, when in doubt, just ask. Sometimes I'll even ask straight away, oh, are you thinking about suicide? Because a lot of times this word is like stigmatized. Like when I say suicide, I could see like, whoa, right? Because a lot of people just avoid and they beat about the bush. Oh, are you thinking about, you know, doing something to yourself? And that can be, that ambiguity just make that person feel that, hey, if I say that I'm going to die, if I want to die, I will be judged. Because when you ask me this question, you're beating about the bush. So sometimes it's helpful to be just straightforward about it. Are you thinking about suicide? Right? And when they say yes, you know, a lot of times people will be like, oh, then what do I do now, right? Listen, you know, if that person is willing to open up to you, that person might share a lot more with you. Listen to them, you know, be there for them, and see how we can eventually link them to that resources. Yeah.
Yeah, wow. That's some good info.
Yeah.
I learned something new today. Thank you, Jean. That was awesome.
Yeah. Actually, when she mentioned about receiving a call while on radio, I wanted to ask you something, Jean.
Yes.
Because you've been in radio for years.
Oh my gosh.
And I think we all work with our emotions because we're literally there to entertain.
Yeah.
But we're not in the best place every day.
Absolutely.
And I struggle with this because on my worst days when I gotta come in and still do it, I know that, you know, the first thing we thought is that you leave your problems at the door because your problems are not your listeners' problems.
Right.
But those are the days as well that I always go, oh my gosh, what am I doing with my life? Because it's so hard to turn on that mic and turn on that smile, that light bulb, right?
Yeah.
When you're feeling like absolute crap.
Yeah.
What is your way of dealing with it, you know? Because you must have found, I don't know, a formula that works for you. Or...
I think it's still a challenge, even though it's been so long. I feel like, you know, obviously, right, shit happens to us. This is life, right? Oh my God. But I think I've mastered the, amazing compartmentalizing. I think that's a skill that I literally had to learn because if not, I cannot survive and thrive. So like when my mom died like about 10 years ago, that really broke me into like a zillion pieces. I think I still feel like I'm still dealing with that, you know, in some way, shape or form inside. So, I mean, after 2 weeks, you know, I had to go back on air, right? You know, I mean, come on. I mean, she was just everything to me. And I was like, how do you like go on and, you know, people always know Jean as, man, she's got energy, she's bubbly, you can hear her smile on the radio, you know, how on earth? So on days where I can't smile, I literally do this sometimes and talk, then it kind of sounds like a smile. I literally do that sometimes, but I compartmentalize it like, okay, I'm not thinking about that. I literally tell myself, I'm gonna stop thinking about that right now, and I can get back to that at 8 o'clock when the show ends. You know, but right now, Jean, just focus. You got 3 hours. Get through this. And just discipline, man. I mean, like, it's not easy all the time. It seeps through sometimes, right? You know, like you get moments of like you sit back in between talks as you're like, oh my God, I can't deal with this anymore. Yeah, and then the mic is on and you're like, right? You know, but I think that's what I've managed to do.
Sometimes I take a little crying break in between. Oh yeah, yeah, in between talk sets. Yeah, I just go cry and then I come back. That's awesome.
I feel like the show is so busy. I have no time to cry.
Show is very busy, to
like
be fair.
The next time, I don't even have time to like go pee. You see me, like when I'm running, I'm like, put me into the corridor, I need to pee. Yeah, so I find like I focus on the 3 hours and just give it everything. And then at 8, sometimes I'm sitting next door in the OMO and I decompress sometimes for an hour because sometimes there's a lot of things happening. So I don't know. I think that it's still a struggle, I have to admit. It's not that easy, even after all these years. But compartmentalizing, I think I've just trained my brain that way. I don't know. Is that the best way to do it? I don't know. Jeannie, tell me.
Actually, you're using some techniques that I share with my clients as well. So this is what we call delay your problems. It helps with anxiety. It helps with stress. So, okay, you can literally just set a time. Okay, from 7 to 8 p.m., I'm going to cry. I'm going to write out something. I'm going to like just vent it out. So with that, right, it actually puts your mind at ease. Okay, so now 2 to 4 p.m., I'm going to focus on this. Yeah. So during the 2 to 4 p.m., you might be like, oh, I really feel like crying. Think about, okay, actually 7 to 8 p.m., I can do that. So focus back. So that's kind of like a time management in a sense.
Schedule your crying.
Schedule.
I'll put it in my calendar if you want me to cry.
I should do that now. Like, okay. Right.
Sometimes before you go on air, before you start your work, right, think about what are like maybe 1 to 2 things that you can do. It can be simple things like what Jermaine has been doing, like just taking breaths for like 5 minutes, right? Focus on meditate or do some mindfulness exercises or something simple, or just make yourself a warm cup of tea or coffee or something that actually help to soothe you down. Try not to do anything that will kind of perk you up or think about, like difficult things. So that can help. So create that mental space, and then physically what you can do to calm yourself down. So it can be simple coping methods that that works for you. So think about it.
Okay. Schedule a cry.
Schedule a cry.
Yeah. Maybe we could do a group crying session.
Right. Over Zoom, we can all just hop in and cry.
That sounds amazing.
Emotional support group.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
And ideally end up with something cheery lah.
Like a pint of ice cream.
Yeah.
That works.
And then a meditation session by Janae.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, probably.
Actually, Jeannie, I've got a question as well, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes I find myself, I don't know what I'm sad about. I can't particularly pin it to something. But I need a good cry.
Right.
And my way of doing it is like, sometimes I would just be like, oh my gosh, I need to find the saddest thing on Netflix. And I just feel like I need to cry. What am I crying about? I don't know. But I do know that I gotta get something out. Is that me being avoidant of something that's actually going on?
Yes,
that's a great question.
Yeah.
It can be avoidance, right? However, what I'm hearing here is also that you're trying to find an appropriate way to ventilate, right? To really release or regulate that sadness. And that is, I mean, what I'm hearing is it's healthy, right? I'm just trying to find something to make myself like really ventilate out. However, try to go back to the source. Right, sit down sometimes, again, tune into the body. So that's what mindfulness is about. You tune into the body. Okay, I don't know what I'm thinking about, but where is this sadness? Sometimes it's really like just locate where it is. A lot of times anxiety and sadness, people tell me, oh, it's in the chest. I find it hard to breathe. I find tightness here. Describe that feeling. Tune in, use that 5 senses. Tune into that, notice what that is, and maybe that thought will come up. So a lot of times feelings lean to thoughts and try to see whether you can find a connection. And if you can't, yes, I guess, another way is to find a healthy way to see how you can then ventilate it out. However, that can be kind of subconsciously avoiding, that's what I'm hearing. However, I may be wrong, right? Or talk through it with somebody. That can help. So explore, the root of what it is. Yeah. Or maybe notice just right before that feeling, what were you doing? Right. There might be sometimes I give my clients like a thought record. It's like a diary, right? So they'll be like, yeah, Jeannie, I don't know why I'm sad, why I'm depressed, right? I give them this diary. Okay, record, when you feel that feeling, right? What was that situation about, right? They'll write it down. Then after some time I see a pattern emerging. Oh, every day at 3 p.m. I feel this way. I was like, well, were you at? Oh, I'm at the radio station. I'm talking to this person. Maybe that person is the source.
That person's causing you.
Yeah, man. My goodness.
So that can help as well.
Yeah. That's interesting. I mean, like, sort of jotting it down. But you're right. But sometimes I think we all feel that way, right? You don't know what it is. It's making you sad, and you're like, I always am searching for something to watch to like let stuff out. What are you watching?
Too?
Yeah, what are you watching? I want to know. Jamie's like, what's this?
Wait, but here's a poll, okay?
Okay.
When you're sad, should you listen to even sadder music to cry, or should you listen to happy music to make yourself feel better?
Sadder music to cry, man. Yeah. Just put on some Damien Rice, man. You'll be like, oh my gosh.
The sadder it is, the better.
Yeah. I mean, what are you listening to and watching to let it out? I'm curious. Just as a fellow person that feels exactly what you're feeling sometimes.
I will send you a list.
Okay.
But I'm also always on the lookout as well.
I will send you a list as well.
Wonderful. For music, John Mayer always does it.
Oh, I love John
Mayer.
Billie Eilish does it for me.
Oh, yeah.
We know this. We were there together.
At the concert, both of us crying uncontrollably.
Oh my God.
Uncontrollably.
And like everyone that we know is around us, our colleagues, our boss, and we're just there like,
at least you had each other. Oh my gosh.
We did.
I love it. Well, thank you girls for sharing today and just being really lovely to talk to. I mean, I just love chatting with you girls, actually. We should do this more often. We should really set up our emotional support group. I think we should.
How's your calendar looking?
I'll make time for this.
For a cry?
For a cry.
And for the crying playlist.
Yeah, that's right. Tune in to my show this evening. You guys are going to know it. Thank you, girls. And I mean, whatever it is you need, Jeannie is a phone call away. I am a couple of doors down away. day, and we can all have a little nice hug and chat
We'll
again.
catch you on your pee break, which is like 1 second.
Oh, yes.
Bye, G.
Bye, G. Thanks, girls. And thanks for watching, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.